Chapter 1106. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. This was a landscape of rivers and swamps. But it was not as vast and deep as the outside Eastern Sea. The highest water level was only 50 to 60 feet. Most places were like mud pits to desolate beasts. This was because there were not many water path Tao marks in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At this moment, in a corner of Mini Eastern Sea, two desolate beasts were fighting. Howl! The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled as it pounced. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. If this bite landed, even the mountain rocks would be crushed. But its opponent, a desolate beast flying bear, had a crafty light flashing in its eyes as it retreated. The shark fin wolf used too much strength. Its attack was easily dodged by the flying bear. Next, the flying bear raised its thick paw and slammed at the shark fin wolf's head. With a loud bang, the huge force caused the shark fin wolf to crash to the ground. It was dizzy and could not get up for some time. But Fong Yuan was not satisfied with this attack. I used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo earlier. My strength did increase greatly. But Flying Bear Transformation almost made a mistake. This immortal zombie that I am temporarily borrowing has a lot of strength path Tao marks. Even though I have change form Immortal Goo, I can only forcefully transform. The strength path Tao marks are resisting change form Immortal Goo's influence. Transformation path Goo immortals mainly had transformation path Tao marks on their bodies. These Tao marks could change into other Tao marks under the influence of Goo worms. Change form Immortal Goo was the essence of transformation path. With it, the Goo immortal could undergo all sorts of transformations. Flowers, birds, fish, and worms. Grass, trees, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. They could all transform. But this Goo only had the form. It needed to be paired with other Goo worms. Only then could it transform in strength, speed, defense, and other aspects. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is in my body. I can only use the Strength Path Immortal Zombie to train in Transformation Path methods. But Strength Path Immortal Zombies have Strength Path Tao marks. It is very difficult to use Change Form Immortal Goo. But Flying Bear Strength has the amplification of Strength Path Tao marks. The effect is better. Fong Yuan compared inwardly, feeling the wondrous use of his body. There was no interference or obstruction between Tao marks. This was a huge advantage. The boundaries between each path were clear. They were clearly separated. Even if it was a secondary cultivation. He also had to distinguish his priorities. But when it came to Fong Yuan, the boundaries between the sects became blurred. He could cultivate all of them. Looks like Strength Path Immortal Zombies can only familiarize themselves with transformation methods. They can't let me truly understand my improvement and the limits of my abilities. Fong Yuan sighed in his heart as he controlled the flying bear to dodge agilely. It turned out that the shark fin wolf had crawled up again, and its ferocious nature was unleashed as it attacked crazily. But Fong Yuan had the intelligence of the human race. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. His tactics were clear, and his control over the flying bear was as smooth as flowing water. The shark fin wolf could barely touch the flying bear. Even though Fong Yuan had beast enslavement Immortal Goo and controlled this desolate beast. But after the earthly calamity, Fong Yuan had to return beast enslavement Immortal Goo. Therefore, before returning it, he released his control over the shark fin wolf and the spine-fin star arowana. This had its benefits. Without the influence of beast enslavement Immortal Goo, the desolate beast shark fin wolf would be able to display its true ferocity and serve as a qualified sparring partner. Bang! Another loud sound echoed. The shark fin wolf had already been slammed into the mud by the flying bear's large paw many times, as muddy water splattered everywhere. This time, the shark fin wolf whimpered as it crawled up, and after looking at the unharmed flying bear, it actually turned around and fled with its tail between its legs. Fong Yuan, who was still anticipating the shark fin wolf's attack, was stunned, and thought, did I flick it too hard when I subdued it? Has it greatly reduced its ferocity? The shark fin wolf fled, and Fong Yuan felt bored for a moment. But these days of sparring are not without gains. At least it proves that my transformation path attainment level is indeed at Grandmaster. Transformation Path Grandmaster. After Fong Yuan's Blood Path Grandmaster, Strength Path Grandmaster, Wisdom Path Grandmaster, and Star Path Grandmaster, his fifth path had advanced to Grandmaster. The 500 years of experience in his previous life did not give Fong Yuan any help. The main reason why Transformation Path could reach such a level was because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. Providence wanted to get rid of Fong Yuan, so it schemed continuously to raise the power of calamities and tribulations to the limit allowed by the heavenly Tao. Fong Yuan had passed 2 earthly calamities, but the power of these earthly calamities had already surpassed normal, and could match many heavenly tribulations. Thus, even Reckless Savage's true meaning was drawn out by many times. Blessings and disasters were accompanied by blessings and disasters. Calamities and tribulations had a rule, that was, blessings and disasters were equal. The greater the calamities and tribulations, the more dangerous it was for Fong Yuan, but after passing them, he would gain even more benefits. Fong Yuan's Transformation Path Grandmaster had experienced 3 infusions of Reckless Savage's true meaning. The first was He Lolan's 10 Extreme Immortal Ascension, the last 2 were his own earthly calamities, drawn out by the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Thus, to reach Grandmaster level, he had accumulated enough. Even though becoming a Transformation Path Grandmaster is worth celebrating, the current situation is not good. Fong Yuan was deeply worried. The calamities and tribulations were getting stronger each time. After passing the second earthly calamity, Fong Yuan already knew how much stronger the following calamities and tribulations would be. The second earthly calamity was very dangerous, he had only passed it. Along the way, the snow moon appeared. If not for Fong Yuan's decisiveness to attack, the consequences would have been unthinkable. At the final stage, Dang Hun Mountain was reduced to a mound. He had so little immortal essence that he could not even use an immortal killer move. He had to rely on the Desolate Beast to pass. It could be said that Fong Yuan had used up almost all of his trump cards. During the first earthly calamity, Reckless Savage's true meaning split a small portion of the calamity and tribulation's power. Providence's snow monsters did not have the initiative. During the second earthly calamity, Providence's plan was very thorough. It even took into account Reckless Savage's true meaning, it even made use of it and influenced it to transform into the snow moon, increasing the power of the wind flower tribulation. Providence can think of the third earthly calamity. It must have considered Dang Hun Mountain and my current immortal killer moves. There are also the Desolate Beast and Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong's subordinates. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fong Yuan underwent tribulation after tribulation. He had a deeper understanding of Providence. On the other hand, Providence was the same, it also probed deeper into Fong Yuan's information. Currently, Fong Yuan had 7 methods to undergo tribulation. The first was to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain, using Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture killer move to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning and divide Providence's control over the calamity and tribulation. The second was to use Dog Shit Luck, using Luck Path to weaken the calamity and tribulation. The third was Attitude Gu, Dark Limit Gu, and Change Form Gu. There was also Familiar Face, which could transform into countless forms and confuse Providence. The fourth was Strength Path, Sword Path, Blood Path, and other Immortal Gu, as well as Immortal Killer moves. They were direct confrontation methods. The fifth was Dang Hun Mountain, it had a huge geographical advantage. The sixth was the complete otherworldly demon identity, Providence could not influence Fong Yuan's thoughts. The seventh was some external forces. For example, desolate beasts like the Spine-Fin Star Dragonfish and Shark-Fin Wolf, Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, Langya Sex Hairy Man Gu Immortals, and so on. All these methods and trump cards. The will of the heavens was already clear. At most, the seventh external force will have some changes. But these external forces are not reliable. My enslavement path attainment level is not high, I am not proficient in enslavement methods. Spine-Fin Star Dragonfish, Shark-Fin Wolf, and so on. They can be enslaved by me, but they can also be used by providence to regain freedom through calamities and tribulations. Thus, when I undergo tribulation, I only hid these outside because I was afraid providence would use them instead. There is also the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. He is a variant human Gu Immortal. He has sufficient intelligence. If he regains freedom, he will be more dangerous than desolate beasts. Unless I have no other choice, I will not expose the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret to him. Most importantly, he had once used heaven's wish to descend into Tai Bai blessed land in the form of an earthly calamity. If he is like the snow monsters, easily influenced by providence and turned against me, that would be terrible. At this rate, my third earthly calamity will be a situation where I have a slim chance of survival, and my fourth earthly calamity will be a hopeless situation where I will die. Fong Yuan was clear about his situation. Even though he passed the second earthly calamity, Jewel Yellow Skies was not opened, his cultivation would not have much progress without the help of resources. Gu Immortals undergoing tribulations were in such a situation. The calamities and tribulations get stronger each time. The Gu Immortal had to work hard to increase their strength beyond the increase of the calamities and tribulations. The weaker the Gu Immortal's aptitude and foundation, the weaker the calamities and tribulations, the longer the interval, it was not difficult to continue cultivating. But Fong Yuan's aptitude and foundation were number one since ancient times. He had the sovereign immortal fetus and could cultivate in all sects. That was why the calamities and tribulations were so terrifying. The increase in strength was unheard of, and the interval between each calamity was only 2 months. If it were any other Gu Immortal, they would have died long ago. Only Fong Yuan's aptitude was strong, and he had painstakingly preserved a considerable amount of cultivation resources, allowing him to last until now. Thinking about how many immortal Gu Fong Yuan had, how many immortal killer moves, how many Grandmaster attainment levels he had, as well as Dang Hun Mountain, Langya sect, and other external factors that he could use. But even so, Fong Yuan's future was not looking good. The closure of Jewel Yellow Skies has completely disrupted my plans and rhythm. At this rate, I will not be able to survive. What troubled Fong Yuan was Jewel Yellow Skies. If Jewel Yellow Skies opened, everything would be smooth sailing for him. But when would Jewel Yellow Skies open? Nobody could say for sure. Maybe at the next moment, maybe in a few months. With Fong Yuan's situation, if Jewel Yellow Skies opened in a few months, he would definitely die. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter and his strength rose sharply. Day after day of waiting, Jewel Yellow Skies did not show any signs of activity. Fong Yuan's injuries had already healed, but his immortal aperture's development had not improved at all. Langya sect's development had also been obstructed. Land Spirit of Langya had summoned Fong Yuan many times, discussing the matter of taking down the falling star hound. Fong Yuan naturally did not agree. The relationship between the two continued to deteriorate. Land Spirit of Langya lowered the reward for Fong Yuan's mission of guiding the Hairy Man Gu Immortals to the lowest point. Fong Yuan had almost no gains. Under Sixth Hair's instigation, the other Hairy Man Gu Immortals also started to feel indifferent towards Fong Yuan. They even started to hate him. Even though the second earthly calamity was over, Fong Yuan's situation was getting worse. Should he wait for Jewel Yellow Skies to open, or should he change and adapt? Fong Yuan was facing such a difficult problem now. Chapter 1107. Fong Yuan thought about it for a long time. He chose to wait. After the second earthly calamity, he gained a deeper understanding of providence. Tai Chiu seems to be safe, but providence has already made arrangements. They are just waiting for me to go there. Earlier, when Langya sect was developing in Tai Chiu, everything was going smoothly. It was most likely because of providence's enticement. After that, the falling star hound appeared. It was providence's probing and pressure. They wanted to use Langya sect to force me out. In that case, it's even more impossible for me to go. Maybe Fong Yuan was overthinking things. Maybe providence was not so resourceful. Maybe providence did not have the time to make arrangements in Tai Chiu. Fong Yuan thought about this, but he got rid of this wishful thinking. He could live until now because he was vigilant. He did not want to get lucky. Everything should be prepared for the worst. He did not want others to love him, he did not want the world to be kind to him, he did not want fate to favor him. He had to rely on himself. He waited. Fong Yuan calmed down, he waited for jewel-yellow skies to open. He had to consider everything, this was the safest and most advantageous method for him. Time continued to pass, soon, half a month passed, jewel-yellow skies did not show any signs of activity. Sixth hair was jumping around, the hairy man-gu immortal's attitude towards Fong Yuan was getting worse. Someone even pointed at Fong Yuan's nose, scolding him for having ill intentions, saying that even though he joined Langya's sect, he was not truly contributing to the sect. I have my own difficulties in all of this. Fong Yuan explained plainly. From then on, he stayed in Cloud City and rarely moved about. He also rarely took on missions to guide hairy man-gu immortals in battle. Because the rewards of this mission were too low due to the land spirit of Langya. He could not manage his immortal aperture, and was barely proficient in transformation path methods. Fong Yuan did not idle, he used wisdom path methods to make many deductions. But there was no light of wisdom. This made Fong Yuan feel a huge difference. The progress of the deduction was rather slow. Compared to the instant results of the light of wisdom, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. What does the attitude of others matter? As long as I join the Langya sect. It's not against the sect's rules, why would Langya land spirit violate his own rules first and remove my status as a guest grand elder? The possibility is very small. Fong Yuan continued to wait. Even though the environment around him was putting more and more pressure on him, he remained unmoved. 10 days later. Northern Plains, Myriad Bean Garden. The land here was fertile, and the weather was beautiful. Green fields were irrigated by spring water, and the roads were crisscrossed. When Chu Du arrived, he looked around and couldn't help but feel much better. He said loudly, "Fellow Taoist Tian Xia Xian." As expected of the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. The outside world of Northern Plains is already filled with bloodshed, but you are farming here leisurely, you are truly an unworldly expert. In the hundreds of thousands of acres of green fields, there were many figures who were bent over farming. Most of them were ink men, they had black skin and white hair, they were a type of variant humans. One of them was a human, he was dressed like an old farmer and had a slightly hunched back. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, he had deep wrinkles on his face and his coarse hands were holding 2 peculiar bean sprouts. His trousers were rolled up, he was stepping on the muddy water. He did not have the demeanor of a Gu immortal, he was like a mortal. But after hearing Chu Du's words, he raised his head and stood up. Facing the famous domination immortal of Northern Plains, he did not show any fear or uneasiness. Instead, he smiled lightly, "Chu Du, you think too highly of me. How can I be called the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains? There is always someone better than you, who knows how many capable people are hidden in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. I inherited old immortal Tian Yuan's true inheritance, but I was not skilled enough and my foundation was exposed. In my early days, I fought with Dongfang Naganori and lost to him by more than a little. Forget about the title of number 1, forget about it. This wisdom path Gu immortal Tian Xia Xian was originally immortal, he could not even be considered a Gu master. But due to a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a huge immortal opportunity. Eventually, he inherited the true inheritance of the famous wisdom path great expert old immortal Tian Yuan and became a wisdom path Gu immortal. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori revived his tribe and led Dongfang tribe to rise up, he naturally had to infringe on other people's benefits. Even though Tian Xia Xian inherited the true inheritance and became a Gu immortal, his aptitude was ordinary, his immortal aperture was ordinary, his calamities and tribulations were not intense, and because of his nature, he did not have any ambitions. He had been cultivating at home, but Dongfang tribe's expansion disturbed his peaceful life. Even though Tian Xia Xian was unwilling, Dongfang Naganori was too domineering. After losing to Dongfang Naganori, he was chased out of Myriad Bean Garden and had to roam outside. While roaming, he interacted with other Gu immortals, letting Northern Plains Gu immortal world know about him. Later on, when Dongfang Naganori died, Dongfang tribe's headquarters were destroyed, countless cultivation resources were plundered by others. As a super force, Dongfang tribe was like a red flower of the past, vanishing in a single day. Without Dongfang Naganori, Dongfang tribe completely collapsed. Tian Xia Xian took the chance to return to his former home, becoming the owner of Myriad Bean Garden. Even though his aptitude was ordinary, the true inheritance he inherited was very impressive. Northern Plains Gu immortals respected him as the #1 person after Dongfang Naganori. With Dongfang Naganori's death, he naturally rose and became the publicly recognized #1 Wisdom Path Gu immortal in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But he did not have any grand aspirations or ambitions. He was willing to be ordinary. He did not want to give up his mortal life after becoming a Gu immortal. He personally went to the garden to farm every day. Of course, Myriad Bean Garden was huge. Most of the labor was done by Inkmen. Gu immortal Tian Xia Xian's Inkmen slaves were famous in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Chu Du smiled. He walked in front of Tian Xia Xian. Brother Tian is magnanimous. If I had Brother Tian's wisdom path attainment, I would have claimed to be #1 long ago and looked down on Northern Plains. Let's see who can match me in this world. Tian Xia Xian squinted, laughing heartily. Brother Chu, you are an overlord among immortals with great ambitions. I cannot compare to you. What? Brother Chu, do you also want to profit from that He tribe? So you came here today to ask me to deduce something for you? Chu Du nodded, before shaking his head. He tribe is about to be destroyed, just like Dongfang tribe. Right now, almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortal world is attacking and plotting against He tribe. However, I do not want to go over and get involved in this mess. I am here. I have something more important to ask Brother Tian to deduce for me. A look of admiration appeared on Tian Xia Xian's face. Good. As expected of domination immortal Chu Du, you do not go with the flow. Such perseverance. What do you want me to deduce? I want you to deduce a person. This is a clue. Chu Du said as he handed an immortal Gu to Tian Xia Xian. This immortal Gu was like a silver-winged dragonfly. Its wings were shining with silver light. Tian Xia Xian's gaze turned cold. A rank 7 sword path immortal Gu. He was slightly surprised. A profound aura emanated from his body. He gave the answer himself. This is flying sword immortal Gu. Bo Qing used it before. As expected of Tian Xia Xian, that is indeed the case. Chu Du praised, explaining his purpose. It turned out that he wanted to obtain the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method from Fang Yuan, to draw out reckless savages' true meaning to help him cultivate. Compared to the tempering aperture method, his previous method of nurturing strength path Gu masters to become immortals. It was too cumbersome and inefficient. Even though he kept Fang Yuan's flying sword immortal Gu, he could not catch up to Fang Yuan. He could only compromise with Fang Yuan. But after that, Fang Yuan left. Even though he gave Chu Du his contact details, Chu Du could not get a reply. Occasionally, Fang Yuan would reply, but they were all perfunctory. Chu Du became increasingly anxious. Especially when Jewel Yellow Skies closed a few months ago. Chu Du completely lost contact with Fang Yuan. Chu Du was also one of the Gu immortals who was looking forward to the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies. But thinking about it, he felt that even if Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Fang Yuan would not care about him. It was quite unbelievable. What kind of person was Chu Du? He actually had to beg a Gu immortal to pay attention to him. But the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method was very important. It was Chu Du's opportunity to cultivate. Chu Du even ignored He tribe's storm. He went to find Tian Xia Xian. He wanted to use his method to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Since you're ignoring me, then I'll take the initiative to find you. Chu Du thought. This was the domination immortal's style. Tian Xia Xian continued to deduce. After a while, he said, Good. This immortal Gu is still the target. Brother Chu, you did the right thing by not forcefully refining it. This way, I have a 50% chance of deducing his location. Chu Du frowned. Only 50%. If the other party is hiding in his immortal aperture, I will not be able to deduce him. A 50% chance is already very high. Tian Xia Xian said. Chu Du nodded helplessly. Then, Brother Tian, please do it. Let's go somewhere else. I need about 3 days. Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Earlier, he was summoned by the land spirit of Langya, but this time, it was not to urge him to attack the falling star hound, but to tell him that something big was happening in northern plains. Hey tribe! Fang Yuan muttered as his gaze flickered. Hey tribe was facing the danger of being destroyed. It was not good. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan was one of the main culprits in this situation. Let's review the development of the situation. Fang Yuan destroyed 88-point Xinyang Tower and destroyed Imperial Court blessed land. Northern Plains' righteous path was incomparably shocked and furious. They tried to find him by all means possible. But at that time, Shadow Sect helped to conceal him. Fang Yuan also worked hard and managed to deceive them for some time. Next, He Qing joined Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect and the Celestial Court Gu Immortals led by Feng Jioge engaged in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. He Qing abandoned the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and escaped. He was dealt with by Fang Yuan. Next, Blazing Heaven Demonis dealt with Old Ancestor Shuishan. Both sides reached a compromise. Blazing Heaven Demonis repelled He tribes for Supreme Elder's Green City rampage, while Old Ancestor Shuishan took the chance to steal immortal materials from He tribe's headquarters, earning a huge fortune. Finally, during the Battle of Tian Mountain, Shadow Sect was destroyed. Nobody covered for Fang Yuan. Celestial Court exposed Fang Yuan's secret to the public. The truth of the Imperial Court case was revealed. Northern Plains Gu Immortals naturally wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, but they could not deduce Fang Yuan's location. Firstly, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were too rare. Secondly, Fang Yuan was a coward. He always stayed in Langya blessed land. Thirdly, this damned scoundrel actually had extraordinary Wisdom Path attainment. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not find He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunqing either. Fang Yuan was the main culprit. They were the accomplices. But they were following Ying Wuxie now. Central Continent's Celestial Court made a move but could not catch them. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were furious. Especially the Righteous Path Gu Immortals, those dominating super forces and Huang Jin tribes. Their lives were originally very beautiful, relying on their ancestor giant Sun Immortals' blessings. They could bully Demonic Path and Lone Immortals, and play the Imperial Court contest game once every 10 years. It was quite exciting. All in all, the Righteous Path was prosperous. The Huang Jin tribes dominated Northern Plains. The overall situation could not be shaken. But Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed. 88-point Xinyang Tower collapsed. All of this beautiful foundation had completely collapsed. The culprit could not be found. The accomplices could not be found, so they could only look for He tribe. Who asked He Lulan to be a member of He tribe? If He tribe did not take the blame, who would? Chapter 1108. He tribe is in such a situation. Should I interfere? Fang Yuan considered the feasibility of this. Even though He tribe was a super force, a Huang Jin tribe, among the super forces of Northern Plains, it was still weak. Furthermore, it was surrounded now. It was facing the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Its ending was self-evident. It would definitely end up with a broken family and dead people. Even if He tribe was unwilling, how could they resist the entire Gu immortal world alone? Unless they had the protection of a rank 8 Gu immortal, but He tribe did not have such a person. He tribe's 4 supreme elders could form the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. To a certain extent, it could match rank 8 battle strength. But this was the only trump card He tribe could take out. Fang Yuan got more excited as he thought about it. To him, the current situation was chaotic. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of He tribe. In such a situation, there were bound to be opportunities. Don't forget, Fang Yuan had a huge advantage. He had the Gu immortal captive He Cheng. He Cheng was a Gu immortal. He was different from ordinary He tribe Gu immortals. He had authority. He was deeply trusted by the 4 supreme elders. He tribe's 4 supreme elders were cultivating the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. There was a flaw: they could not split up, they could only delegate their authority. He Cheng was the representative they were satisfied with. He Cheng managed He tribe's daily affairs, he knew everything about He tribe. He Cheng was in Fong Yuan's hands, he could search his soul, will, and all sorts of methods. Fong Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster, He Cheng could not resist him. Right now, Fong Yuan knew a lot about He tribe. He knew more about them than those Huang Jin tribes that were fighting He tribe. He knew more about them, he knew more about them. He had so much information to back it up. Fong Yuan had a huge advantage to begin with. There was another crucial point in He tribe that attracted Fong Yuan the most. That was He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan was also a He tribe Gu immortal. He was a famous historical figure. He had died long ago. But in the past, He Fan cultivated Time Path to rank 8 level. He controlled He tribe, allowing He tribe to dominate a region at that time. It was also one of the top super forces. It was very powerful and glorious. However, one's lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He tribe gradually weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. He Fan was dying. He left behind his Zhou Ao true inheritance, but none of He tribe's descendants could inherit it. A rank 8 Gu immortal's true inheritance, if successfully inherited, might be able to nurture a rank 8 Gu immortal. If He tribe really had a rank 8 Gu immortal, the current situation would not be like this. In the world of Gu immortals, rank 6 Gu immortals were at the bottom, rank 7 Gu immortals were in the middle, and rank 8 Gu immortals were at the top. If He tribe had a rank 8 Gu immortal. If He Lulan became the culprit behind the destruction of 88-point Xinyang Tower, He tribe would be able to bear the consequences. Were there any rank 8 Gu immortals? The deterrence of a superpower was on a completely different level. Even if this He tribe rank 8 Gu immortal was besieged by other rank 8 Gu immortals, they would at most have to pay a huge price and pay resources and compensation. The tribe would at least be able to survive. Not like now. Even though He tribe had many Gu immortals, they could not protect the tribe. He Fan true inheritance. Fong Yuan muttered to himself, bright light flashing in his eyes. In my current situation, the biggest obstacle is providence. And providence's strongest method is calamities and tribulations. Every calamity and tribulation is like the gates of hell. I am too easily targeted by providence, it is too dangerous. And the interval between each calamity and tribulation is only 2 months in the outside world. This is too short. If he had more time, Fong Yuan would be able to face the test of the calamities and tribulations more easily. But Fong Yuan had such aptitude, the sovereign immortal fetus was too monstrous. This was a heaven-defying creation, heaven and earth could not tolerate it. However, man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu immortals had unparalleled intelligence. Regarding the interval between calamities and tribulations, predecessors had thought of countless methods. Among them, the most mainstream method was time path delaying methods. Langya Blessed Land was like this. Long-hair ancestor had once invited a time path great expert to greatly reduce the time flow in Langya immortal aperture. This way, the interval between calamities and tribulations was even longer. After Long-hair ancestor died, this blessing was also passed down. This allowed the land spirit of Langya to have sufficient time to react and prepare, to deal with every calamity and tribulation. I don't know any time path Gu immortals. Even Tai Bai Yunsheng could not slow the time in the immortal aperture. Fong Yuan knew about Tai Bai's inheritance, because he had once soul-searched Tai Bai Yunsheng in Imperial Court Blessed Land. But the truth was, not all time path Gu immortals had methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. Tai Bai Yunsheng was an obvious example. Even if I know any time path Gu immortals, or take the initiative to get to know some time path experts. My sovereign immortal aperture is too secretive, it is an important matter, how can I let these time path Gu immortals know about it? They are hard to trust. Instead of relying on others, I should rely on myself. If I can obtain He Fan's true inheritance and slow the time in the immortal aperture, that would be amazing. Ordinary time path true inheritances might not have methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. But He Fan's true inheritance was not ordinary, it was left behind by the rank 8 He Fan. In He tribe's history, it was clearly recorded, when He Fan was alive, he helped many He tribe Gu immortals to slow the time in their immortal apertures. This way, He tribe's Gu immortals could deal with calamities and tribulations easily, their chances of passing tribulations were greatly increased. As time passed, He tribe's Gu immortals surpassed the other super forces. Above them was the rank 8 Gu immortal He Fan, who dominated northern plains, and below them were a large number of He tribe rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals. They had the advantage in numbers, this created the dominance of He tribe in history. Fong Yuan knew about He tribe's history through the captive He Cheng. Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew about this. She had a time path injury, time flowed very quickly, she had no choice but to turn into an immortal zombie. To heal her injuries, Blazing Heaven Demoness made a scheme to let her sister Su Xian Air infiltrate He tribe, to obtain He Fan's true inheritance and heal her injuries. But to think that Su Xian Air's act turned into reality, she fell in love with He Cheng and gave birth to He Lulan, creating a scene of love and hate. All in all, as long as Fong Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, he would be able to slow the time in his immortal aperture. Once the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, Fong Yuan's situation would change drastically. Even though the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, the cultivation resources inside would be produced slower, and his cultivation level would not grow as fast as before. It was safe and stable. Fong Yuan's cultivation pressure and difficulty would decrease by more than a level. The advantages definitely outweighed the disadvantages. He Fan's true inheritance, the more Fong Yuan thought about it, the more excited he got. To him, this was the key to breaking out of this predicament. If I leave and go to He tribe to participate in this chaotic battle, there are many ways to do that. Knowing valuable information is my first advantage. Secondly, I have dark limit immortal Gu, I can conceal my aura, Providence cannot sense me. Thirdly, I have familiar face and change form immortal Gu to disguise my identity, I can take advantage of the chaos. Should I go or not? Fong Yuan thought about it for a while, but he still chose to watch from the sidelines, he did not move immediately. He tribe's situation was too chaotic. Righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals all wanted a share of the loot. The situation was chaotic, all sorts of people appeared one after another. Among the rank 6 Gu immortals, there were low-level Gu immortals like Old Lu, there were also ordinary Gu immortals like Qing Xian Zi, as well as Zhuizhan, Divine Lord Tiandu, Shirho, and other experts. Among the famous rank 7 experts, there were Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. According to some vague rumors, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was showing signs of appearing, and old ancestor Shuihu was also not willing to be left out. Fong Yuan assessed the situation, he felt that the time was not ripe yet. This was only the early and middle stages. All sorts of forces and Gu immortals were devouring He tribe's resource points. These Gu immortals were still a long way from the main camp. All sorts of forces were hindering each other, it was chaotic. Countless people were fighting against each other, if they could not determine who was stronger, how could they seize the resources? If Fong Yuan went in now, he might be implicated, no matter what identity he disguised himself as. Moreover, Dark Limit Immortal Gu's protection could only last for a while, it could not last long. The most crucial thing was Providence. Providence was likely to make arrangements against Fong Yuan. What did Providence know? Spring-Autumn Cicada had Providence, Spring-Autumn Cicada had followed Fong Yuan for so long, Providence probably knew everything. In the transaction with Sixth Hair, Shadow Sect told Fong Yuan, Providence was vast, it was everywhere. Providence itself covered the 5 regions and 2 heavens, this advantage was unparalleled, it knew a lot of information and secrets. All sorts of reasons prevented Fong Yuan from acting or attacking casually. He decided to wait for He tribe's situation to clear up a little, he would be able to see the situation clearly and gain the upper hand. The key to this operation was speed. After accumulating strength and striking with one strike, he would leave. There was no more suitable and correct battle tactic than this. Fong Yuan waited patiently, using Langya sect's channels to understand the outside world situation. Days passed. The battles surrounding He tribe were getting more and more intense. Countless Gu immortals were involved, they had their own victories and defeats, there were endless schemes and plots, it was like a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to expand, drawing in even more people. This way, the whirlpool itself became even more chaotic. Many secluded cultivators could not resist the temptation, they showed themselves. Of course, there were also people like Fong Yuan, they did not act. Several days later, in Myriad Bean Garden. I have tried my best, but the other party seems to be inside his immortal aperture, there is no result. Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tian Xia Xin sighed, he had a guilty expression. So that's it. Chu Du showed an unconcealable look of disappointment. However, I have gained something else on my side. Tian Xia Xin suddenly changed the topic. Oh? What do you mean, Brother Tian? Chu Du was confused. Shortly after, he saw Tian Xia Xin return Flying Sword Immortal Gu to him. He pointed at this immortal Gu and said, "This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is not simple, there is an imprint on it. I have already analyzed this imprint, it is the key to opening an immortal true inheritance." What? There is such a thing? Chu Du was greatly surprised, his heart pounded. Is this sword immortal Bo Qing's sword path true inheritance? Chapter 1109. No, no. Hearing Chu Du's guess, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tian Xia Xin shook his head. This insignia is an information path method. According to my deductions, it should be an information path true inheritance, and the location of the true inheritance is not in Northern Plains, but Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea, information path true inheritance? Chu Du frowned, his expectations fell by a lot. Originally, he had little hope of cultivating a sword path true inheritance. Because he cultivated strength path, he had a huge foundation of strength path Dao marks, it was very difficult for him to cultivate other paths. But sword path had strong offensive capabilities, and it was related to the legendary, pseudo-venerable, Bo Qing. Chu Du was naturally very curious. But now that he heard information path, this curiosity decreased by many times. With Chu Du's knowledge and experience, he knew the advantages that information path could bring to his cultivation. But he had a direct personality, he had great ambitions, he preferred to have more offensive methods. He was called Domination Immortal. There was a saying, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Since Chu Du could not cultivate sword path, he could not cultivate information path. In this world, from ancient times until now, only Fong Yuan could cultivate all the sects. Other Gu immortals who cultivated two paths would have to spend a lot of time and effort. Unless there was a special situation and they had a good immortal Gu, most situations would have more disadvantages than advantages. It was not a wise move. Seeing Chu Du's expression, Tian Xia Xin knew what he was thinking. He urged, "Brother Chu, don't underestimate this insignia. According to my deduction, I only engraved Flying Sword Immortal Gu later. This information path method is simply unheard of, it has broadened my horizons, it is not ordinary." Chu Du's expression became solemn. Once he was reminded, he felt that Tian Xia Xin's words were not false. If it was engraved on ordinary rocks, clouds, or water, it was not strange. But engraved on Gu worms, this was very rare. Because this Flying Sword Immortal Gu was a rank 7 sword path Gu. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu immortals underwent tribulations time and time again, adding Dao marks to their bodies. As for the immortal Gu themselves, they were fragments of Dao marks. Dao marks of different paths. They would cause internal friction, conflict, and rejection. This insignia was an information path method. It was also a trace of information path Dao mark. It was actually able to imprint on a sword path Dao mark fragment and even survive for a long time. He was like a lone boat in the midst of a tsunami, unwavering. Looking at it this way, this kind of information path method was simply shocking. "Brother Chu, how about I negotiate with you?" Tian Xia Xian suddenly said. Chu Du smiled lightly. Even though he was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, he could guess Tian Xia Xian's thoughts. Chu Du waved his hand and interrupted Tian Xia Xian, Brother Tian, please don't blame me. This flying sword immortal Gu is not mine, it belongs to my friend. To tell you the truth, this friend of mine has been missing for a long time. I am worried, so I asked you to calculate his whereabouts. The immortal fate on it naturally belongs to him. The deduction of a wisdom path Gu immortal. It couldn't be obtained out of thin air. One needed to have a basic clue. And the more clues there were, the easier it would be to deduce and evolve. Thus, wisdom path Gu immortals often yearned for information path methods. Tian Xia Xian was originally not interested in most information path methods because his master was old immortal Tian Yuan, and his wisdom path inheritance was extraordinary. As a result, his horizons were raised by many levels. But this information path true inheritance in front of him was too outstanding, even a Gu immortal like him who was willing to live a normal life was moved. In that case, I was rude. Hearing Chu Du's direct rejection, Tian Xia Xian's tone was very dejected, but he still returned Flying Sword Immortal Gu to Chu Du. This rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu was only a crucial clue for the deduction, it was not Chu Du's payment to Tian Xia Xian. Of course, Chu Du asked Tian Xia Xian to deduce for him, the payment was very generous. This deduction did not achieve Brother Chu's goal. According to the rules, I will return half of the payment. Tian Xia Xian looked at Flying Sword Immortal Gu being kept in his immortal aperture by Chu Du, he sighed and said. Chu Du shook his head and laughed, no need, even though I did not achieve my goal, I did not leave empty-handed. Brother Tian is indeed the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, the payment was worth it. I will take my leave now. Chu Du was known as the Domination Immortal, but he was not arrogant to the point where he did not know how to behave. Tian Xia Xian was one of the few wisdom path great experts in Northern Plains, he might need his help in the future, how could Chu Du let go of this relationship so easily? This. Tian Xia Xian hesitated. However, Chu Du had already left. He did things swiftly and decisively, very straightforward and efficient. When he left, he was actually very happy. The rank 7 flying sword itself could attract a Gu immortal's attention. Now that there was an information path true inheritance clue, Chu Du felt that Fang Yuan would not give up no matter how he thought about it. This way, he had a higher chance of blackmailing Fang Yuan. The method to draw out reckless savage's true meaning, I must obtain it. The fire in Chu Du's heart burned intensely. Tian Xia Xian looked at Chu Du's departing figure as he sighed helplessly. If it were anyone else, he might have tried to snatch it. But the other party was the Domination Immortal. Chu Du only cultivated Strength Path, while Tian Xia Xian cultivated Wisdom Path, but Tian Xia Xian could not muster the courage to deal with Chu Du. Strength Path was declining, but Wisdom Path had always been noble and rare. But since ancient times, there had never been a path to decide who was stronger, there was only the strongest Gu immortal, there was no strongest Gu worm or path. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. To humans, Gu worms were just tools. Time passed, Northern Plains was in a turbulent situation. The encirclement around He tribe was gradually closing in. Like Fang Yuan had guessed, He tribe was fighting against the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world alone, how could they have any chance of winning? Even though He tribe's Gu immortals resisted intensely, they were still losing time and time again. The bloody aura of battle and the huge benefits that He tribe represented attracted more and more hyenas and vicious sharks. He tribe's headquarters, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. At this moment, He tribe's Gu immortals gathered together, they were gloomy and gloomy. He tribe's 4 supreme elders were at the highest positions. He Cheng was already captured by Fang Yuan, his good friend He Bai was injured. Besides them, there were 6 other He tribe Gu immortals, they were all rank 6. The atmosphere was very tense. The tribe is facing a great calamity. Everyone here is the backbone of our He tribe, tell me, how can we survive this calamity? First Supreme Elder spoke first, breaking the silence. But Hay Tribe's Gu immortals looked at each other, no one spoke for a while. This was not the first time they had discussed this. During the previous discussion, they had spoken up enthusiastically. Someone suggested they had to retaliate strongly. Towards those who dared to extend their hands into Hay Tribe's territory, they had to punish and attack them severely. Of course, their main goal was to seek peace. Any kind of peace had to be fought. Hay Tribe's Gu immortals were not fools, they naturally knew this principle. Unfortunately, even though the principle was clear, after Hay Tribe used it, they could not fight four hands. Even though they retaliated strongly, they were forced to retreat again and again. Right now, almost everyone in Hay Tribe was injured. There was even a rank 6 Gu immortal who had died. Second Supreme Elder sighed, if not for the four of us making a mistake in cultivating Green City Rampage, we would not have been separated from each other. Otherwise, the current situation would be much better. Hay Tribe occupied a lot of resources, but Hay Tribe had few Gu immortals, most of them only had rank 6 cultivation level. As far as the surrounding forces were concerned, Hay Tribe had few troops. Their battle strength was also not high, they could not control the situation. It is all Hay Cheng's fault. This person is the main culprit of our Hay Tribe. What kind of daughter did he raise? She made such a huge mistake. He even lost the tribe's immortal Gu House Dark Prison, he deserves to die. A Hay Tribe Gu immortal cursed in pain. That's right, that's right. Hay Cheng has committed a heinous crime. At once, Hay Tribe's Gu immortals spoke up, everyone was agitated. Hay Cheng lost the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This was a huge mistake indeed. Otherwise, with Dark Prison, together with the four Supreme Elders' Green City Rampage, they would not be in such a passive situation. First Supreme Elder was silent. Dark Prison was originally owned by him, he had lent it to Hay Cheng. But Hay Cheng had lost Dark Prison, First Supreme Elder was also responsible for his negligence. Normally, the four Supreme Elders trusted Hay Cheng deeply and let him manage the tribe's affairs on their behalf. Hay Tribe's Gu immortals were cursing and criticizing right now, they were actually vaguely dissatisfied with the four Supreme Elders, it was just that they could not vent it out directly. After a while, Third Supreme Elder finally lost his patience and said, "Alright, at this point in time, the matter has already happened, what use is cursing? If the tribe's crisis of survival was lessened by these curses, I would have already cursed to the heavens. Everyone has the same surname Hay, we all have the same bloodline, if the tribe perishes, there will be no intact eggs in the nest, you should all understand the logic." Once he said this, the cursing subsided. Fourth Supreme Elder coughed, regarding the current situation, anyone can speak their mind. The immortals were silent. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, it was hard to have any effective countermeasures. I have some opinions. At this time, a rank 6 Gu immortal suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him, it was Hay Bai. This immortal cultivated wood path, he had rank 6 cultivation level, he was called Hay Tribe's Rockman when he was young, he was clumsy with words and had a simple and refined personality. He was usually the closest to Hay Cheng, they had a deep friendship. Speak, we are all ears. Let's see what unique opinions you, Hay Bai, have. The Gu immortals' words were sharp, they hated Hay Cheng to the core, even Hay Bai was disliked by them. Hay Bai's expression did not change, he was like a rock, he spoke in a low voice, I do not need to say much about the current situation, everyone is clear about it. Not only Righteous Path and Demonic Path Gu immortals, even Lone Cultivator Gu immortals have appeared, wanting to take a bite out of our Hay Tribe. In the end, it is all about benefits. Everyone gives the wall a push when it is down, the survival of the tribe is the most important thing. As long as we can survive, resources, benefits, reputation, they are all external things, we can give them up. Are you proposing to surrender? Unfortunately, traitors like Hay Cheng and Hay Lulon appeared in our tribe, Imperial Court Blessed Land is destroyed, do you think the other Huang Jin tribes will let us off easily? A Gu immortal sneered and mocked. Hay Bai slowly shook his head, the Huangjin tribes naturally won't, but in northern plains, there is one person who can help our He tribe escape this calamity. Who? He Bai slowly said a name. The immortals heard this and were all shocked. Chapter 11:10. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was dyed red like fire. It was too beautiful to behold. A gentle breeze blew, causing the golden wheat on the ground to ripple. This is the wheat field that He tribe nurtured, it is quite grand. Gu immortal Lu Qingming floated in the sky, looking down as he said plainly. He tribe planted large amounts of wheat here. This type of wheat was called golden wheat. It matured once every 2 years, but what it produced was not barley for human consumption, but a kind of metal called gold essence. This place was originally a barren wasteland. Because it was rich in minerals, it even formed bare ore, so not a single blade of grass grew. He tribe planted the golden wheat and used this method to mine here. Not only did they use ingenious ideas, they also put in a lot of effort. That was why this vast wheat field was formed. Even Lu Qingming couldn't see the end of the wheat field even from high up in the sky. There was another person standing beside Lu Qingming. This person was called Su Guang. He was a light path Gu immortal. His eyes were filled with fervor as he looked at the wheat field under his feet. He tribe's wheat field is already famous in northern plains. Every time it was produced, at least 500,000 kilograms of gold essence could be harvested. These gold essences had always been a huge source of income for He tribe. Although these golden essences are only rank 5 mortal materials and we don't use them much, if we collect them and sell them, we can get a good price. Lu Qingming smiled and nodded. It's indeed worth it. I advise the two of you not to make a mistake. This place has already belonged to my Guan clan. A figure appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of Lu Qingming and Su Guang. His face was solemn. He was brimming with fighting spirit. The third eye on his forehead was extremely eye-catching. Lu Qingming and Su Guang exchanged glances and immediately reached a consensus. They had already sensed that there were Gu immortal auras here. Earlier, he said he would not move, it was to lure out the other Gu immortals. So it is Guan clan's Gu immortal, Guan Shenjiao. Lu Qingming said politely. I've long heard of the famous 3 elites of Earth. But in the Battle of Dongfang Naganori, Han Dong had already died in Taichou. If the two of you insist on making a move today, I'm afraid the name of the Earth-traveling 3 elites will be completely erased. Guan Shenjiao wasn't polite at all. He was a Guan clan Gu immortal. Guan clan was a super force. Gold family. Therefore, he was full of confidence. Su Guang laughed heartily. You are of the righteous path, while us brothers are of the demonic path. The righteous and the demonic Tao are opposing each other. How can we retreat so easily? Naturally, we have to fight to determine the winner. Guan Shenjiao snorted coldly and directly attacked. In that instant, immortal energy swept outwards, radiance erupting. Both sides began to fight in the sky. 2 figures. One big and one small, flying close to the ground. Grandpa, where are we going? The younger one, who was only a young man, asked curiously. Hee, my good grandson, the place we are going to is the Gushing Spring Forest. Do you know? The large figure was an elderly Gu immortal wearing a yellow robe. His wide sleeves fluttered wildly in the wind. The youth rolled his eyes. The Gushing Spring Forest is an underground fountain that forms a forest of water columns. It is said that there are countless water path Gu worms and earth path Gu worms there. It is an important place for He tribe. Not bad. Grandpa did not teach you for nothing. My good grandson, aren't you cultivating the water Tao? This time, we are going to Gushing Spring Forest. What water path mortal Gu do we need? If he was lucky, he might even be able to plunder more springs. They are planted in Grandpa's immortal aperture. When you become an immortal one day, Grandpa will give these resources to you. The old Gu immortal said. The young man was moved, but said worriedly, Grandpa, you are only a bottom-tier ranked 6 Gu immortal. If you attack He tribe's important place, What if you lose your life? The young man spoke bluntly, but the elderly Gu immortal did not get angry. He instead smiled and reminded his grandson, more than 10 days ago, He tribe's Gu immortals had already holed up in their headquarters. Right now, there are no Gu immortals guarding He tribe's important places outside. He tribe's Gu immortals are not here. What if there are other Gu immortals? Didn't we hear yesterday that even an old demon like Pai Shuihan appeared? The young man was still worried. You don't understand. The elderly Gu immortal was confident. Gushing Spring Forest might be He tribe's important place, but compared to the others, it is the lowest. An old demon like Pai Shuihan would not be interested in this place. The super forces closest to He tribe are Lu tribe, Guan tribe, and Yao tribe. We cannot snatch the resources from these three tribes. We will not attack those places that are too close to He tribe's headquarters. Those important treasure lands are being fought over by experts. We will not be able to get them. Even if we watch from the outside, we might lose our lives. Thus, Gushing Spring Forest is the most suitable choice for us. So that's it. The young man realized at once. Wind blew, the grandfather and grandson got closer to Gushing Spring Forest. Suddenly, the elderly Gu immortal's expression changed. He heard the sounds of intense battle. Oh no! The elderly Gu immortal's expression sank as he flew into the sky. Right now, the sun was shining brightly, the sunlight was scorching hot. Gushing Spring Forest entered the grandfather and grandson's vision, but they found that this place was already in a chaotic battle. The originally paradise-like Gushing Spring Forest was now in a mess. It was extremely chaotic. Spring water splashed everywhere, and explosions could be heard endlessly. At a glance, close to 10 Gu immortals were involved. At once, the grandfather and grandson looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What they could think of, others had already thought of. There were many wise bottom-tier Gu immortals. In the sky, dark clouds were gathering and it was raining. Two groups of people were facing each other in the sky above this ordinary grassland. Guan tribe and Lu tribe. 3 Guan tribe Gu immortals, 2 Lu tribe Gu immortals. The atmosphere was not heavy. Instead, the leaders of the two sides were talking enthusiastically. If it weren't for the unsuitable weather, it would have been a tea party to reminisce about the past. Lord Third Supreme Elder, our side has the advantage. Why don't we take this chance and occupy this place? On Guan tribe's side, Gu immortal Guan Shinzhao finally lost his patience and transmitted his voice. Guan tribe's Third Supreme Elder was talking enthusiastically with the other side, but he transmitted his voice to reject Guan Shinzhao. You are muddle-headed. Have you forgotten the lesson from a few days ago? Recklessly attacking. In the end, it caused an even bigger commotion. We could not protect the golden wheat field and were robbed clean by other demonic path Gu immortals. This place hides a fragment of immemorial red heaven. It is an extremely important place. Who knows how many people are secretly paying attention to this place? But our Guan tribe and Lu tribe are considered to be local tyrants. That's why our two clans are competing openly. At this moment, we cannot be anxious. We cannot lose our sense of propriety and attack recklessly. Once we attack, the situation will go out of control. It will be easy for others to snatch victory. Guan Shinzhao was reprimanded. He could not help but feel ashamed. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. My lord is right, Shinzhao was too rash. Eastern Sea, on an inconspicuous nameless island. Ingwu Xia, Shi Nu, He Lulan, and Tai Bai Yunqing appeared. This is the island. Ingwu Xia looked around, letting out a breath of turbid air. Fang Yuan, this should be the turbulent flow sea area, right? Tai Bai Yunqing guessed. He had once roamed Eastern Sea for a period of time. It was normal for him to have Eastern Sea mortal Gu that could tell directions. Ingwu Xia smiled, that's right. This is the secret camp that Master gave me not long ago. We will rest here. Currently, he was still using Fang Yuan's identity to deceive Tai Bai Yunqing. Among the 4 Gu immortals, only Tai Bai Yunqing did not know the true details. Ingwu Xia silently mobilized his thoughts. After a while, he waved his hand, follow me. Instantly, a certain arrangement that was hidden here was activated. He Lulan's group's vision changed. When they focused their eyes again, they were already under the island. This place had already been excavated, a luxurious palace with 5 floors was in front of them. This looks like an immortal goo house. He Lulan exclaimed internally. Shadow Sect was huge, they had arrangements all over the 5 regions. Even though they lost Tian Mountain, their remaining forces were not to be underestimated. But what happened next shocked her even more. The 3 immortals followed Ing Wuxia. Inside the palace. The palace door opened by itself, evidently acknowledging Ing Wuxia's identity and welcoming him. This is so many immortal goo. After entering one of the palaces, Shi Nu and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but exclaim. Ing Wuxia smiled as he explained, the turbulent flow sea area has a great advantage, it gathers all kinds of water in the world, including the tributaries of the River of Time. Precisely so, even though this is not a blessed land, it is a rare treasure land in the 5 regions. My Shadow Sect had already found out the location of this tributary of the River of Time many years ago, thus we made arrangements on this island, digging out the island and placing an immortal goo house inside. We could also absorb the power of this tributary of the River of Time to refine goo. Thus, every once in a while, an immortal goo would be refined. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already guessed it, he could not help asking, don't tell me, this goo immortal goo house is the legendary regret pool? Ing Wuxia nodded before shaking his head, but for most parts of regret pool, even though it recreates the most powerful goo refinement ability of regret pool, its offense and defense are very weak. Moreover, once it is placed, it cannot be moved. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and trembled in excitement. There are 3 pools in the world, Heavenly Pool, Regret Pool, and Wine Pool. They are famous in the 5 regions and have left their names in history. Chapter 11:11. The remnant forces of Shadow Sect were not to be underestimated. There were more than 10 immortal goo in front of He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. But looking at these immortal goo, the joy that had just appeared on the 2's faces gradually faded. I have the great strength true martial physique, but there is not a single strength path immortal goo among these immortal goo. He Lulan shook her head and sighed, her tone filled with regret. Sigh. Fong Yuan, you know that I cultivate time path, if I use these immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunsheng's situation was the same, there was no time path among these immortal goo. Most of the immortal goo belonged to soul path. Shi Nu was silent, he was an earth path goo immortal, there were 2 earth path immortal goo here, but his immortal goo had not decreased. Ing Wuxia nodded, the smile on his face did not change. He knew that these immortal goo were destroyed in the Battle of Tian Mountain. These days, Immortal Goo House Regret Pool had been operating on its own, using the previous success mark and the tributary of the River of Time here to refine these immortal goo. Thus, Soul Path was the majority. There was originally a Time Path Immortal Goo, but the refinement failed. As for Strength Path Immortal Goo, there was none. That great strength true martial physique, Immortal Zombie Dili, was a rare dual cultivator of wisdom and strength in history. Unfortunately, when he refined the Strength Path Immortal Goo, Shadow Sect had not rebuilt Regret Pool yet, he could not leave behind any successful goo refinement mark. Don't worry. You're just worried about the internal friction between the Dao marks, but I have a wonderful method here that can allow you to cultivate another path. Moreover, the Dao marks of this path will not conflict with the Dao marks that you're cultivating. There is such a method in this world? Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes bulged in shock. Shi Nu's gloomy expression also changed. This kind of method was simply unheard of. He Lulan narrowed her eyes, she suspected that Ing Wuxia was using this chance to increase his control over them. She felt that this was a scheme. She lightly said, how can there be such a good thing in this world? There are gains and losses, such a method has many drawbacks, right? Ing Wuxia laughed, I guarantee that there will be no side effects. He took a deep look at He Lulan, but his gaze darkened. Naturally, he thought of Fong Yuan, and could not help but feel depressed. Compared to Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, The Tao marks of the two sects did not interfere with each other, so what was there to be surprised about? Shadow sect's sovereign immortal fetus Gu could cultivate all Tao marks at the same time, they did not interfere with each other. Spectral's soul was inside the door of life and death. He devoured countless Gu immortal souls and obtained a vast amount of cultivation experience. After 100,000 years of preparation, he had pushed the realms of countless schools to the level of martial grandmasters. A long time ago, the Shadow sect had been practicing the dual cultivation method for a long time. It was the initial version that had been researched. His highest achievement was Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow sect had spent 100,000 years. They used up the entire Shadow sect and Zombie Alliance's foundation, and even used Spectral Soul's main body to barely succeed. But heaven's plans supersede man's. Even though Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was refined, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan took the fruits of his labor. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. Fang Yuan had used rebirth. There were no more Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu in the world. In theory, it could be refined again. But to refine a second one, the price and risk was simply too great. Even Yingwu Xia did not have the courage to do so. Thus, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was basically extinct. Unless I capture Fang Yuan and use him as the main immortal material to reverse refine. But now is not the time to deal with him. I need to strengthen myself first, gather the remaining forces of Eastern Sea, and save my main body as soon as possible. Yingwu Xia sighed internally. Shadow sect and Fang Yuan's grudge had to be settled sooner or later, but there were priorities. Now was not the time to be entangled with Fang Yuan. Time passed quickly. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. It had been over a month since Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity. Jewel yellow skies did not open. There was no movement. Fang Yuan's plan to develop his immortal aperture was severely obstructed. He had no choice but to cultivate and deduce as much as he could, while paying attention to the chaos in Northern Plains. He also placed He Fan's true inheritance in his plan. There were only 2 months between the earthly calamities. Now, over a month had passed. In less than a month, Fang Yuan would face his third earthly calamity. This world was not long, but it was not short either. Fang Yuan could almost smell the aura of the calamities and tribulations. What made Fang Yuan worried was that the third earthly calamity would be stronger than the second. Up until now, his strength was basically no different from the time of the second earthly calamity. If I can obtain He Fan's true inheritance, I can use Immortal Gu to delay the time in my immortal aperture. That way, not just the third earthly calamity, even the future calamities and tribulations would be beneficial. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information from He Cheng. He Fan's true inheritance was very impressive. It came from the rank 8-time path great expert He Fan. If he could inherit this true inheritance, he would be able to enter He Fan Grotto Heaven. Not only would he become the owner of the Grotto Heaven, he would also be able to obtain many time path immortal Gu there. Many Gu immortal true inheritances only had immortal Gu recipes or immortal killer moves, they lacked immortal Gu. This was because the feeding of immortal Gu was a problem. It was hard to leave immortal Gu to the inheritor. But He Fan's true inheritance was different. Because the immortal Gu that He Fan left behind were all stored in his immortal aperture. The first requirement for a Gu immortal's immortal aperture to be developed was to satisfy the feeding requirements of their immortal Gu. Gu immortals like He Fan were equivalent to the current Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortal Yao Huang. Their immortal aperture development was absolutely perfect. If Fang Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, his strength would rise, even multiply. Once he slowed down the immortal aperture's time flow, the dangerous situation would be alleviated. It would turn for the better. It would not be like now. He was walking on the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would die. Over these days, with the help of Langya's sect, Fang Yuan learned a lot about the chaos in Northern Plains. This was not to say that Langya's sect was good at gathering information. On the contrary, because of the Hairy Man Gu immortal's status, it was hard for them to gather information. They could not compare to Fairy Li Shan. The main reason was that the chaos in Northern Plains was too huge. it involved almost the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Their battle might be hidden from mortals, but to Gu immortals, it could not be concealed at all. It could not be concealed either. There was no need to gather information, it was all out in the open. Even though Fang Yuan was in Langyup Blessed Land, he had been paying attention to the entire situation. He tribe was the scapegoat this time, it was too huge. They were already at the brink of impending disaster, and their clan was at the brink of extinction. Gu immortals from the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators swarmed over like a pack of hungry wolves. Looking at the map of Northern Plains, He tribe was located in the southeast area of Northern Plains. It had a huge territory and controlled a large amount of resources. These resources attracted countless wolves and leopards. Initially, these bandits were still restrained, but soon, with huge profits, the demonic path Gu immortals started to fight. The conflict between the righteous and demonic paths continued to intensify. The symbolic event was the battle between Guan Shinzhao and the earth-traveling heroes. Guan Shinzhao was outnumbered, his golden wheat field was snatched by two demonic path Gu immortals. Next, a large number of Gu immortals appeared. The demonic path Gu immortals were the earth-traveling heroes, Old Lu, Half-Moon Brutemaster, and Zhuozhan. They plundered He tribe's resources. The situation was chaotic, the righteous path was caught unprepared. It was under such circumstances that the gushing spring forest suffered a destructive plunder. It was a pity that He tribe's hundreds of years of meticulous planning was lost. The righteous path Gu immortals quickly became vigilant, they started to come to a tacit understanding. Even when fighting for the fragment world of immemorial Red Heaven, such an important resource, they restrained themselves and did not attack wantonly. The Gu immortal world had always been dominated by the righteous path. Especially Northern Plains' righteous path, they all had the Huang Jin bloodline, they had the same origin. The demonic path Gu immortals' momentum fell. But soon, as half of the resources were divided, Free Scholar, Pai Shuihan, and other demonic path rank 7 experts appeared one after another, causing another round of chaos. It was unprecedented. The demonic path's momentum actually suppressed the righteous path. Initially, He tribe's Gu immortals split their forces to defend, but soon, after suffering, they gathered all their Gu immortal battle strength and hid in their headquarters, not appearing again. This undoubtedly encouraged the demonic path Gu immortals' arrogance. Of course, other than this, there were other reasons. For example, a long time ago, old ancestor Shui Hu defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, becoming the #1 person in Northern Plains Gu immortal world as a demonic path expert. And most importantly, the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower caused immortal Gu to fly everywhere. A large number of demonic path and lone cultivator Gu immortals benefited greatly. After that, Qin Baixing held an auction, allowing many Gu immortals to obtain suitable immortal Gu. Their battle strength rose by a lot. This caused the strength of the entire demonic path and lone cultivators to rise by a lot, they could compete with the righteous path. I destroyed 88-point Xinyang Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land. In just a few years, this influence has already spread to the whole of Northern Plains. The current situation in Northern Plains is completely different from 500 years ago. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Because of him, the whole of Northern Plains had changed beyond recognition. The other large regions were still fine. But in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had already lost a large portion of his rebirth advantage. Of course, ever since he learned of Providence, he had some doubts about his rebirth advantage. Fang Yuan had been waiting patiently. He tribe had many resources that moved him. But he did not move. The most important resource in He tribe was He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan was very clear about this. Several days passed. Finally, Fang Yuan received news that Northern Plains Gu immortals were attacking He tribe's headquarters. He Fan's true inheritance is hidden in He tribe's headquarters, it is time to move. Fang Yuan immediately left, he left Langyup Blessed Land through the teleportation formation. Land's spirit of Langyup supported his actions. After all, this was a good chance to observe Northern Plains Gu immortal world closely, it was a good chance to find out the strength of the various forces. At the same time, if he was lucky, he could gain a lot of benefits. Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to send Langya Sect's Hairy Man Gu immortals there, but Fong Yuan was a pure human, he was extremely crafty, he was the most suitable candidate. Fong Yuan used the same method. Once he appeared in Northern Plains, he used Dark Limit and Familiar Face to conceal his identity. At the same time, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu and Blood Torrent to travel. He moved very quickly, he did not encounter any trouble. Northern Plains Gu immortals were all gathered at He tribe's headquarters. Fong Yuan had no obstructions along the way. Not long later, He tribe's headquarters were already in sight. He Fan's true inheritance, here I come. Fong Yuan thought to himself, but who could have thought that at this moment, Jewel Yellow Skies would suddenly reopen? It was bustling. The reopening of Jewel Yellow Skies made all the Gu immortals who had been waiting for a long time burst out with enthusiasm. Fong Yuan halted his steps, falling into hesitation on whether to advance or retreat. A message came from Jewel Yellow Skies. Fong Yuan opened it, it was from Chu Du. Hehe, this Gong clan wants to lead the masses. If we enter the palace, he will definitely consider himself as the leader of the alliance. This is an old problem of Gong clan. But Gong clan brought an immortal Gu house this time, they are probably the strongest force in our righteous path. Who would be foolish enough to go up? Let the Gong family lead us. The righteous path Gu immortals sneered internally, none of them moved. Gong clan was a Huang Jin tribe, a super force. Gong clan's supreme elders were very ambitious. They wanted Gong clan to become the overlord of the righteous path. But among the Huang Jin tribes, no one was willing to submit. But earlier, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu worked together but lost to old ancestor Shuihu. And the only remaining rank 8 Gu immortal in the righteous path, Princess Impatience, was a member of Gong clan. Gong clan spread the news that only Princess Impatience could match old ancestor Shuihu in the righteous path. Thus, their arrogance soared. Gong Air stood in front of the immortal Gu house, thinking that the righteous path would respond. But after a long while, no one moved, there was not even a response. Even though he was old and had experienced a lot, his expression turned unsightly at this moment. Baizu tribe's Gu immortals greet Senior Gong Air. Right at this time, 3 Gu immortals flew over, getting close to Gong Air. Among these 3, the leader was a rank 7 Gu immortal, while the other 2 had ranked 6 cultivation level. The 3 immortals were very low profile, they had smiles on their faces and were emitting kindness from all over their bodies. Gong Air's expression relaxed, he felt that these 3 Gu immortals from Baizu tribe were quite amiable. Most importantly, he had a way out of this embarrassing situation. He quickly invited these 3 immortals into Golden Dawn Hall. Seeing this, the righteous path Gu immortals had complex expressions. It turned out that this Baizu tribe was not of the Huang Jin bloodline, it was a super force that had just entered the righteous path. Its source was the famous rank 8 Gu immortal, Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu was originally a lone cultivator, but after Imperial Court Blessed Land collapsed, he saw the hope of establishing a super force. But in Northern Plains' current situation, the righteous path super forces were almost all Huang Jin tribes. In order to enter, Baizu Heavenly Lord took the initiative to befriend Yao Huang, they even worked together to deal with old ancestor Shuihu. Even though they fought 2 against 1 and lost. But Heavenly Lord Baizu's original goal was achieved. After obtaining Yao Huang's friendship and Yao tribe's recognition, Heavenly Lord Baizu used his own bloodline descendants as the main force and successfully established Baizu tribe. Baizu tribe's Gu immortals were all nurtured in Heavenly Lord Baizu's grotto heaven. Even though they were few in number, with the chaos in Northern Plains, Heavenly Lord Baizu sent 3 to participate in this grand event. Baizu tribe, these Baizu tribe Gu immortals are as crafty as Heavenly Lord Baizu. We were at odds with Gong tribe, but in the end, Baizu tribe gained the upper hand. The righteous path Gu immortals were basically of the Huang Jin bloodline, they had occupied Northern Plains for a long time, even though there were many internal conflicts, they were more against outsiders like Baizu tribe. It is a pity that Baizu tribe is protected by Heavenly Lord Baizu, they cannot make a move. Even so, we have many methods to deal with them. To establish a super force in northern plains, it is not so easy. At once, the other righteous path Gu immortals contacted each other, discussing how to deal with Baizu tribe. Boom! The immortals had just discussed, before they could come up with any ideas, they heard a loud sound. Countless gazes landed on it. Sure enough, on the grassland, space had exploded like a shattered mirror, the shattered light and shadow covered an area of several thousand li. The scene in Iron Eagle blessed land. It was directly displayed in front of the immortals. Right now, there was no need for killer moves like purple jade eyes, the immortals could directly see all kinds of scenes. The righteous path immortals' attention was attracted. Inside Iron Eagle blessed land, there was already a chaotic battle. Large numbers of demonic path Gu immortals were fighting over He tribe's resources and treasures. Some were looting, some were fighting intensely. Crack crack. Lightning shot everywhere. Rocks and soil flew everywhere, there were deep pits everywhere, it was a charged scene. Divine Lord Tiandu's body was covered in lightning, he shouted, "The lanterns here are all mine, who dares to snatch them from me?" Old Lu and the rest turned around, they looked at each other, seeing the wariness on each other's faces. Divine Lord Tiandu gained 2 lightning path immortal Gu, his battle strength has risen sharply, let's retreat. Right. There are treasures everywhere, why should we fight to the death with him? These Gu immortals were all bottom tier rank 6 Gu immortals, they quickly transmitted their voices and wisely retreated. At another location, the desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle cried out weakly, it was stepped on by a pig. A demonic path Gu immortal was sitting on the pig's back, he was fat and muscular, he wore armor and held a pair of bronze hammers in his hands, he had a smug expression, damn it. A feathered beast like you dares to sneak attack me? Just as he said this, his expression suddenly froze as he looked towards the east. A peacock flew over from the east. It had an overflowing immortal aura and spoke in human language, its voice was crisp and clear, Zhuozhan. Fairy Shirua, it's you. Zhuozhan's expression immediately changed, he smiled as he tried to curry favor with her. Peacock flying immortal Shirua, rank 6 transformation path Gu immortal. How about exchanging the desolate beast under your feet with me? I just happened to capture a desolate beast shadowless horse. Shirua suggested. Zhuozhan's eyes shined with bright light. He quickly nodded, of course, of course. Fairy, Zhuozhan is very willing to accept your request, he. On the other side, the wind was like green willow trees, it was visible to the naked eye. Lumps of wind were moving endlessly here. A figure descended from the sky, he said excitedly, to think that there is a rank 7 immortal material, green jade wind, here. It was the rank 7 Gu immortal expert Pai Shuihan. Brother Pai, I have already taken over this immortal material, you should go somewhere else. A figure appeared, it was a scholar with an elegant demeanor. Pai Shuihan's pupils shrunk, he said coldly, so it is you, free scholar. Free scholar smiled calmly, he was also a rank 7 expert, his reputation and methods did not lose to Pai Shuihan. Last time in Tai Chiu, we did not have a clear victor, let's spar this time. Pai Shuihan actually challenged him. Free scholar's smile faded a little, I heard that Brother Pai comprehended a new immortal killer move, I want to see it. All sorts of scenes were reflected in the eyes of the righteous path Gu immortals. Because of the demonic path Gu immortal Huang Di, these demonic scoundrels gained the upper hand. No matter. Iron Eagle blessed land has a unique structure, it is famous for raising desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. The land here is sparse, but the sky is vast and tall, it is large at the top and small at the bottom. The truly valuable things are still in the spherical wooden eagle nest in the sky. Humph, a bunch of mobs. He tribe's Gu immortals have not even appeared, they have not even touched the true core resources, but they have already fallen out. The righteous path Gu immortals were restless. Right at this time, a figure flew down like lightning. He was so fast, in an instant, he entered Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Who is he? He has sword path cultivation. A junior from Nyen Air tribe. I think he is called Nyen Air Pingji. The righteous Path Gu immortals were shocked. This person had been hiding in the sky, he had not communicated with them earlier. Who is it? In the blessed land, Qing Xian Zi sensed something, he raised his head and shouted. A sword light flashed, it was too fast to cover one's ears. Qing Xian Zi's head fell to the ground. Chapter 11-13. Even though Qing Xian Zi only had rank 6 cultivation level, he had passed one heavenly tribulation, he could not resist it at all. Nyen Air Pingji killed him on the spot. At once, the expressions of the righteous Path Gu immortals changed. Qing Xian Zi's head fell to the ground, separated from his body. Blood spewed out of the headless corpse as it twitched. Qing Xian Zi died with a grievance, his eyes were still wide open. Nyen Air Pingji's sword light continued to shoot forward with a shocking aura. The next to die is you. Nyen Air Pingji said plainly, his voice resounding in the sky. The second unlucky person was also a demonic Path Gu immortal. But Nyen Air Pingji was already exposed, this commotion attracted attention. Thus, this demonic Path Gu immortal's situation was better than Qing Xian Zi, he quickly retreated. But Nyen Air Pingji still caught up to him and killed him. The righteous Path Gu immortal's expressions changed again. Lu tribe's Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshan suddenly smiled, looking at the sky. Nyen Air Fu, this is the new sword son of your Nyen Air tribe? Bam! Smoke burst out, a fat voice could be heard from within the smoke. This was a rank 7 Gu immortal, but from his appearance, he looked very young, like a fat boy of 5 or 6 years old. The fat boy chuckled, he looked around the righteous path as he said in an old tone, I am ashamed, ashamed. After this lad obtained the sword Saint True inheritance, he was restrained by my first supreme elder for 10 years. Coming out this time has made him crazily excited. Lu Zhuanshan and the rest's expressions changed again, they transmitted secretly. Nyen Air Sword Saint. We were just discussing earlier, this person is a rank 8 Gu immortal of Nyen Air tribe. His historical status is like He Fan of He tribe. He led Nyen Air tribe to become the leader of Northern Plains' righteous path. Nyen Air Sword Saint was a legend, he once cultivated light path. Later on, he successfully converted to sword path. After his death, he left behind the sword Saint True inheritance, but because of the dangerous test, there are very few inheritors. I heard that this sword Saint True inheritance has 3 rounds, split into 3 parts. After passing the first round, one will obtain the first part of the sword Saint True inheritance, they will be called Sword Son. I didn't expect that after more than 300 years, the 92 family would have another true sword son. The righteous Path Gu immortals felt vigilance rising in their hearts. If this child was allowed to develop, he would become the future leader of Northern Plains' righteous path. There must be his active figure. If he could advance further and reach rank 7 and pass the second round, he would inherit the second part of the true inheritance and become a true inheritance sword master. Nobody in the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world would dare to look down on him. In fact, the rank 6 sword son was no longer someone to be underestimated. How long had it been, he had actually killed another demonic Path Gu immortal. Nyen Air Pingji let out a long roar. He was in high spirits. His speed was extremely fast. He became one with his sword. Only sword rays could be seen, but his figure could not be seen. The sword light deflected. Then it pounced towards the nearest demonic Path Gu immortal. The sword light pierced this demonic Path Gu immortal's body, but he smiled coldly. Junior, I killed a few weaklings. Have you become so audacious and arrogant to the point of challenging this old man? Old Monster Corpse Poison said. A purple mist rose up from the terrifying injuries on his body. The purple mist dissipated. His healed body was revealed. In contrast, Nyen Air Pingji's sword light dissipated, revealing his staggering figure. Everyone saw Nyen Air Pingji now, he was a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Ugh! He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, but he could not conceal the purple poisonous blood that was flowing out of his mouth and nose. Fight again. Nian Er Pingji was heavily injured, but his eyes seemed to be burning with fire. Then I will kill you first before searching for treasures. Old Monster Corpse Poison laughed sinisterly. Hee hee, youngsters nowadays are really like newborn calves that are not afraid of tigers. Nian Er Fu glanced at them from afar and retracted his gaze. Next, with a swoosh, his figure vanished in the air, appearing beside Qing Xianzi's corpse at the next moment. Nian Er Fu stretched out a chubby hand, waving at Qing Xianzi's corpse. Immediately, Qing Xianzi's head and body were lifted up by an invisible force, flying into Nian Er Fu's immortal aperture. Youngsters are really arrogant, they don't even want their battle spoils. This is a Gu immortal corpse, even though the immortal Gu are gone, the Dao marks are not for nothing. TSK TSK TSK. Nian Er Fu shook his head. Even though he was a rank 7 senior of the clan, he was greedy. Even when Nian Er Pingji fought with rank 7 old monster corpse poison and fell into a tough battle, he did not help. Instead, he collected the Gu immortal corpses that Nian Er Pingji killed. Kill! Kill! This is mine, don't even think about taking it. Meng Ji is here, who dares to fight? The scene became more chaotic, because after Nian Er Pingji took action, the Righteous Path Gu immortals also moved into Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This way, there was a huge commotion everywhere, all sorts of cultivation resources were being fought continuously. Eagle cries rang out incessantly. A desolate beast peacock raised its head, its eyes showing a human-like desire. It was Peacock flying immortal Hiroa. So many Iron Crown Eagles. Hey Tribe's Iron Eagle Blessed Land truly lives up to its name. Hiroa thought, if I can capture all of these desolate beasts. Iron Eagle Blessed Land had a huge area, the precious resources on the ground and underground were all lower in value than the sky. Hey Tribe's Gu immortals did not show themselves, but they mobilized all of their Iron Crown Eagles to seal the sky. Large numbers of desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles were flying in the sky, anyone who dared to violate them would be hunted down by them. Precisely so, most of the demonic path Gu immortals chose to move on the ground. They had to fight for all the resources on the ground first. A bird in hand was worth 1,000 in the bush. To Hiroa, the Iron Crown Eagles were extremely attractive. Because in her cultivation plan, the next transformation was the Iron Crown Eagle transformation. The desolate beast peacock flew quickly. In a while, Hiroa attracted the attention of several Iron Crown Eagles. Hiroa was vigilant, she quickly retreated after attracting the Iron Crown Eagles. She was alone, she could not defeat so many desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles.
She planned to lure one away and deal with it alone, before slowly devouring it. This is the affinity wood. Murong Qing Si landed and looked at the rootless wood floating in the pond, her eyes shining brightly. Fairy Murong has good eyes, this is it. A lone cultivator Gu immortal answered. His name was Yun Liang. People called him Young Master Yun. He had arrived earlier than Murong Qing Si. He was currently concentrating on collecting the affinity wood. Murong Qing Si looked at young Master Yun Liang but did not stop him, she only watched. She waited patiently until Zhu Liang succeeded in handling the wood of fate and successfully collected it. Fairy has waited for so long, I am ashamed. Young Master Yun Liang bowed with a gentle attitude. Murong Qing Si smiled, I won't hide it from young Master Yun, although this affinity wood is only a rank 6 immortal material, it is compatible with my path. I wonder if we can spar. Young Master Yun laughed. Before Murong Qing Si finished, he continued, affinity wood is fragile, there must be no interference during the collection process. If Fairy did not wait for a while, how could I successfully collect it? In this spar, if Fairy Murong wins against me, I will give all the affinity wood to you. Murong Qing Si shook her head, no need for all, just half will do. Fairy, please. Young Master, please. The two of them exchanged blows, but they were evenly matched. Young Master Yunliang gave half of the affinity wood to Murong Qingxi, the two left in satisfaction. Righteous Path Gu immortals usually had poise and restraint. Nian Er Pingji and Nian Er Fu of Nian Er tribe were actually anomalies in the righteous path. Although Northern Plains Gu immortal world was prosperous, suppressing demonic path and lone cultivators, the righteous path Gu immortals who came this time could not match the demonic path and lone cultivators in terms of numbers. The reason was, the other Huangjin tribes had their own territories and resources that needed to be guarded. Although righteous path Gu immortals had a lot of numbers, they could only send these people over. In contrast, demonic path and lone cultivators did not have such worries. There was another reason: super forces had huge businesses and had mortal forces outside. Thus, demonic immortals and lone immortals who traveled alone were usually restrained. As long as there were no huge benefits involved, they would not fight to the death. Gu immortals were not easy to kill. If they became enemies with a Gu immortal, they could use guerrilla tactics to retaliate. It would be a headache for super forces. As the saying goes, the barefooted do not fear the barefooted. At another place, the victor between Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan had also been decided. Although Pai Shuihan had a new immortal killer move, he could not match Free Scholar's signature method, 1,000 disintegrations. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly and immediately retreated, without any hesitation. It was not worth fighting to the death for a mere cultivation resource. Although demonic path Gu immortals were free, because they were often alone, they could only rely on themselves to resist calamities and tribulations, unlike righteous path forces who had Gu immortals in their tribes to trust and obtain help from. Thus, demonic path Gu immortals and lone cultivator Gu immortals were concerned about calamities and tribulations. They would coldly calculate the costs. They could fight for resources, but if they expended too much immortal essence, it was better not to engage in unprofitable transactions. In the sky outside Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall was still floating on the spot, emitting a dazzling radiance. Gong Tribe's Gu immortals and Baizu Tribe's Gu immortals did not make a move. They were drinking tea and chatting in the hall.
Gong Tribe's Gu immortal Gong Air was already anxious internally, but he did not show it on the surface. He casually mentioned, "The immortals are fighting over it. Iron Eagle Blessed Land's surface and underground resources are almost gone. Are you still not going to act?" Baizu Tribe's Gu immortals looked at each other, shaking their heads as they smiled. Iron Eagle Blessed Land's precious resources are almost all in the sky. If He Tribe's Gu immortals do not appear, this battle will only be at the middle stage. Gong Air was puzzled. Although the Baizu clan was part of the righteous Tao and had the protection of Heavenly Lord Baizu, their foundation couldn't be compared to the Huangjin clan. At this moment, Baizu Tribe's Gu immortals were acting like they were at the top of their heads. They were calm and collected. Many people could not understand them. Chapter 11-14. The fourth. Peacock Flying Immortal Hirua captured another Iron Crown Eagle. She was very happy. Desolate beasts were not ordinary. In the 10 great fierce areas of Northern Plains, desolate beasts were everywhere, but few Gu immortals would go to these places. Moreover, wild Iron Crown Eagles and those raised by He tribe had a huge difference in battle strength. Adding on Peacock Flying Immortal's tactics, she had great gains, capturing 4 Iron Crown Eagles alive. He tribe raises Iron Crown Eagles. They are famous in Northern Plains. They are indeed amazing. I wonder how they nurture so many Iron Crown Eagles. Hirua sighed to herself, looking at the sky. There were still large numbers of Iron Crown Eagles flying in the sky. The 4 captured by Hirua were nothing compared to the entire flock of eagles. Strange. He tribe's Gu immortals have not appeared at all. Even if I captured 4 Iron Crown Eagles, are they not going to do anything? Hirua was still very vigilant. She was not overwhelmed by the joy of victory. Whistling sounds could be heard. A figure charged towards the eagle group with the momentum of wind and lightning. Hirua's pupils shrunk, recognizing the person. This is New Air Gu. Ha, looks like he is going to suffer. New Air Gu came from New Air tribe, the latter also had Huang Jin bloodline, a super force. New Air Gu had a large stomach and head, his body was not symmetrical, his eyes were protruding out, his limbs were thin like twigs, his skin was pale like a sick person, without any color of blood. But one could not judge a book by its cover. He was a famous rank 7 Gu immortal expert, he was on par with the demonic path's free scholar and Pai Shuihan. New Air Gu's attack. This angered the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky. At once, over 100 Iron Crown Eagles charged towards him. New Air Gu was shocked, he did not expect himself to attract so much hatred. The eagle group flew over, casting a heavy shadow that covered New Air Gu's vision. In the midst of danger, New Air Gu quickly activated his tribe's signature immortal killer move. His stomach suddenly expanded, in the blink of an eye, it expanded by 5 to 6 times, making New Air Gu look like a pregnant woman. New Air Gu stretched out his hands, slapping his stomach. Boom! With a loud sound wave, the eagle group's charge slowed down. Boom boom boom. There were 3 consecutive loud bangs, and the sound waves came one after another. The eagle group's momentum was hindered even further. The dense formation became uneven. New Air Gu let out a strange cry, and the surrounding Iron Crown Eagles suddenly felt dizzy. Then, he hurriedly flew through the gaps in the flock of eagles and finally escaped the encirclement of the eagles. After chasing for a while, the flock of eagles returned to the sky. New Air Gu had already landed on the ground. He was sweating profusely as he looked up at the sky. His stomach had gone down, but there was still a lingering fear in his heart. A teasing voice came from the side, New Air Gu, why are you in such a sorry state? New Air Gu followed the voice and saw that the person was over 8 feet tall, with scarlet eyes, dark blue skin, purple hair, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. New Air Gu snorted coldly, don't be sarcastic, Guan Chou. He had guts. You should do the same thing as me. Guan Chou sneered, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I'm not as stupid as you. You! New Air Gu was enraged. He glared at Guan Chou, his eyes spewing fire. Guan Chou sneered and looked at him fearlessly. New Air Gu was a famous righteous path rank 7 expert, he cultivated sound path. And Guan Chou was not weaker than him, he cultivated transformation path. These two were Gu immortals from New Air clan and Guan clan respectively. Their background and forces were about the same. As expected of a famous expert. Even though he is in a sorry state, he is completely unharmed. Hiroa saw this scene and quickly retracted her gaze. New Air Gu is here, and Guan Chou is also targeting these Iron Crown Eagles. It seems that the cultivation resources on the ground are almost all gone. Hiroa quietly retreated. She only had rank 6 cultivation level and was a demonic path Gu immortal, she did not dare to get too close to these 2 righteous path experts. The battle situation in Iron Eagle Blessed Land continued to change, the flames of war raged in the sky, battles of all sizes were happening in every corner. Some battles only ended in victory or defeat, while some were life and death battles. Some had huge gains, while others were escaping with heavy injuries. The cultivation resources on the ground and underground of the Blessed Land were getting lesser and lesser. Some bottom-tier Gu immortals were also eliminated, they were either dead or injured. Some wisely chose to retreat, while some seemed to have methods to preserve their lives, they concealed themselves and observed the situation. More and more Gu immortals were looking at the sky. Countless greedy gazes were unrestrainedly sizing up the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky. There was also the vague spherical wooden eagle nest that was concealed by the eagle group. The eagle group was huge, this was the accumulation of He tribe for many years, they had spent a lot of effort, energy, and wealth. It could be said to be the #1 resource in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Even the likes of New Air Gu would find it hard to block the Iron Crown Eagle's attacks. There were simply too many of them. Of course, it was also because New Air Gu did not want to expend too much immortal essence. His pair of goldfish eyes looked around, Seeing that more and more Gu immortals were gathering, he shouted, "There are too many Iron Crown Eagles. Hey tribes, Gu immortals have not appeared yet. Everyone, let's attack together and divide this eagle group." "I agree with that." Free Scholar was the first to respond. The two were of the righteous path and demonic path respectively, but in the current situation, they had reached a tacit agreement to deal with the eagle group and get the benefits first. The eagle group was huge. There were also many Gu immortals. If they attacked together, these Iron Crown Eagles would be meat on the chopping block. It was unknown who made the first move, but the battle between humans and eagles began. The sky was filled with attacks, one after another. Waves of eagle cries were sharp like diamonds, human voices were equally loud. Earth, water, wind, and fire surged, lightning flashed, and golden light flew. Outside the blessed land, Gong Air sat in Golden Dawn Hall, looking down. In his vision, there were all sorts of colors. It was like fireworks that were blooming in the sky. But these fireworks concealed terrifying killing intent. From time to time, Iron Crown Eagles would lose their lives, their flesh and blood would be torn apart. There were also Iron Crown Eagles that were captured alive. Gong Air's eyes shined with bright light. All sorts of battles, scenes of righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals fighting, were all secretly used by him. He recorded them down in detail. This information was very precious. Ever since the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower, a large number of immortal Gu were obtained by Northern Plains Gu immortals. After Qin Bai Sheng's auction, the Gu immortals exchanged for the cultivation resources they wanted. After this period of preparation, many Gu immortals' methods had changed. Their battle strength could not be compared to the past. There were Gu immortals who acted the same way as Gong Air. There were many. Everyone had the same thoughts. Information was very important. Be it super forces or lone Gu immortals, they would not be able to resist. Most of the time, knowing what the enemy's immortal Gu was, one could easily deal with them. Even if there was no way to deal with them, it was good to be prepared. The Gu immortals dealt with the Iron Crown Eagles while observing the surroundings, collecting information. Under the intense battle, there were turbulent undercurrents. The Gu immortals evaluated themselves and their opponents. They confirmed their position in the current Gu immortal world. After this period of cultivation, were they strong or weak? Who could they bully, and who could not be provoked? The Iron Crown Eagles were only for the immediate benefits, the information gathering was for the future. Gong Air watched for a while, feeling increasingly impatient. The 3 tribe Gu immortals beside him had fought with He tribe until now. They were not showing any signs of moving. This time, he brought Gong tribe's Golden Dawn Hall. He wanted to obtain the greatest benefits. It was worth the trip. Gong Air could not bear it anymore. He pointed downwards, saying to the Gu immortals around him, "Iron Eagle blessed land is getting worse. There are over 1,000 holes. But right now, none of He tribe's Gu immortals are here. There is something fishy. Go down and help your comrades, guard against He tribe's schemes. Our Gong tribe is the leader of the righteous path after all. We have the responsibility to protect it." Yes. The 2 Gong tribe Gu immortals acknowledged the order. The 3 clan Gu immortals sitting at the side found it funny. This He tribe battle had a predetermined outcome from the start. Even if there was something fishy, there was no danger. Gong tribe's Gu immortals' style was like this. They were clearly acting for their own benefits, but their excuse was righteous. At the same time, at the highest point of Iron Eagle blessed land, He tribe's Gu immortals were gathered, looking at the battle below them with heavy moods and unsightly expressions. Why is that person not making a move yet? At this point, there is no movement at all. Don't tell me, the previous agreement is no longer valid? Several He tribe Gu immortals questioned, feeling uneasy. That person has agreed. With his status, he should not go back on his words. Let's watch first. This time, we have set up 3 lines of defense. The Iron Crown Eagles are only the first. He tribe's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder spoke, calming the immortals down. He Roa turned into a desolate beast peacock, flapping her wings as she fought against the 3 Iron Crown Eagles. This was a small corner of the huge battlefield, and she was only an inconspicuous member among the countless Gu immortals. Without rank 8s, rank 7 experts were in the limelight. There were also some rank 6 experts who were trying to take advantage of the situation. Suddenly, a strange fragrance drifted over. Hiroa's heart jumped. She quickly held her breath. "I'm poisoned." Realizing this, Hiroa quickly used her goo worms to heal herself. The 3 Iron Crown Eagles cried out in pain. Suddenly, they could not muster up any strength. They fell to the ground powerlessly. A figure flew into the sky, catching these 3 Iron Crown Eagles and stuffing them into his immortal aperture. It was Old Monster Corpse Poison. He laughed strangely, purple chi coiling around his body. After taking care of the 3 Iron Crown Eagles, he looked at Hiroa with a gaze filled with evil desires. Hiroa's heart shook. She felt a bone-chilling cold. He, little girl, come over here." Old Monster Corpse Poison blew a breath of air at Hiroa. Hiroa had just suppressed the poison in her body, but when Old Monster Corpse Poison blew at her from afar, she lost control of her body and fell down powerlessly. "I was too greedy. I wanted to get more Iron Crown Eagles. Most of my attention was on the Iron Crown Eagles, but I was ambushed by Old Monster Corpse Poison." Seeing that she was about to fall into Old Monster Corpse Poison's hands, Hiroa felt despair. Right at this time, a sword light flew over. It was as fast as lightning. The sword light was powerful. After piercing Old Monster Corpse Poison's body, it flew out 100 steps and turned into Nian Er Pingji. Old Monster Corpse Poison flew into a rage. "You little brat, how dare you keep pestering me?" Chapter 11:15. With this interruption, Hiroa suppressed the poison and escaped, regaining her life. Nian Er Pingji's body was tattered, one of his arms was rotten to the point only white bones were left, his face was covered in purple chi. He was deeply poisoned. But he raised his head and looked at Old Monster Corpse Poison, saying in a calm and arrogant tone, "Before the victor is decided, I cannot leave." Old Monster Corpse Poison was furious. There was a trace of regret in his anger. How did he offend such a lunatic? Which sword child in history is not a lunatic? But this one here is even crazier. Far away, Nian Er Fu shook his head, waving his chubby hand. An Iron Crown Eagle cried out in fear, flapping its wings as it tried to escape. But the power of Space Path was activated. The Iron Crown Eagle vanished into thin air, entering Nian Er Fu's immortal aperture. Old Monster Corpse Poison attacked Nian Er Pingji ruthlessly, but he placed most of his attention on Nian Er Fu. Nian Er Pingji only had rank 6 cultivation level. Even though he inherited a portion of Sword Saint's true inheritance, he could not match a rank 7 expert like Old Monster Corpse Poison. Nian Er Pingji was able to survive until now because of Nian Er Fu's help from afar. This Nian Er Fu was a Space Path Gu immortal. He had unfathomable cultivation level and countless methods. He plundered resources and made a huge profit, while protecting Nian Er Pingji, preventing Old Monster Corpse Poison from dealing a fatal blow. Old Monster Corpse Poison felt more and more regret as he fought. There was a great opportunity in front of him, but he was fighting with a Gu immortal, allowing countless resources to be taken away by others. Old Monster Corpse Poison had been famous for many years. He had a huge background. He had once joined a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch as a living person, before betraying them. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had tried to capture him but failed repeatedly. As Nian Er Pingji fought against Old Monster Corpse Poison, his fighting spirit soared. No matter how pathetic he was, he had already become famous. From now on, the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world would know that Nian Er tribe had such a person with incredible potential. Actually, if it were other super forces Gu immortals, they would not offend a demonic path Gu immortal like this. But Nian Er tribe was different. This Huang Jin bloodline super tribe was different from other Huang Jin tribes. Their clansmen lived in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. They did not occupy any territory in the outside world of Northern Plains. In this way, he had less to worry about. Even if the demonic path Gu immortals wanted to attack, It would also be very difficult for him to succeed. After all, there were very few methods to enter immortal apertures. Even if they managed to enter, they would lose a lot of advantages in the opponent's home ground. Youth is truly beautiful. Nian Er Fu sighed. His voice was filled with vicissitudes of life, but his appearance was that of a chubby little boy. The combination of the two was very strange. Only Old Monster Corpse Poison knew how terrifying he was. In just a short period of time, Nian Er Fu had already made dozens of moves. Not only did he save Nian Er Pingji's life, he also successfully ambushed Old Monster Corpse Poison a few times. After capturing a few more Iron Crown Eagles, the road in front of Nian Er Fu's eyes was clear. A huge spherical wooden eagle nest was floating steadily in the air. There was nothing to guard against. I've long heard that He tribe has a unique rearing method. They can use all kinds of metals, ores, and other immortal materials to increase the Iron Crown Eagle's reproduction rate and speed up their growth. What rare ores and immortal materials are inside this eagle nest? Nian Er Fu was about to move when his expression froze. A figure flew out of the eagle nest in front of him like a gust of wind, flying far away. Demonic Path Gu Immortal Hui Feng Zi. This person was a rank 7 wind path expert. He was publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Even Yao Huang could not do anything to him. He had joined Shadow Sect and Celestial Court. His identity as a traitor had not been exposed yet. In this chaotic battle, Hui Feng Zi was like a fish in water. He was not just fast. He was also agile. He displayed the greatest advantage of wind path to the extreme. Soon, Nian Er Fu saw Hui Fengzi easily pass through the layers of obstacles and enter another eagle nest. Sigh, this lad. You are simply blocking my path to riches. Nian Er Fu looked at Nian Er Pingji as he sighed to the sky. The battle between humans and eagles was coming to an end. The number of Iron Crown Eagles decreased. Gu Immortals entered the spherical wooden eagle nests one after another. Good, good, good. It is actually the rank 7 Immortal Material Domination Copper. Gu Immortal Shi Ho shouted in joy. He had great gains. Damned Hui Feng Zi, he dared to steal my things. Meng Ji shouted angrily. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Hui Feng Zi, who was flying far away. Hui Feng Zi did not say anything, but he was feeling very puzzled. I did not touch that eagle nest. It seems that there are many Gu Immortals like me. I am the scapegoat for them. In each of the spherical wooden eagle nests, there was a rank 7 immortal material. They were either metal or veins. And most importantly, there was a lot of it. The Gu Immortals had great gains. They all had joyful expressions. This was simply a feast. He tribe's painstaking effort was going to be split among them. The stronger the Gu Immortal, the greater their gains. The strong preyed on the weak in the Gu Immortal world. This was a perfect example. He tribe's Gu Immortals were silent. They looked at the spherical wooden eagle nests. Some were emitting thick smoke, some had fallen to the ground, some were damaged and spinning in the air. These eagle nests were once the pride of He tribe. They were the symbol of their tribe's strength. But now, they were being trampled and looted by others. Anger, unwillingness, hatred, fear. All sorts of emotions were weighing down on He tribe's Gu Immortals. They could not even breathe. Enough! A He tribe Gu Immortal suddenly stood up. He had a large body. He looked around fiercely before fixing his gaze on First Supreme Elder. How long are you going to wait? Are you still counting on him? Can't you tell? That person pretended to agree to our terms. We will not take away any resources and will be trapped in the blessed land. We cannot leave. This is clearly a scheme. He is toying with us. Everyone, where is your courage? Are you not angry? Are you not filled with hatred? Are you going to sit here and wait for death, or fight bravely? This is our home. But now, these outsiders are plundering and looting us. Tai Sheng. Second Supreme Elder had a complex expression. He called out to this He tribe Gu Immortal who was scolding the Immortals. First Supreme Elder, say something. He Tai Sheng's gaze was imposing, he stared at He Tribe's first Supreme Elder. The Immortals' gazes gathered on First Supreme Elder's face again. He Tribe's first Supreme Elder was silent for a while before speaking. In this situation, resources are all external objects, so what if we give them up? If not for that person, He Tribe would have no place in Northern Plains at all. Let's wait and see. He Tai Sheng heard this and his body shook. He breathed in deeply as he stabilized himself. At once, he did not feel anger in his heart, instead, he felt a sense of sorrow. Seniors, this junior is untalented, I think Lord He Tai Sheng is right. At this time, a rank 6 Gu immortal from He Tribe stood up. This junior thinks so too. If we do not fight now, when will we? At most, we will die. More and more He Tribe Gu immortals walked out. He Tai Sheng felt a surge of energy in his heart upon seeing this, and his eyes regained their sharpness. You! The second Supreme Elder's face was filled with astonishment. The first Supreme Elder remained silent. He Tai Sheng suddenly raised his head and laughed. 3 lines of defense? Even if we have 30 lines of defense, what can we do in this situation? Let's go. Let us face these enemies. How can He Tribe's glory be tarnished? He Tribe's things are not so easy to take. They will pay the price in blood. He Tai Sheng walked with his head held high, he turned around and left the hall. 7 or 8 He Tribe Gu immortals were silent, they had stern expressions as they followed behind him. First Supreme Elder, are you not going to persuade them? Third Supreme Elder was restless. Forget it, let them go. First Supreme Elder sighed, he seemed to have aged 100 years. He Tribe's first line of defense was broken, the Iron Crown Eagles were either dead or injured, none were left. The Gu Immortals flew into the sky, they saw the Dragon Eagles. A large number of Dragon Eagles formed the second line of defense. So many Dragon Eagles. Someone's eyes shined. Even though the number of Dragon Eagles is not as large as the Iron Crown Eagles, it is still a huge fortune. Someone evaluated. Some impatient Gu Immortals had already started to attack. The Gu Immortals gasped, many of them had surprised expressions, they gradually found something strange. There is something wrong with these Dragon Eagles. That's right, I have interacted with ordinary desolate beast Dragon Eagles before, how could they be so troublesome? The life force of these Dragon Hawks is stronger and they are faster. Could it be that the rumor is true? The Immortals were reminded of this, they recalled that 50 to 60 years ago, there was a rumor in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world that He Tribe had a huge breakthrough in raising Dragon Eagles, they had created a brand new desolate eagle, it looked like a Dragon Eagle, but it was not. These are not Dragon Eagles, they are Resonance Eagles. These eagles were not created by He Tribe, they are the blood and sweat of my Chao tribe. A Gu Immortal cried out in pain. Everyone looked, it was Chao Dong. This immortal was also a righteous path Gu Immortal, he was Chao Tribe's first Supreme Elder. Chao Tribe was He Tribe's vassal, a long time ago, Chao Tribe wanted to leave He Tribe, but He Cheng stopped them and taught them a lesson. No wonder Chao Tribe and He Tribe were in conflict, there was an inside story. The immortals had different expressions, but they did not say anything about this. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, this was very normal. Moreover, this Chao Dong could become an immortal because of He Tribe's support. Now that He Tribe was in trouble, he came to attack Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Most of the righteous path Gu immortals and Huang Jin Tribe's supreme elders looked at Chao Dong with cold and hostile gazes. They were very disgusted with such a traitor. But behind Chao Dong was Lu Tribe's Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshen. It was obvious that Chao Dong had sided with Lu Tribe. Lu Tribe and He Tribe had a bad relationship, Chao Tribe was He Tribe's vassal, but now that He Tribe was about to fall, it was not strange for Chao Dong to side with Lu Tribe. Traitor, die! Right at this moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly sounded out. Chapter 11:16. In the blink of an eye. A shadow the size of a small mountain crashed towards Qiao Dong. At that moment, Qiao Dong could not move, he could only shout, "Elder Lu, save me." Lu Zhuanshan appeared in front of Qiao Dong, his body was shining with white light, dispelling the shadow. "Hey Tai Sheng, with me here, you cannot touch Qiao Dong." Lu Zhuanshan looked at the newcomer with intense hostility. The Gu immortals became restless. Be it the Dragon Eagles or the Resonance Eagles, they were no longer important. The important thing was that He tribe's Gu immortals had appeared. With the rank 7 Gu immortal He Tai Sheng at the lead, 7 or 8 rank 6 Gu immortals stood in front of the immortals. He Tai Sheng looked around before his gaze landed on Lu Zhuanshan. He smiled coldly and asked, "Is that so?" Lu Zhuanshan was shocked, he turned around to look. Qiao Dong, who was behind him, was still standing and floating in the air, but his expression was frozen and filled with fear, he had no life force, he was dead. Immortal killer move, life absorption eerie darkness. Lu Zhuanshan first cried out in surprise, and then anger surged in his heart. But this anger quickly disappeared, and what remained was a faint sorrow and admiration. He and He Tai Sheng were old rivals, they had fought over 100 times. He knew that even though this life absorption eerie darkness was powerful, it could not be used easily, he had to pay a huge price every time he used it. Lu Zhuanshan had never seen He Tai Sheng use such a trump card at the start of the battle. From this, Lu Zhuanshan understood, this old rival that he had fought for most of his life was already prepared to die, he wanted to kill as many as he could. After He Tai Sheng killed Qiao Dong, the morale of the He tribe Gu immortals behind him soared. He Tai Sheng was a veteran, he used this chance to mobilize his methods. At once, the Resonance Eagles formed into groups, they were in an orderly formation. He tribe's Gu immortals occupied one area, they attacked and defended. With the Gu immortals mobilized, the second line of defense stabilized. The difficulty rose rapidly. This angered the Gu immortals who were attacking He tribe. Obstructing someone's path to wealth was akin to killing their parents. This was a huge grudge, moreover, He tribe was weak, their only immortal Gu house dark prison was gone. They were only wary of Green City rampage. The situation had already been decided, He tribe's Gu immortals were merely struggling before death. "I'll fight you." Pai Shuihan was the first to charge forward. He waved his hand, and a boundless wave appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards He Tai Sheng. The waves flew into the air and froze into glaciers. In an instant, the temperature plummeted. "Be careful, this is Pai Shuihan's signature killer move, River Flow." A He tribe rank 6 Gu immortal shouted. He Tai Sheng chuckled. He had a grudge against Pai Shuihan as well, so he wasn't surprised that Pai Shuihan would attack him. "You've already lost to me, so how can you be so brave?" He Tiesheng's eyes glowed with a dark light. He didn't move and merely looked over. The White Frost River was quickly dyed with a layer of black water, and after a few breaths, it disintegrated. Pai Shuihan gave a muffled grunt. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Surrounded by enemies, using killer moves consecutively is not a good idea. A figure suddenly appeared behind Eben Sheng's head. It was Huang Di. This rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal had contacted other demonic path Gu immortals and entered Iron Eagle blessed land first, causing the righteous path to lose their advantage. He had earned a lot, now that he had the chance, he attacked and wanted to cut off He Tai Sheng's head. But He Tai Sheng did not move. He did not even turn around, he waved his sleeves behind him. Immediately, dark light surged like a tidal wave, sweeping up Huang Di. He flew far away. Huang Di struggled to get out of the black tide, he had a shocked expression. His 7 orifices were spewing out black blood, he burrowed into the ground without even turning around, vanishing. "A mere rat wants to fly." He Tai Sheng scoffed. He looked around and shouted, "Who's next?" Nobody came. He Tai Sheng had shocking battle strength, he was much stronger than Pai Shuihan and the rest. And the immortals could tell that this person was determined to die, he had surging battle intent, he charged forward with an indomitable will. In this state, his battle strength was even more terrifying. Why did the immortals come to Iron Eagle-blessed land? To get rich. Since they wanted to get rich, why would they fight to the death with this person? The Gu immortals made way for He Tai Sheng. They went to other places. The battle unfolded. On one side, the righteous and demonic factions were working together. They had the advantage in numbers. On the other side, He tribe's Gu immortals had the terrain advantage. They had a large number of desolate beast resonance eagles as helpers. The battle raged on. He tribe's Gu immortals were determined to die. They were defending their homeland. They had high battle intent. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals wanted to get rich. They did not want to fight to the death. They were restricted. The intelligence of Gu immortals was not something the Iron Crown Eagles could match. At once, the second line of defense was impregnable. He Tai Sheng saw that no one was attacking him. He took the initiative to attack. Meng Ji, die! He Tai Sheng shouted angrily. He pounced at the nearest Meng tribe rank 7 Gu immortal. Humph, why would I fear you? Meng Ji was courageous. He retaliated. Boom boom boom. Both sides fought. The sky exploded. Air currents rumbled. After a few rounds, Meng Ji, who was proud of his bravery, turned around and ran. He was courageous, but He Tai Sheng was no longer courageous. He was a lunatic who did not fear death. In his battle with Meng Ji, he had been trading injury for injury, trading life for life. After a few times, Meng Ji could not take it anymore. He retreated. He Tai Sheng was about to chase when he heard He tribe's Gu immortals calling for help. He went to help them. Guan Chou, take this. He Tai Sheng pounced. Dark light flowed around him, engulfing the surroundings. Guan Chou was a transformation path Gu immortal. He turned into a lion. He shouted loudly, colliding with He Tai Sheng. At the next moment, Guan Chou's lion form was sent flying like a broken sack. He Tai Sheng pounced again. Guan Chou let out a strange cry and quickly transformed into a small bird, shooting away like lightning. Coward! He Tai Sheng snorted coldly. He could not catch up. Looking around, He Tai Sheng's gaze landed on the nearest rank 7 Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshen. Lu Zhuanshen was very alert. He saw He Tai Sheng coming. He immediately retreated. He Tai Sheng chased after him. Lu Zhuanshen led him to Divine Lord Tiandu. Divine Lord Tiandu's body shuddered. He left immediately. Lu Zhuanshen led He Tai Sheng to Free Scholar. Free Scholar snickered. A three-way battle ensued. Boom boom boom. A moment later, with a loud sound, Lu Zhuanshen and Free Scholar were forced to retreat. He Tai Sheng continued to fight everywhere. He was unstoppable. In the sky. He tribe's first supreme elder sighed. Tai Sheng, this child. He knew that He Tai Sheng had a forbidden move. He could expend his lifespan to increase the power of his killer move. Right now, he was fighting with his life on the line. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals did not intend to fight to the death. It was true. But just this alone was not enough to make him invincible. He Tai Sheng made many Gu immortals suffer. These people all had high cultivation level or profound methods. In the previous battles, a large number of weak Gu immortals had already been eliminated. But no matter how strong He Tai Sheng was, he could not reach rank 8. With the power of one person, he could not save the situation. Resonance eagles were captured or killed. He tribe Gu immortals' blood splattered in the sky. Fight! Fight to the death! They fought until the very last soldier, until only He Tai Sheng was left. He was bathed in blood. He stood up straight, looking at the Gu immortals around him. He laughed heartily. Good, come and take my life. The immortals looked at each other. No one attacked. Lu Zhuanshen had a complex expression. He knew that He Tai Sheng was already at the end of his rope. His immortal essence was expended. There was no need to worry about him. But he could not attack. He Tai Sheng grinned. Then let me. Saying so, he charged towards the Gu immortals ahead. Charge! The final charge. He died in the middle of the charge. Sad, He Tai Sheng. Strong, He Tai Sheng. Once He Tai Sheng died, the immortals had no more obstacles. They charged towards He tribe's final line of defense. 12 eagles blocked their path. Enemy eagles with overflowing killing intent, absolute eyebrow eagles with divine might, shadow eagles that were fast as shadows, whale-swallowing eagles with strong bodies. Without exception, these eagles were all ancient desolate beasts. Rank 7 battle strength. He tribe's first supreme elder and the rest of the 7 descended from the sky. At this point, they no longer had any hopes of getting lucky. They imitated He Tai Sheng and fought. Ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. 4 supreme elders worked together. It was strong enough to fight rank 8 Gu immortals. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals dispersed. Resources were more important. At this point, everyone had earned a lot, but they had also invested a lot. Not only did they expend a lot of energy, they also expended a lot of immortal essence. Who would be foolish enough to fight Green City Rampage to the death? Whoever got caught would be unlucky. At the highest point of Iron Eagle blessed land, there were 12 eagle nests of different shapes. These eagle nests were not round ball wood, they were precious rank 8 immortal materials. Immediately, countless Gu immortals fought over them. The scene was simply chaotic. Green City Rampage went on a killing spree. Some unlucky people died at the hands of the 4 supreme elders. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. It's too dangerous, let's go, let's go. Nian Er Fu carried the unconscious Nian Er Ping Ji as he retreated secretly. We cannot stay here for long. Pai Shuihan also retreated. He plundered most of the eagle nests. He obtained a large number of rank 8 immortal materials. Some sensible Gu immortals started to retreat. The 12 eagle nests were already destroyed. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the air. A 13th eagle nest appeared. It attracted a lot of attention. The immortals shouted as they pounced. This is mine. Chu Du actually appeared, blocking in front of the immortals. Ah, domination immortal. The immortals were moved, they stopped moving. Chu Du was stronger than He Tai Sheng. Lu tribe was a super force, but they could not do anything to him. In the huge northern plains Gu immortal world, only people like Qin Bai Sheng could match him. Up until now, everyone was not in a good state. And Chu Du seemed to be fighting for the first time. At once, no one dared to move forward. Chu Du successfully intimidated the immortals. He was about to take this mysterious 13th eagle nest. Green City Rampage charged over. His voice was like thunder. Chu Du, you dare to move? Chu Du smiled coldly. Why not? Boom! Both sides fought fiercely. Green City Rampage's giant was actually sent flying by Chu Du's punch. Even though the ancient battle formation is powerful, it is based on humans. In your current state, you are not my match. Chu Du stood proudly, looking at the immortals. The immortals' gazes were ready to move, but they were also hoping that someone else would make a move first, so that they could take advantage of the situation. A disorderly mob. Chu Du commented. He attacked again, grabbing at the eagle nest behind him. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. An immortal Gu house appeared, smashing towards Chu Du's forehead. Mortal thatched hut. A Gu immortal shouted, recognizing that this was once Dong Fong tribe's immortal Gu house. Scram! Chu Du raised his palm, shouting like thunder. Boom! With a muffled sound, mortal thatched hut was actually sent flying by his palm. Gasp! Everyone took in a deep breath. Chu Du successfully kept the 13th eagle nest into his immortal aperture. Next, he focused his gaze on Green City Rampage. The 4 great supreme elders were in despair. Wait! Just as Chu Du was about to deal the killing blow, a grand voice resounded in the surroundings. An unparalleled aura, like an invisible mountain, came crashing down with a boom. Rank 8 Gu Immortal, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. The immortals were shaken. The same name appeared in their minds at the same time. At this point in the battle of He tribe, a rank 8 Gu immortal had finally appeared. It was not accurate to say that he appeared, they could only hear his voice, but not see him. Didn't they say that the rank 8 great experts had already reached an agreement, they would not take action personally? Some righteous path Gu immortals who knew the inside story were confused. At the next moment the immortals heard Heavenly Lord Baizu's voice, "Hey Tribe's battle has ended, the survivors of Hey Tribe have all joined us. From now on, this place will be our Baizu tribe's territory. We are willing to give up our tribe name and change our surname to Baizu." Hey Tribe's elders echoed. The immortals were shaken. This was no small matter, the situation of Northern Plains Gu immortal world had changed. The smart ones knew, Heavenly Lord Baizu said this because he had already reached an agreement with the other rank 8 great experts. "No need to leave, I will hold a banquet here for 3 days and 3 nights to entertain everyone," Heavenly Lord Baizu said. Hey Tribe surviving Gu immortals had twitching expressions. This chaotic land that was still bleeding earlier was actually holding a banquet. This change was too sudden and huge. "We are willing to celebrate Baizu tribe, we congratulate Lord Heavenly Lord." The righteous path Gu immortals quickly reached an agreement and spoke. The demonic path and lone immortals were restless. "Humph." Chu-Du snorted coldly, it was extremely ear-piercing. He flicked his sleeves and left. Under everyone's gazes, he slowly flew into the sky. Chapter 11-17. "Ha, Domination Immortal, I am going too." Amidst the silence, Feng Zi's laughter could be heard. Then, he was surrounded by a strong gust of wind, and he flew away. Countless gazes were also focused on him. Feng Zi was publicly recognized as the #1 movement expert in Northern Plains. Yao Huang had once tried to capture him but failed. This was Feng Zi's proudest achievement. Chu-Du and Feng Zi were daring, they did not give Heavenly Lord Baizu any face. The immortals had many thoughts but none of them moved. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not make a sound either, he watched as the two left. Hey Tribe's first Supreme Elder quickly shouted, "Lord Heavenly Lord, forget about this Feng Zi." But that Chu-Du took away the 13th eagle nest. This eagle nest has Hey Fan's true inheritance. The immortals heard this and became restless, they conversed in secret. Hey Fan's name was well known among the immortals. This great expert was the pride of Hey Tribe's history, he had led Hey Tribe to become the overlord of Northern Plains. If he was still alive, who would dare to attack Hey Tribe? "No matter, I already know." Heavenly Lord Baizu's voice was heard again, he had a plain tone. First Supreme Elder's heart shook, his lips trembled, he wanted to say something but did not speak. Second Supreme Elder suddenly said, "Lord Heavenly Lord, Iron Eagle blessed land is about to collapse. If we hold a banquet here, it might not even last half a day. Hey Tribe's Gu immortals, don't worry, we have been preparing for a long time." At this time, 3 Gu immortals arrived. The immortals looked at them with a sense of realization. These 3 immortals were none other than Baizu Tribe's 3 Gu immortals. During the entire Hey Tribe battle, they had been watching from the sidelines, they were listening to Heavenly Lord Baizu's arrangements to clean up the battle. Next, Baizu Tribe's 3 Gu immortals attacked together, using an immortal killer move. The killer move's effect was immediate, in an instant, Iron Eagle blessed land that was on the verge of collapse stabilized. Seeing this, many righteous and demonic immortals' expressions changed. This immortal killer move was extremely powerful. This was the first time they had seen it, it was not recorded in history. They realized, Baizu Tribe did not just have Heavenly Lord Baizu, the other Gu immortals could not be underestimated. Gong Air greets Lord Heavenly Monarch. Next, Gong Clan's Gu immortal Gong Air came forward alone. After entering Iron Eagle blessed land, he bowed towards the sky. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would dominate. Gong Air was very arrogant, but facing a rank 8 existence, he had to be respectful. However, he was feeling very depressed. At the final moment of Hey Tribe's battle, Gong Air had wanted to activate Immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall to snatch cultivation resources. But Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals smiled and told him not to act rashly. Naturally, Gong Air would not listen to their suggestions. However, he soon received a message from the prince's impatience. The gist of the message was, tell him not to act rashly, otherwise, he would become Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's enemy. If you infuriated Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and made him kill you, you deserved it. The prince's impatience wouldn't stand up for you. Gong Air heard this. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to make a move and suffered a great loss. In this trip, he mobilized Golden Dawn Hall to help, but the benefits were not worth the effort. Originally, Gong Air wanted to act as the leader of the righteous path, but the other Huang Jin bloodline Gu immortals ignored him. Bai Zhu tribe's 3 Gu immortals responded to his call and went to Golden Dawn Hall as guests. This gave Gong Air a way out. But these 3 immortals had other intentions. Gong Air was representing Gong tribe now, he had no choice but to appear. He greeted Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, but he was extremely unhappy with the prince's impatience. Damn it, damn it. This time, I was defeated by the prince's impatience. His surname is not Gong after all. He is just a son-in-law of Gong tribe, an external supreme elder of our tribe. Generally speaking, it was rare for super forces with a family system to have a supreme elder who didn't share the same surname. They were not like Central Continent's super sects, which could easily take in external supreme elders. External supreme elders who joined super forces often had to have a close relationship with the tribe's Gu immortals. For example, husband and wife. Or perhaps they could become sworn brothers. Fairy Jiang Yu had once joined He tribe, but on the surface, she was He Cheng's concubine. Princess Impatience's true identity was a spy that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He was in charge of overturning Imperial Court Blessed Land and controlling 88-point Jinyang Tower. In his early years, he had married a female immortal from Gong tribe. Later, with the secret support of Spirit Affinity House, he became a rank 8 Gu immortal and wandered outside, ignoring Gong tribe. Princess Impatience lived in Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. He ignored his former Gong tribe wife. He only lived with 2 female Gu immortals, Yulan and Liao. Gong tribe was very unhappy, but Princess Impatience was a rank 8 existence. Gong tribe's Gu immortals could only swallow their anger. This time, while old ancestor Shuihu forced Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to retreat, Gong tribe's Gu immortals thought of a plan. They spread the theory that Princess Impatience could defeat old ancestor Shuihu. Firstly, they wanted to use Princess Impatience's influence to raise Gong tribe's status in the righteous path. Secondly, they wanted to force Princess Impatience to oppose old ancestor Shuihu. If the 2 sides fought, regardless of victory or defeat, it would be beneficial to Gong tribe. This plan could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but how could a rank 8 Gu immortal be so easily targeted? This time, Gong Air was taught a lesson. Princess Impatience secretly made an agreement with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. It was obvious that Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had paid a price for it. Princess Impatience concealed this matter and did not inform Gong tribe in advance. He sacrificed Gong tribe's benefits to fill his own pockets. But at the crucial moment, he sent a message, not leaving behind any evidence. Gong tribe could only suffer this loss. Who asked Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to only target Princess Impatience? Gong tribe did not have a second rank 8, strength was the basis of an equal conversation. 3 Bai Zhu Gu immortals stabilized Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Not only did they stabilize it, they even started to repair it. For the next 3 days and 3 nights, Iron Eagle Blessed Land continued to hold a celebration. In He tribe's former headquarters, they announced the rise of Bai Zhu tribe. There was a deep meaning behind this. It was thought-provoking. Almost all the Gu immortals attended this celebration. Other than Domination Immortal and Wind Child, there were exceptions. Other than these 2, there might be others. For example, during the Battle of He tribe, the mysterious Gu immortal who appeared for a brief moment, the existence who controlled ordinary thatched hut. It was unknown if he was hiding among the immortals, or if he had already slipped away. The righteous Path Gu immortals mostly attended the first day of the celebration before taking their leave. The Gong tribe Gu immortals led by Gong Air were the first to leave. When he left, Gong Air took large strides, but in the eyes of observant people, they could feel the dejection of the Gong tribe Gu immortals. Next was Nyen Air tribe. This super force only sent 2 Gu immortals this time. One was rank 7 Space Path Gu immortal Nyen Air Fu, the other was the current generation Sword Sun Nyen Air Pingji. Even though the latter only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was in the limelight during this battle of He tribe. He could be said to have become famous after this battle. But it was not without a price. Old Monster Corpse Poison, who was at a corner, stared at Nyen Air Pingji with hatred, gritting his teeth. The hatred between the two sides was too deep. Meng tribe, Yuan tribe, New Air tribe, Yi Lui tribe, and others left one after another. Lu tribe, Yao tribe, and Guan tribe, these 3 tribes Gu immortals. They were the last ones to attend the entire banquet. 3 days and 3 nights later, they left. This was giving Bai Zhu tribe enough face. Because these 3 tribes were different from the other Huang Jin tribes, their territories in northern plains were the closest to Bai Zhu tribe, they needed to build a good relationship. As for the demonic path and lone immortals, they also left in 3 days and 3 nights. The stronger they were, the earlier they left. But there were also some Gu immortal experts. They stayed behind alone, as if they wanted to get close to Bai Zhu tribe. If it were any other Huang Jin tribe, they would not have such a grand ceremony. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was a lone cultivator, the lone immortals and some demonic path Gu immortals could accept it. Farewell, farewell. Take care, forgive us for not sending you off. Iron Eagle Blessed Land had been completely repaired in these 3 days. The Blessed Land's entrance opened, He tribe's Gu immortals and Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals came out. They stood at the entrance and sent them off, they were very polite. The Gu immortals who left did not belong to any factions. They sighed to themselves, after this battle with He tribe, the situation in Northern Plains Gu immortal world had changed. He tribe's Gu immortals surrendered, sending off these Gu immortals who invaded their blessed land, they definitely did not feel good about it. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu made them do this, it was simply a humiliation. Among them, He tribe's first supreme elder felt the deepest emotions. During the battle with He tribe, he was heavily injured. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu personally healed the other He tribe Gu immortals, he was the only one left. His face was pale, he dragged his injured body to send off the guests, he coughed out blood from time to time, he was in a pathetic state, he had lost all his face. He tribe's first supreme elder knew clearly, earlier, I purposely exposed He Fan's true inheritance to make Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu attack Chu Du. If I kill him, I can take revenge for Chu Du's invasion. If I cannot kill him and Chu Du escapes, with his personality, he will definitely take revenge on Bai Zhu tribe. But to think that Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu did not attack at all, he knew this was my scheme, so he purposely punished me for the past 3 days. Sadness, pain, hatred, fear, all sorts of emotions mixed together, filling He tribe's first supreme elder's heart. Finally, after sending off the final Gu immortal, He tribe's Gu immortals and Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals were summoned by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. At the highest level of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, in the discussion hall of He tribe, the immortals met with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. We pay respects to Lord Heavenly Lord. The immortals stood on the spot and bowed. Thank you for your hard work. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sat on the high seat, smiling. From today onwards, He tribe's Gu immortals will have to change their surname to Bai Zhu. He tribe's resources will be divided by the Northern Plains immortals, it is a foregone conclusion. This is also the agreement that I made with the other rank 8s. In the future, you cannot use this as an excuse to look for trouble. The immortals quickly acknowledged the order. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu paused for a moment before saying, but He Fan's true inheritance is no small matter, it involves rank 8s. Even if I do not cultivate Time Path, I can use it as a reference. Chu Du does not care about it, I already know the location of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After some time, I will be able to forcefully enter and take everything. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not look forward to inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. Even He tribe itself could not inherit this true inheritance, let alone an outsider like him. The true treasure was He Fan Grotto Heaven, as well as the resources accumulated in it. This was enough to move the hearts of any rank 8s. He tribe's first supreme elder heard this and was extremely shocked. The location of He Fan Grotto Heaven is the greatest secret of our tribe. Including me, only the 4 supreme elders know about it. How could Heavenly Lord Baizu know? Could it be that someone had secretly sided with him? Did they tell him this secret? Realizing this, He tribe's first supreme elder felt a chill down his spine, his body shuddered. With a plop, he knelt on the ground, prostrating towards Heavenly Lord Baizu. I have failed in my task, I have sinned greatly. Lord Heavenly Lord, please punish me. Oh? What sin did you commit? Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down at He tribe's first supreme elder with a faint smile. He tribe's first supreme elder was covered in cold sweat. He could not say that he schemed against Heavenly Lord Baizu 3 days ago. It would be an offense if he said it. Thus, he switched to another topic. In this battle in He tribe, we predicted that Fang Yuan would appear to take advantage of the situation. The entire battle, we have been using immortal methods to investigate. But we did not find any trace of him. It is my fault that we did not capture Fang Yuan. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. Your investigative methods are truly unique. To think that you can directly identify otherworldly demons. I'm afraid that Fang Yuan did not come. It is a pity. If he appeared, I would definitely capture him. With this bargaining chip, I would not have to pay such a huge price. It turned out that He tribe and Heavenly Lord Baizu had already discussed and set up an ambush against Fang Yuan. The fact that Fang Yuan was the culprit of the imperial court case was already widely known. Northern Plains Gu immortals also knew that Fang Yuan had spring-autumn cicada and fixed immortal travel. The battle in He tribe was a great opportunity that was hard to come by in hundreds of years, but Fang Yuan did not come. This was out of the immortals' expectations. After all, with fixed immortal travel, it was very convenient to travel. But they did not know the subsequent twists and turns of the Battle of Etian Mountain. Right now, fixed immortal travel was already under the control of the Celestial Court. As for this investigative immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons, it had its origin. An otherworldly demon had once appeared in He tribe. When he was a mortal Gu master, he had many shocking performances, attracting the attention of the higher-ups. His famous 4-direction sparrow battle method was something that even He tribe's 4 supreme elders enjoyed playing with without getting tired of. After soul-searching, He tribe's Gu immortals found out that this person was an otherworldly demon. Thus, He tribe's Gu immortals researched his body from top to bottom. Even though this person's life was expended. But they obtained an immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons. This secret was only known to He tribe's 4 supreme elders. The other He tribe Gu immortals did not know about it. Heavenly Lord Baizu continued, forget about Fang Yuan's future. Your He tribe knows how to adapt to circumstances. It is a blessing for you to surrender to my Baizu tribe. I will take action 3 days later and remove the obstruction for you 4 supreme elders. You will be able to split up and move freely. Don't worry, as long as you sincerely abandon your past. From now on, you will live as Baizu tribe's Gu immortals, think for our tribe and contribute to the tribe. I will not mistreat you. Yes. We will obey Heavenly Lord's orders. He tribe's Gu immortals quickly responded. He tribe's first supreme elder even knelt on the ground, crying tears of gratitude. Heavenly Lord is magnanimous, you do not mind our subordinates' incompetence, we are deeply grateful. You are also thinking for us, resolving our many years of illness, you are truly like a second parent. Saying so, he kowtowed fiercely, tears flowing down his face. But in his heart, there was a cold chill. Heavenly Lord Baizu had great methods, he wanted to dismantle Green City Rampage in the first meeting. This weapon would no longer belong to He tribe's 4 great supreme elders. Heavenly Lord Baizu was extremely satisfied. He gave some words of encouragement before waving the immortals away. He sat there without moving, thinking in his mind. Hey Tribe's Gu immortals have just joined us, their status has plummeted, it is like heaven and earth, they must be feeling agitated and unable to calm down, they will not be able to adapt to it. However, this first Supreme Elder of Hey Tribe has such an attitude, it is already quite good. I did not waste my effort in beating him up, I can spare his life. It is a pity that Fang Yuan did not appear, otherwise, if I captured him, my gains would be even greater. Now, I can only pay the price myself. To prevent the other rank 8s from interfering in this matter, Heavenly Lord Baizu paid a huge price, thinking about it made him feel heartache. However, I cannot trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. Right now, Baizu tribe finally has a foothold in northern plains. There is also Hey Fan Grotto Heaven, if I can take it, I can make up for my previous losses. Of course, I cannot be rash now. I need to recuperate and stabilize the situation. This time, I have already provoked the sensitive nerves of the righteous path. If I attack Hey Fan Grotto Heaven again, the other rank 8s will not be able to sit still. Thankfully, this time, Hey Tribe spent all their wealth to feed the righteous and demonic immortals. The various forces are fighting and restraining each other, they will not find trouble with my Baizu tribe in the short term. Heavenly Lord Baizu thought about it. At this moment, he clearly considered the situation of Baizu tribe and himself, he could be said to have a clear understanding of the situation. Chapter 11:18. Southern Border. Mountains stood tall, there was a continuous stretch of green. Mountain winds continued to howl. More than 10 Gu immortals were thousands of li apart, forming a huge circle. In the sky above this circle, an elderly Gu immortal was using his immortal essence, concentrating on setting up a formation. A huge formation had already taken shape, it covered a huge range of 100,000 li, it was covering a beautiful and dreamy lump of light. This huge lump of light was colorful and dazzling, it was the giant dream realm. After the battle of Etian Mountain, it had turned into ruins. Spectral's soul was schemed against by Providence, Fang Yuan obtained the fruits of his labor, while his main body was trapped in the dream realm, being continuously expended by the dream realm. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not know the details of the battle of Etian Mountain, they knew the huge benefits this giant dream realm represented. The Gu immortals here came from southern border's various righteous path super forces. After a difficult negotiation, they came to an agreement to control this giant dream realm together. This dream realm was too important, none of the super forces could monopolize it. They were also worried that the demonic path and lone immortals would come and take advantage of it, so the righteous path Gu immortals worked together to occupy this place and set up a super Gu formation here, to slowly divide the benefits of the dream realm. Rise! The elderly Gu immortal in the sky suddenly shouted, his body burst out with boundless light. Following him, the southern border righteous path Gu immortals also exerted their strength, a large amount of immortal essence was expended, countless mortal Gu flew around, immortal Gu flew out of the Gu immortals' hands, landing in suitable locations. Many Gu immortals were sweating profusely, they had nervous expressions. There were even people whose fingers were trembling slightly. They had been setting up the Gu formation here for 9 days and 9 nights. Evidently, the Gu immortals had reached a critical juncture in setting up this super Gu formation. They are about to succeed. Are we still not going to make a move? If we don't. Sigh. There is no chance. There are Gu immortal experts hiding around them, I suspect there are even immortal Gu houses guarding them. In that case, a silent exchange unfolded. The demonic path and lone immortals also understood the value of this giant dream realm. Even without this dream realm, a mysterious battle had happened here. Maybe some Gu immortal remains or inheritances were left behind, they were all precious treasures. But the righteous path Gu immortals were extremely cautious, they did not give these demonic path and lone immortals any chances. Helpless, these Gu immortals wisely chose to retreat. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge beam of light shot up into the sky. The pillar of light appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. A grand super goo formation gradually turned invisible, vanishing from the immortal's vision. You've worked hard for many days. I finally succeeded. The old goo immortal in charge of setting up the formation descended slowly. The righteous path goo immortals gathered together. In this goo formation, my Wu clan is using 5 immortal goo. Therefore, 30% of this dreamland should belong to my Wu clan. Hee, that makes sense. But, my Luo clan's immortal goo are no less than your Wu clan's. What are you talking about? Without all of us working together and expending immortal essence, can this super goo formation be set up? In my opinion. In terms of contribution, my clan's first supreme elder, Lord Chi Chu Yu, was the one in charge of setting up the goo formation. He is the undisputed number 1. Even though the super goo formation was set up, the righteous path goo immortals had not decided on how to split the dream realm yet. At once, the discussions became louder and louder. They started to quarrel. There was no result from quarreling. The righteous path goo immortals left on bad terms. They started to make plans for their own benefits. A few days later. Shangliang Mountain. Xinci greets Lady Qing Qing. Shang Xinci bowed. Shang Qing Qing looked at Shang Xinci, nodding in satisfaction. I was not wrong about you. You have been the clan leader these days. You have done well. Shang clan members are showing signs of loyalty. Xinci's achievements today were all thanks to Lady Qing Qing's guidance. It's all thanks to Lord Qing Qing's guidance. Shang Xinci sincerely thanked him. Shang Qing Qing went straight to the point. I called you here because I have something to ask you. After you became the clan leader, the first thing you did was to get rid of the Black and White Demon's arrest warrants. Do you know? Your brother Black Demon is not Fang Zheng, he is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan. Shang Xinci was confused. She had not expected that Lady Shang Qing Qing would call her here to talk about her brother Black Demon. Shang Xinci became the clan leader of Shang clan. She had broadened her horizons. She knew many secrets. She even knew that this beautiful fairy in front of her was a high and mighty goo immortal who looked down on mortals. This goo immortal was actually talking to her about a mortal goo master. How could she not be confused? Shang Qing Qing said solemnly, Xinci, listen to what I am going to say. Every word is important. Yes, I will listen to your teachings. This Black Demon Fang Zheng that you know, his real name is Guyue Fang Yuan. He has a huge origin. It is not a small matter. He is elusive and extremely dangerous. He is a demonic path goo immortal. He committed a huge crime. Now, not only southern border, even central continent, northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert goo immortals are chasing after him. Shang Qing Qing said in a low tone. Shang Xinci's mouth was wide open. She was dumbfounded. At once, she felt like she was hearing things. When did Brother Black Demon become an immortal, and even Lady Shang Qing Qing was so wary of him? Don't doubt your ears. Why would I joke about this? You had a relationship with the demon Fang Yuan. Tell me everything now. Shang Qing Qing asked. Yes. Shang Xinci finally regained her senses. She recalled, I first met Brother Black Demon in the caravan. He was actually a good person. He helped me out of trouble. As Shang Xinci recalled the past, she could not help but reveal a trace of gentleness on her face. Throughout the process, Shang Qing Qing listened quietly, not saying a word. After Shang Xinci finished speaking, she mustered all her courage and explained for Fang Yuan, Lady Qing Qing, I think there is a mistake. Fang Zheng, Brother Fang Yuan is just a mortal goo master. How can he be a great demon that harms the world? Hee. Shang Qing Qing showed a mocking smile. If he is not a great demon, who is? His craftiness and viciousness is not something you can imagine. He caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains goo immortal world. Central Continent's celestial court could not catch him. Nobody knows where he is, what evil deeds he is doing, or what schemes he is plotting. Your relationship with him isn't as simple as you think it is. I can tell that he's scheming something. Do you know? Because of your relationship with him, my entire Shang clan is facing pressure from Southern Border's Gu immortals. From today onwards, you have to cut all ties with him, you have nothing to do with him. Be a good Shang clan leader, you can leave now. Shang Xinci had no choice but to leave. You are letting her go just like that? After Shang Xinci left, a figure appeared beside Shang Qingqing. This immortal was thin and had a dark expression. It was Shang Clan Gu immortal Shang Tanimo. Shang Qingqing smiled. What else can I do? Shang Tanimo said with a serious expression, we cannot believe her words, we need to soul search her and find out what happened. Shang Qingqing smiled even more brightly, look at this. Saying so, she stretched out her hand from her sleeves. Her hand was pale, it was like a tree trunk, there were small flowers growing on her fingernails. Shang Tanimo saw this and was slightly stunned. I forgot, you have this immortal killer move, it is much more reliable than soul searching. I already know about the relationship between that Fang Yuan and Shang clan. He came to Shang clan city to seek cultivation opportunities, as expected of someone who has spring-autumn cicada. This is not a big deal, he did not set up any traps. Shang Qingqing said. Shang Tanimo nodded, then I am assured. But, how do we explain to those people outside? Shang Qingqing smiled coldly, them. They just want to obtain more dream realms, so they used Fang Yuan as an excuse to attack Shang clan. The results of my investigation are enough to shut their mouths. Shang Tanmo's eyes shined with bright light, he raised his head and looked far away, his gaze seemed to pierce through Shangliang Mountain, looking at the giant dream realm. Maybe, our Shang clan Gu immortals have been polite for too long, others think that we are not good at fighting. The situation was constantly changing. In northern plains, He tribe's battle had already ended, but there were still some lingering effects. The righteous and demonic factions, as well as lone immortals, had their own gains. He tribe was destroyed, Bai Zhu tribe replaced it, changing the situation of the Gu immortal world. And in southern border, the giant dream realm revolved around the righteous path Gu immortals, they worked together and were superior, they first excluded the demonic path and lone immortals. But in the righteous path, a battle to divide the giant dream realm was about to begin. No matter when or where, all sorts of scenes of pursuing benefits were happening. More than 10 days passed like this. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Fang Yuan placed his immortal aperture down, he looked up at the sky as he muttered, the third earthly calamity has finally arrived. Heaven and earth chi rumbled endlessly, there were no clouds or mist, the sovereign immortal aperture had a strange scene of peaceful weather. One by one, birds appeared out of thin air. Their bodies were glowing with a faint green light, they flew extremely quickly, in front of Fang Yuan's eyes, they were like long lines of light. The birds' cries were crisp and clear, they contained endless life force. Spring Oriole. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he recognized this bird. Even though it was small and looked like a sparrow, it was a true desolate beast. This bird is very special among desolate beasts, it has a large number of rule path life Dao marks. But its lifespan is very short, after hatching from an egg, it can fly in the sky. Everywhere it goes, Dao marks will spread out from its body, changing the world and giving it endless life force. After a dozen or so breaths of time, it will die of old age. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he saw that in this Kokitahara, the ground that was originally covered in a thin layer of ice and snow had already started to grow green sprouts. Soon, under the influence of spring oriole, the grass grew taller, there were even some wild flowers in it. Chapter 11:19. The chirping of birds was crisp and sweet, they did not stop. In the sovereign immortal aperture's Kokitahara, the desolate land that was covered in frost was now filled with endless greenery. The power of the earthly calamity was immense. After more than 10 breaths of time, the surrounding 100,000 li around Fong Yuan had turned into a grassland of greenery. The vegetation was lush, there were many flowers and plants, it was like the world had changed. Fong Yuan stood at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain with a solemn expression, he was on full alert. This was his third earthly calamity. He brought Dang Hun Mountain with him again. But the current situation was very strange. The spring oriole transformed from the earthly calamity's power was helping Fong Yuan to develop his immortal aperture. Half a month ago, when jewel yellow skies reopened, Fong Yuan did not choose to take the risk of going to He tribe, he returned to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. He managed many places, but Kokitahara was always used by Fong Yuan as a place to undergo tribulation, it was not developed. But now, this earthly calamity was helping Fong Yuan, it was out of Fong Yuan's expectations. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Fong Yuan. But providence is unpredictable, it will not be so kind, there must be an ambush or follow-up, I will observe the situation for now. Fong Yuan stood at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, observing carefully. Kokitahara was very big. The grassland formed by the earthly calamity did not cover the whole of Kokitahara, it only covered a patch of white land with Dang Hun Mountain as the center. Looking around, the greenery became denser. Soon, saplings were uprooted and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, this place was going to form a huge forest with a radius of 50,000 li. Fong Yuan was surprised and overjoyed. The power of the earthly calamity was mostly destructive to the people of the world. This time, it was used to develop the immortal aperture, the effect was shocking. If Fong Yuan were to replant this forest and grassland, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Spring orioles' lifespan was extremely short. They died one by one, turning into a dark green radiance that dissipated into the sky. But at the same time, a brand new spring oriole was formed, one after another. For a moment, the sky was filled with the silhouettes of these wild birds. There were many of them. Like a flock of sparrows, it was a magnificent sight. Wait! Fong Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Go! He thought of something and shouted in a low voice, pointing with his finger. Suddenly, a sword ray flew out. As fast as lightning. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Flying Sword. Although Spring Oriole was fast, she couldn't keep up with this sword ray. However, it was nimble and didn't move in a straight line. It took Fong Yuan some effort to destroy one. A surge of true intent followed, pouring into Fong Yuan's heart. In an instant, Fong Yuan seemed to have become a spring oriole, from birth to flight, and then to death. In a short period of time. After experiencing life and death, one's state of mind would change accordingly. Fong Yuan completely absorbed this true intent, his eyes became clear again. He was now a transformation path grandmaster, absorbing reckless savage's true intent was no longer as difficult as before. In the past, he was like an empty basin filled with buckets of water. Now that he was absorbing reckless savage's true intent, he was like a well that contained buckets of water, it was much easier for him. Fong Yuan's brows furrowed. This time, he understood Providence's scheme. Fong Yuan's earthly calamity was very special, because of the immortal tribulation tempering aperture and the northern icy plain. It caused his earthly calamity to split into two parts. One was Providence's control, the other was reckless savage's true intense influence. In the previous two earthly calamities, the portion controlled by Providence formed first, while the portion affected by reckless savage's true intent appeared later. But in the third earthly calamity, the portion affected by reckless savage's true intent appeared first. This was Fong Yuan's expectations. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Fong Yuan suffered a small loss. Reckless savage's true intent was compared to the construction of blessed lands. Of course, the former was more important, the latter was secondary. Because reckless savage's true intent could directly raise his transformation path attainment level, and it could only be used during each tribulation, the risk and cost were very high. As for the construction of blessed lands, it could be done at any time. Providence knows about my vigilance, this is a good scheme, It is wary of my transformation path attainment level rising rapidly, causing me to waste a lot of reckless savage's true intent. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but he was not discouraged. Like a bolt of lightning, he soared into the sky. In the air, his body shook as countless strength path phantoms appeared. Strength path killer move, myriad self. 10,000 of me charged over, forming a majestic tide of people, sweeping up the spring dawn jade orioles along the way. Spring oriole was a desolate bird after all, it moved freely in the crowd of myriad self, chirping continuously. Fang Yuan saw that myriad self was not effective, he quickly used another method. Immortal killer move, sword wave triple layered. Swish swish swish. Silver-white sword wave surged with endless sharpness as it pushed forward. Spring oriole's speed was slightly faster than sword wave. Fang Yuan's triple-layered sword wave killed a few, but the effect was not great. He frowned as he realized, the previous two earthly calamities let Providence know a lot about me. Be it myriad self or sword wave triple-layered, their weaknesses are known. This earthly calamity formed Spring Oriole, it targets these two killer moves. Providence purposely targeted them, it shows how deep their intentions are. In the previous earthly calamity, there were wind blades as well. But Fang Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain, using it as a camp, it had a great defensive effect. But in the current situation, even though Fang Yuan brought Dang Hun Mountain, Spring Oriole was formed from reckless savage's true intent, Fang Yuan could not ignore it and defend, he had to take the initiative to attack, otherwise, he would lose his greatest gains. Thankfully, I retrieved Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Gu, Sword Light rampaged with a single thought from him. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died at Fang Yuan's hands one after another, but even more Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died on their own. If it was not Fang Yuan who ended Spring Oriole, there would be no infusion of reckless savage's true intent. Providence purposely schemed this time, Fang Yuan was schemed against, his losses were not small. This was not just the loss of reckless savage's true intent, there was also the loss of Green Grape Immortal Essence. Even though Flying Sword Immortal Gu was powerful, it was rank 7, every time it was activated, it expended a lot of Green Grape Immortal Essence. But each attack could only kill one Spring Oriole. Fang Yuan was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, it was not effective. It seems that I will need new methods for the next tribulation. Old methods are becoming more and more useless. Fang Yuan could not help but think of Wisdom Gu. If the light of wisdom could be used, this problem would be easily resolved. With his Grandmaster attainment level and wisdom path methods, he could deduce an immortal killer move. It was as simple as drinking water. Unfortunately, even though Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body, he did not dare to take the risk. The earthly calamity continued, after 15 minutes, there were still endless Spring Oriole being produced. In Kokitahara, not only was there green grass, a huge forest had already formed. The forest was filled with towering trees that were tens of feet tall, their trunks were like pillars. During this period, Fang Yuan tried other methods, like poison spitting. In the previous earthly calamity, this killer move was extremely effective, but this time, it was completely ineffective against Spring Oriole. Howl howl howl. In the vast forest, the trees raised their heads and let out a cry. Next, they suddenly rose from the ground and turned into giant tree men. Fang Yuan immediately noticed the changes on the ground, he sneered, it seems that this is the part that Providence controls. Fortunately, I was vigilant and eradicated half of the forest. Now it seems my defense is truly adequate. Countless tree men pulled out their roots from the ground, charging towards Dang Hun Mountain. They were slow, but their bodies were thick and sturdy. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed, he chose to defend himself. He landed on the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, looking at the tree men charging towards him from all directions. Patches of green were thick and dense, it was like the entire forest was pushing towards him, he felt suffocated. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger. Probing attack. Flying Sword Immortal Gu charged forward, turning into a white rainbow as it pierced a distance of 50 to 60 li. All the treants along the way were pierced. These tree men stopped moving. But soon, their injuries healed, they recovered and continued to crawl towards Dang Hun Mountain. Fong Yuan used 3 layers of sword wave. The dazzling sword wave engulfed a large number of tree men with a loud sound. Not even a single fragment was left. The effect was great. But soon, the tree men at the back filled up the gap. Fong Yuan frowned. These tree men are not desolate beasts, but they are not far from it. Not only are they tough, they can also absorb life force and recover rapidly. As for where the life force came from, it was naturally Spring Oriole. Ever since the first earthly calamity, even though Providence could not control all of the earthly calamity's power, it could coordinate with the portion affected by reckless savage's true meaning. Last time, it was the cold moon and wind blades, this time, it was the tree men and Spring Oriole. They were both closely coordinated, the effect was extraordinary. Fong Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out a mouthful of poisonous gas. The poisonous gas spread in all directions among the treants. Dozens of treants moved slowly on the spot, and their lush green leaves were dyed purple. After a few breaths of time, their movements became slower and slower. Eventually, they fell to the ground with a loud thud. Their trunks and leaves started to rot, turning into a pile of rotten leaves. The effect of the killer move poison spit was also quite good. Unfortunately, Fong Yuan could not use this killer move continuously. There were strong repercussions. He had to get rid of the poisonous gas left behind in his body, otherwise, he might even poison himself to death. The tree men started to climb Dang Hun Mountain. Soon, these tree men got a taste of Dang Hun Mountain's power. Their souls shook, their bodies trembled, large amounts of leaves fell off. But even so, the densely packed tall tree people advanced wave after wave, pushing each other, squeezing their way up the mountain. Dang Hun Mountain was indeed a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Just at the foot of the mountain, over 100 tree men died. Fong Yuan did not even waste a bit of immortal essence. Fong Yuan looked down at the scene, his frown became deeper. Even though these tree men were troublesome, they posed little threat. Because they moved slowly, Fong Yuan could use guerrilla tactics to kill these tree men. Fong Yuan felt that something was wrong. This earthly calamity was too easy. Could it be that Providence felt that they could not get rid of me in one go, so their focus this time is to exhaust my foundation? Chapter 11:20. To exterminate these tree men, a vast amount of immortal essence would be expended. These tree men were more numerous than the snow monsters during the first earthly calamity, and they had strong recovery abilities. Fong Yuan could already see many broken branches that were inserted into the soil. New sprouts would sprout in the blink of an eye. Unless he used a killer move like triple-layered sword wave to exterminate these tree men, he would not be able to get rid of any future problems. Otherwise, these trees would expend a lot of earth chi in his immortal aperture to grow. But using triple-layered sword wave or flying sword immortal goo to exterminate these tree men was too much of a waste. If I were a fire path goo immortal, this situation would not be a problem. Fong Yuan was thinking of this when he suddenly heard a loud sound. From the fallen tree man corpses, flames rose up. The flames burned rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they spread and engulfed countless tree men. The flames attached themselves to these tree men. The intense fire continued to burn, turning these tree men into charcoal. Their leaves melted and soon, a large number of them died. The flames were nourished by the tree men. They became even more vigorous. The flames were now 50 to 60 feet above the ground. Intense heat waves assaulted Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was stunned. What was going on? Evidently, this was also a transformation of the earthly calamity. But why was the earthly calamity burning itself like this? What was Providence trying to do? Was it helping Fong Yuan solve his problem? Fong Yuan quickly denied this thought. What a joke, why would Providence help him? Roar! From the soaring flames, a huge figure suddenly stood up. From the orange-red flames, a giant that was 180 feet tall appeared. This is Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size, he subconsciously gritted his teeth. Giant calamity blazing tree. This was an ancient desolate plant. According to historical records, immemorial red heaven often had such giant calamity blazing trees. But this ancient desolate plant was very rare in the 5 regions, but it was not extinct. The predecessor of the giant calamity blazing tree could be any kind of tree in the world. After the forest fire, countless lives were burned to death. There was a certain probability that it would form the great calamity blazing tree. The giant disaster incinerating tree's entire body was surrounded by scorching flames. It burned all year round, making it difficult for anything to approach it. What was even more impressive was, this kind of giant disaster blazing tree would also bring countless misfortunes and disasters to the living beings that came close to it. Providence is really treacherous. Evidently, I have luck immortal goo protecting me. Providence saw through this and created giant disaster blazing tree. You're ruining my fortune. Fang Yuan felt that this was a huge challenge. Under normal circumstances, if he encountered a giant disaster blazing tree in the wild, he would have wisely stayed away. But it was different now. This giant calamity blazing tree had appeared in his sovereign immortal aperture. Not only was it absorbing the immortal aperture's earth chi, it was also bringing calamities and bad luck to offset his luck. If he sat back and did nothing, Fang Yuan would be plagued by bad luck after a period of time, and everything would go wrong. In fact, a catastrophe might befall them. As for refining immortal goo, don't even think about it. The flames soared into the sky, causing the wood to crackle. The location of the blazing tree was very special. It was near Dang Hun Mountain. Even though Fang Yuan used his defensive methods, his eyebrows and hair were still curling from the high temperature. This is only the outermost area, but it already has such a high temperature, not to mention the surface of the blazing tree. Fang Yuan sighed as he left. He directly left Dang Hun Mountain. Anyway, he had landscape as before. As long as Dang Hun Mountain was destroyed, it could be restored. The problem now was how to destroy this tree. The giant calamity blazing tree was almost at the waist of Dang Hun Mountain. Sword marks targeting death. Sword wave triple layered. Poison spit. Fang Yuan tried several moves, but the effect was not ideal. Before the poison could even get close, it was burned clean by the flames. Flying sword immortal goo penetrated the entire blazing tree trunk and flew back to Fang Yuan's hand. This attack. The entire giant calamity blazing tree shook intensely, but it soon returned to normal. As for sword wave triple layered, it extinguished the flames and charged towards the blazing tree, cutting off many leaves. But soon, the flames in the sky returned to normal. The blazing tree rapidly recovered. Its injuries were gone in a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Immortal chi surged out of his body as he shouted, "Strength Path Giant Hand." There was a deafening rumble. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere, pushing the air aside. It grabbed at the blazing tree with an overwhelming aura. But the blazing tree was huge. It was almost half of Dang Hun Mountain. The Strength Path Giant Hand grabbed the giant calamity blazing tree, trying to lift it up. But Fang Yuan tried for a long time, but there was no effect. The giant calamity blazing tree's countless roots were like dragons and pythons. They dug deep into the ground and absorbed earth chi. It also relied on the spring oriole that was flying in the sky to replenish its life force. It was as stable as Mount Tai, unmoving. As time dragged on, the entire Strength Path Giant Hand started to melt in the flames. Soon, half of it was gone. Fang Yuan dispelled this giant hand. His thoughts changed as he thought of another plan. Rumble. A second Strength Path Giant Hand flew out, but this time, it did not grab the giant calamity blazing tree, but Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan could not lift the giant calamity blazing tree, but the Strength Path Giant Hand had the power of pulling mountain immortal goo. It could lift Dang Hun Mountain. Whoosh! Wind blew intensely. Dang Hun Mountain was pulled into the sky by Fang Yuan. He threw it towards the giant calamity blazing tree. A huge sound was heard. The entire ground shook intensely. The giant calamity blazing tree was pressed under the mountain. Its blazing flames were no longer arrogant, they only stretched out from the foot of the mountain, forming a huge ring of fire around the foot of the mountain. Feng Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the battlefield expressionlessly. The giant calamity blazing tree could not turn back. It was being tortured by the soul path Dao marks on Dang Hun Mountain, but its life force was extremely strong. It was still resisting and struggling. The blazing flames started to roast Dang Hun Mountain. Some of the mountain rocks were turned into mud. It was not so easy to get rid of the giant calamity blazing tree. Feng Yuan had a heavy heart. He looked around, his vision was red. Sea of fire. The flames had already spread to the entire forest and grassland. As expected, Providence's construction was just a foundation for the giant calamity blazing tree. How could it be so easy? Feng Yuan's breathing became rough. He saw that giant calamity blazing trees were forming one after another in the sea of fire. Their roots were deeply inserted into the ground, absorbing earth chi to strengthen themselves. The previous one had not been eliminated yet. Now, there were so many. Not just that, these giant calamity blazing trees were roaring, they stood up and turned into giant blazing tree men. They only had one target. That was Feng Yuan, who was in the sky. Boom boom boom. At the bottom of Dang Hun Mountain, the first giant calamity blazing tree had also turned into a tree man. It was very restless, it was trying to topple the mountain. Its strength was shocking. Every struggle caused Dang Hun Mountain to shake intensely. Every time it struggled, Dang Hun Mountain shook intensely, emitting a terrifying sound. In an instant, the situation had worsened to the point of no return. Feng Yuan could ignore the snow monsters earlier, he could deal with them slowly. But these giant calamity blazing tree men could not be ignored. Even though they moved slowly, they had a huge impact on the immortal aperture. Not only did they absorb earth chi, the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation would be damaged, it would also ruin Feng Yuan's luck. What should he do? The light of the fire shone on Feng Yuan's face. He was originally calm. Suddenly, he smiled. Fortunately, I still have a backup plan. At the same time, far away in southern border, Shang Xinci looked at the fire in front of her in a daze. Within the fire, Feng Yuan's face seemed to appear. Brother Black Demon. Shang Xinci muttered in her mind. Tribe leader, Lord Tribe leader. A soft voice could be heard. Ah! Shang Xinci regained her senses. She saw Xiaolon, Xiao Dai, Lady Wei, Zhou Quan, and the other subordinates. Sorry, I was distracted again. Shang Xinci quickly apologized. Missy, this is the third time you have been distracted. Xiaolon muttered. I was rude, I am really sorry. I'm really sorry. Shang Xinci quickly apologized. Zhou Quan looked at Lady Wei without changing his expression. He coughed. Then, let's continue our previous topic, how to take back those former young tribe leaders of Shang clan. The Gu master groups that they control. After the discussion ended, everyone left the hall. Xiao Dai, what happened to tribe leader recently? Why does she seem to be distracted? Zhou Quan asked. Xiao Dai had a worried expression. I am not sure. It seems that tribe leader was summoned by the higher-ups. After she returned, she became like this. The higher-ups? Zhou Quan's expression changed. He knew about the existence of Shang clan's Gu immortals now. This matter concerned Gu immortals. He could not handle it. Yi Fan could not bear it anymore. I will go talk to Lady Xinci. Maybe as an outsider, I can gain something. Young Master Yi is not an outsider. Xiaolon smiled. Then I will have to trouble young Master Yi. Lady Wei nodded, agreeing to this suggestion. A moment later, Yi Fan arrived at Shang Xinci's study room. The door of the study room was ajar. Yi Fan peeked through the gap and saw that Shang Xinci was holding a thin piece of paper, inspecting it. She was so engrossed in it that Yi Fan purposely made heavy footsteps, but she did not notice it. Yi Fan was about to cough to alert Shang Xinci of his arrival. But soon, he heard Shang Xinci's soft voice, "Brother Black Demon, what kind of person are you?" Yi Fan's mind shook. He instantly realized that the thin piece of paper in Shang Xinci's hands was none other than Black Demon's arrest warrant. On it was Black Demon's portrait. Yi Fan felt extremely empty in his heart. His originally strong limbs felt weak and powerless. He stood outside the door, hesitating for a long time before gritting his teeth, turning around and leaving quietly. From start to finish, Shang Xinci did not notice him. Yi Fan left the city lord's manor, arriving at a street. This was Shangliang Mountain, an important place for Shang clan. It was brightly lit and bustling. But Yi Fan had a gloomy expression. He was asking himself a question, "Black Demon, what kind of person are you?" Northern Icy Plain. Chu Du's hands were behind his back. He looked at the vast icy plain. Suddenly, his body shook. "It's here." He received Fang Yuan's transmission. He quickly activated his immortal goo. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Calamity Beckoning. At the next moment, the entrance of Sovereign Blessed Land opened. First, Spring Oriole was pulled out of the blessed land by a formless force through the entrance. Next, giant calamity blazing trees were pulled out by a mysterious force that could not resist. They were indignant, they were furious. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Providence was also furious. But it was useless. About 2 hours later, the third earthly calamity ended. Fang Yuan stored his immortal aperture, appearing on the northern icy plain. Chu Du obtained a lot of reckless savage's true meaning. He shouted excitedly, "The road is long and arduous. After a few autumns, I have finally obtained Azure Cloud's blessing. Azure Cloud has entrusted me to observe the world. I can see everything in this world." His voice reverberated in heaven and earth, echoing in the clouds. He had the heroic aura of a domination immortal. "Sir, may I ask for your name?" Chu Du bowed to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled, reciting, "The winding road is narrow to heaven and earth. Calamities and tribulations are insignificant, life and death are insignificant. My body is like a willow fluttering in the wind, be it clouds or mud, my will is one." Chapter 11:21. Time passed quickly. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Langya Blessed Land, inside the Cloud City. Fang Yuan was meditating in a secret room. Using connecting heaven goo, his divine sense was communicating with a certain female goo immortals will in jewel yellow skies. The quality of your pill azure incense is clearly lower than the one sold by goo immortal Shizi. Lower the price. Fang Yuan bargained. But that female goo immortal was not like Fang Yuan. She did not spread out her divine sense to manage the business. What she placed in jewel yellow skies, other than the goods that she wanted to sell, was her will. Unfortunately, this will was the unyielding will. It was the most stubborn kind. As expected, the female immortal shook her head and refused without any hesitation. "This is the selling price. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If not, then forget it." Fang Yuan was not resigned. He continued to try, reconsider. "I want a lot of goods." The unyielding will was stubborn. She did not give in. Fang Yuan was a little sullen. These last days, he had been operating the sovereign immortal aperture. He had to transact with jewel yellow skies. Not only did he sell his own resources, he also had to purchase other resources. But after the third earthly calamity, he was clearly not doing things smoothly. The female immortal's unyielding will was one of them. This situation was still good. Recently, Fang Yuan often encountered goo immortals joining in and raising the price maliciously, or when there was a shortage of goods, they were cleared out by rank 8 grade experts. Even though I have the protection of luck, during the third earthly calamity, I encountered the giant disaster blazing tree. It ruined a lot of my luck. Thinking of the third earthly calamity that he had just passed, Fang Yuan sighed. If not for the third earthly calamity, I would have thought about it for a long time and decided to cooperate with Chu Du. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Even if I passed it, I would have suffered heavy injuries and bad luck. In this current situation, it is just a slight hindrance, it is not a big problem for my cultivation. Fang Yuan quickly collected his thoughts and continued to negotiate with the female deity in the jewel yellow skies. Since the female immortal did not agree to lower the price, Fang Yuan could only pinch his nose and accept it. Your pill azure incense. I bought them all. This female Gu immortal was stunned for a moment. Fang Yuan was indeed spending a lot of money. For this transaction, he would have to pay close to 10,000 immortal yuan stones. However, Fang Yuan remained calm and collected. After a period of accumulation, he was very rich. Even though he had survived the third earthly calamity, he had expended a great deal of green grape immortal essence. As for the immortal yuan stone, he was still able to take out close to 10,000 pieces. After buying the Dan Qing incense, Fang Yuan withdrew his divine sense and stopped paying attention to jewel yellow skies. After inspecting it carefully, he confirmed that there were no problems with the pill azure incense before moving it into the sovereign immortal aperture. His mind entered his immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fang Yuan had arranged strength path immortal zombies in every place. Soon, a strength path immortal zombie flew over under his control and used goo worms to receive the Dan Qing incense. There was no other way. His sovereign immortal aperture space was too big, he could only use these strength path immortal zombies. Whenever this happened, Fang Yuan could not help but think of Hu immortal land spirit and star form land spirit. If there was a land spirit, he could let the land spirit do the work for him, he would not need to worry about it. A land spirit was like the manager of a blessed land. It was very convenient to have a land spirit. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan had never heard of a land spirit appearing in a Gu immortal's immortal aperture before they died. This Dan Qing incense. It was like a jade-colored smoke, it shrouded the entire area. Fang Yuan placed all of the Dan Qing incense into mini azure sky. It caused a large part of the sky to turn dark. Even though strength path immortal zombies could not smell it, the Dan Qing incense's fragrance was very beautiful. It was like the fragrance of ink or grass, it was elegant and distant. Fang Yuan arranged the Dan Qing incense. He set up some Gu formations. These Gu formations were made of mortal Gu, they had no other use but to confine the Dan Qing incense to a certain area, preventing it from spreading. I stored so much at once, it is enough to feed change soul immortal Gu 3 times. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied. However, the pill azure incense could not be replenished by itself with every bit used. If he had to produce Dan Qing incense himself, it would be troublesome. The environment for Dan Qing incense to be produced required primeval essence, red crown crane groups, green pine forests, ink bamboo forests, as well as fragrance Gu. These 4 types included beasts, plants, and Gu. Not only that, there was a strict requirement for the quantity of each type. If there was more of them, they could produce Dan Qing incense. And this requirement was an industry secret. The Gu immortals who sold this Dan Qing incense strictly controlled it, it was hard for it to be leaked. Currently, Fang Yuan could only store these pill azure incense and use it for now. Dan Qing incense was the food for change soul immortal Gu, but thankfully, there were many people selling this resource in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan had stockpiled such a large amount this time, it was enough to last for some time. After inspecting it again, Fang Yuan made some slight adjustments to the Gu formation here. He took a final look and saw that in mini azure sky, there was a small patch of dense green spots, it was different from before. Even though Fang Yuan developed and constructed his immortal aperture, overall, the sovereign immortal aperture was still barren and barren. Most importantly, the sovereign immortal aperture's space was simply too huge. The resources that Fang Yuan had invested in would have filled up the immortal aperture of other Gu immortals. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture contained a lot of Dao marks, but to affect such a large area, the effect of the Dao marks was much weaker. Fang Yuan's divine sense that was left in mini azure sky. Dan Qing incense was arranged properly, it meant that Fang Yuan's immortal aperture development had reached a certain stage. Before this, Fang Yuan had already purchased several batches of resources, solving the problem of the food for sword eyebrows, wave sword, flying sword, and other rank 7 immortal goo. The feeding of rank 8 and 7 immortal goo has been arranged properly. This way, it is time to deal with those rank 6 immortal goo when I construct my immortal aperture. Fang Yuan planned. When goo immortals construct their immortal aperture, the first basic requirement was to be able to feed their immortal goo and be self-sufficient. Fang Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie before, his immortal aperture was dead, so he did not follow the rules. Now that he was reborn, he worked steadily and had already solved the problem of feeding rank 8 and 7 immortal goo. Next were those rank 6 immortal goo. It had to be said. Fang Yuan had too many immortal goo. It would scare people to death if they said it out loud. But there was no helping it, Fang Yuan needed to raise so many immortal goo. Not only did he have to resist calamities and tribulations and providence, he also had to deal with other goo immortals. Fang Yuan's situation was very difficult. In the past, there was the Shadow Sect. They helped to conceal him and guard against deductions. But after the Battle of Etian Mountain, this protection was gone. Celestial Court's goo immortals put his name on the Demon Judgment Board, they were determined to kill him. There were also Northern Plains goo immortals who hated him to the core. Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Xinyang Tower. This was even more hateful than destroying the ancestral graves of these Huang Jin bloodline goo immortals. The other Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert goo immortals coveted his luck path true inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not obtain the all-living beings' luck true inheritance, no one would believe him if he tried to explain it. All in all, Fang Yuan's identity could not be exposed, a large number of goo immortals were eyeing him. Some time ago, during the Battle of He Tribe's goo immortals conspired with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. They wanted to ambush Fang Yuan, but because Fang Yuan was cautious, he did not go to Iron Eagle Blessed Land and escaped. Of course, Fang Yuan did not know about this yet. Thus, when Fang Yuan traveled outside, he used a fake name, Lu Guanji. If he revealed his true identity, Chu Du's attitude would change. Currently, Fang Yuan had already teamed up with Chu Du half a month ago. When Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Fang Yuan received Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du explained the situation to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Goo had a clue to an information path inheritance. At that moment, Fang Yuan was moved. Before this, he often talked about the benefits of information path. With powerful information path methods, he could make agreements with others without fear of the other party going back on their words. He could also secretly remove the alliance agreement on himself. He could kill the hostage and go back on his word, he was unrestrained. He could also gather a lot of information to help him make better decisions. Information Path and Wisdom Path were good partners. Information Path gathered information, while Wisdom Path used this information to make deductions, the two complemented each other. The Information Path inheritance insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Goo was very impressive, even the Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Tian Xia Xian was moved, he wanted to ask Chu Du for it. Chu Du also explained this to Fang Yuan. He wanted Fang Yuan to know the value of this information path true inheritance, so that he would be more wary. Fang Yuan thought about it, he decided to make a deal with Chu Du. He promised Chu Du to let him obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning, but Chu Du had to pay a price. After the Battle of He Tribe, Chu Du obtained the 13th Eagle Nest under Fang Yuan's guidance. On a certain day, he met up with Fang Yuan secretly in Northern Plains and the two made an exchange. Fang Yuan obtained Flying Sword Immortal Goo and Eagle Nest, while lending Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. The Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method, Fang Yuan could not give it to Chu Du even though this was an Immortal Killer move and Immortal Goo were unique, Chu Du could use other Immortal Goo to replace it. The goo worms were different, but they could form immortal killer moves with similar power. Chu Du was indeed a rank 7 expert, he was a legend in Northern Plains. With his help, Fang Yuan successfully passed the third earthly calamity. The first 2 times, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was a close call. But the third earthly calamity only had some setbacks. Chu-du dealt with most of it. Calamity beckoning immortal Gu was truly powerful. No wonder back then, Emoyao wanted to use this immortal Gu to help her beloved Bo-ching undergo tribulation. But in the end, she failed. Calamity beckoning immortal Gu was only rank 7, but Bo-ching's tribulation was the myriad tribulation to break through to rank 9 realm. Fong Yuan did not want to take the information path true inheritance of Flying Sword Immortal Gu for now. The turbulent flow sea area was a troublesome place, it was easy to get lost, and Gu immortals often appeared there. Fong Yuan focused on researching eagle nests. The 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land was usually hidden, only when Iron Eagle Blessed Land was on the verge of collapse would it appear. Inside, there were clues to He Fan's true inheritance. Fong Yuan had already explored it for some time, he had some insights. Compared to information path true inheritances, He Fan's true inheritance that could slow the time in the immortal aperture was more practical and important. Fong Yuan had already decided, using this period of free time after the tribulation, he was going to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Chapter 11:22. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Inside Mini Purple Heaven. Whoosh! There was a faint purple light, it was hazy. In the huge sky, there was an eagle nest floating in the air. This eagle nest was like a 3-story building, it had no doors or windows, it was like a huge crystal cluster. It was a type of translucent crystal, every strand was as thick and long as an adult's arm, they were of the same color, forming this dense and seamless eagle nest. This crystal had an extraordinary origin. Fong Yuan recognized it, it was a heavenly crystal, a rank 8 immemorial immortal material. Heavenly crystals came from the sky, they were very light and could float in the air, they would not fall without external force. Not to mention what was inside the eagle nest, just this eagle nest itself contained more than 500 kilograms of heavenly crystals. Just this amount of heavenly crystals had an enormous value. Evidently, this eagle nest was the 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Its value far surpassed the other eagle nests in Iron Eagle Blessed Land, it was at the top of the list. After Fong Yuan and Chu-du worked together, Chu-du went to Iron Eagle Blessed Land, and at the final moment of the battle with He tribe, he displayed great battle strength and snatched this eagle nest. However, before Chu-du left the battlefield, He tribe's first supreme elders shouted loudly, letting everyone know that this 13th eagle nest was extraordinary, it contained clues to He Fan's true inheritance. This brought a lot of trouble to Fong Yuan. After Chu-du learned of this, he started to negotiate with Fong Yuan again. Fong Yuan knew that he had to give in. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, Eastern Seas Information Path True Inheritance, this 13th eagle nest, as well as He Fan's true inheritance, their value combined. It was extremely huge. Even though Chu-du cultivated strength path, he would not give up until his death. But that did not mean he would not sell these things for a good price. Thankfully, Chu-du wanted Fong Yuan's method of passing tribulation. Fong Yuan used his greatest weakness. He deepened his cooperation with Chu-du, after spending a lot of effort and persuasion, the two barely came to an agreement. Chu-du used calamity beckoning to obtain a portion of Reckless Savage's true meaning from Fong Yuan. In the future, Fong Yuan would receive 30% of the profits from these two true inheritances. Chu-du is an ordinary Gu immortal, he does not want to cultivate information path and time path at the same time, so he is not very interested in these two true inheritances. You're not like me, who can cultivate the entire sect and can use any of the true teachings for your own cultivation. Even so, I also admired his decisiveness and his willingness to give up. Northern Plains Tyrannical Immortal is truly extraordinary, you live up to your reputation. Fong Yuan's thoughts ran wild as he inspected the eagle's nest. The relationship between him and Chu-du could be considered the most standard alliance of interests. Their friendship was shallow, and they were just using each other. Fong Yuan was still rather fearful of Chu-du in his heart. He knew that Chu-Du was unwilling to give up and still wanted the immortal tribulation aperture tempering technique. Chu-Du was brave and astute. He was definitely not a brainless, tyrant immortal. With his bravery, he could single-handedly defeat the Gold family, the Lu family. The Battle of He tribe made everyone feel helpless. His mastermind. They were not to be underestimated. After the Battle of Lu tribe, he rarely appeared and had been silently nurturing his disciples. He helped them become immortals and absorbed reckless savages' true meaning. He negotiated with Fang Yuan. His eloquence made Fang Yuan realize this person's shrewdness and wisdom. Tyrant Immortal had great ambitions. How could he satisfy the calamity beckoning in his hands? What made Fang Yuan even more worried was that Chu-Du seemed to have guessed his true identity. During the third earthly calamity, which was also the first time they cooperated, he recited a poem. The last two lines were, "Blue clouds hold me up to look at the world, I can see everything around me." Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. He had the intention of revealing Fang Yuan's true identity. Of course, Fang Yuan might be overthinking this. But for many things, Fang Yuan would rather think a little more than worry a little less. Chu-Du's appearance was also very strange. During the first earthly calamity, he almost took Fang Yuan's life. Fang Yuan was very suspicious. He was influenced by Providence and set up this human tribulation to deal with him. To cooperate with such a person, there was a saying that was appropriate, it was asking a tiger for its skin. Thus, after their first cooperation and the third earthly calamity, Fang Yuan and Chu-Du did not talk much, they soon parted. Chu-Du let Fang Yuan leave. Firstly, he had calamity beckoning immortal Gu. Secondly, he had an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. The information path immortal Gu he used were borrowed from other Gu immortals. Thirdly, he could not catch up to Fang Yuan. With Chu-Du's strength and methods, it was not surprising that he had a wide circle of friends. There was one point Fang Yuan had considered. To guard against Providence, Fang Yuan gave Chu-Du a lot of self-will Gu. At least, Fang Yuan did not have to worry that Providence would have any negative influence on Chu-Du. I need to be careful when cooperating with Chu-Du. If there is any mistake, I might be doomed. Fang Yuan warned himself inwardly. He placed his attention on the strength path immortal zombie. He controlled a strength path immortal zombie to get close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These last days, he had been investigating, deducing, and collecting all sorts of clues. He dug into He Cheng's memories and made deductions. If I am not wrong, this time, Fang Yuan had a sense of confidence as he activated his immortal Gu. The strength path immortal zombie that got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest underwent a complete transformation. It was originally lifeless, but in an instant, it turned into a living person. It turned into He Cheng. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. He Cheng gradually got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He placed his hand on the surface of the nest. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to pour into the heavenly crystal eagle nest. At the same time, Gu worms flew out, circling around He Cheng, dancing around him. Refinement path killer moves were activated one after another, landing on the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These refinement path killer moves were mortal. They were modified by He Fan in the past and were passed down. Before He Fan died, he instructed his descendants that any He tribe member who became an immortal in the future had to learn his refinement path methods. After several generations of He tribe Gu immortals researched them, they gradually understood, these refinement path killer moves were the keys to opening the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Many He tribe Gu immortals had tried to use these refinement path killer moves on the heavenly crystal eagle nest in order to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Of course, these attempts had all failed. Because they lacked the most crucial factor, attitude Gu. Among these refinement path killer moves, there was a crucial method to extract a trace of attitude Gu's aura. Only then could it be used. This crucial factor had obstructed the generations of He tribe Gu immortals. Nobody could inherit He Fan's true inheritance. He tribe's Gu immortals were not fools. After understanding this, they immediately started to search for attitude Gu. He tribe's Gu immortals worked hard, they gradually found some clues and gained progress. In the most recent generation, Su Xian's night elopement. She became He Cheng's beloved wife and joined He tribe as an external supreme elder. Her surname was not He, she could not know a huge secret like He Fan's true inheritance. But Su Xian's motive was not pure. With her elder sister Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, she stole a portion of He tribe's accumulated research results on He Fan's true inheritance. Using these results, she found some suspicious locations. Just as she was close to success, something happened. He Cheng killed Su Xian. Third sister's death caused second sister Fairy Li Shan to fall out with her elder sister Blazing Heaven Demoness. Su Xian left behind a crucial clue and a large amount of immortal essence for her beloved daughter He Lulan. After He Lulan's immortal ascension, using these clues, she retrieved attitude Gu that He tribe had lost for many years from the northern icy plain. But after a series of twists and turns, this immortal Gu ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. It was used by him. These last few days, Fang Yuan had been familiarizing himself with refinement path killer moves. There were also disguises and transformations to ensure that nothing went wrong. Refinement path killer moves after refinement path killer moves. At times, they turned into fire, at times, they turned into lightning, striking the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Every strike caused the heavenly crystal eagle nest to tremble slightly, emitting a clear and loud sound. Gradually, the heavenly crystal eagle nest's tremors became greater, the sound it emitted became louder and louder, starting to resound in the sky. The final strike. Fang Yuan's heart could not help but jump. Under his extremely practiced method, a trace of attitude Gu's aura was extracted, fusing into a transparent water flower that slowly flew towards the heavenly crystal eagle nest. The water flower smoothly fused into the heavenly crystal eagle nest, vanishing shortly after. The heavenly crystal eagle nest started to tremble, a bright light was emitted from deep within. Gradually, the entire heavenly crystal eagle nest was dyed into 9 different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black. The 9-colored light soared to the sky and earth. It was so dazzling that He Cheng had no choice but to retreat a distance. Ring ring ring, the light gradually faded, as the sound of wind chimes resounded in the air. In front of He Cheng, this heavenly crystal eagle nest that had been closed for countless years was finally opening up. Each heavenly crystal was moving step by step, continuously being disassembled. It made Fang Yuan think of building blocks or Rubik's cubes. The 9-colored heavenly crystals mixed together, embedded into each other. The heavenly crystal eagle nest slowly opened up an entrance. The entire process was beautiful, it was so dazzling that people subconsciously held their breaths. I understand. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he suddenly understood He Fan's method. Heavenly crystals were originally translucent, it looked like they came from one place, but that was not the case. These heavenly crystals have 9 colors, they should have come from the immemorial 9 heavens. But He Fan fused these heavenly crystals together, using refinement path methods to process these rank 8 immortal materials. This caused them to lose their colors, making them look like they were one. Before He Fan died, he left behind some refinement path methods. Using these refinement path methods, I can reverse process these heavenly crystals and restore them to their original appearance, activating the arrangements inside and opening up the entire eagle nest. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's evaluation of these heavenly crystals rose to another level. Heavenly crystals were immortal materials, other than being produced in the immemorial 9 heavens, they could also be produced in grotto heavens with deep foundations. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that these were heavenly crystals produced in He Fan Grotto Heaven. But the truth was, these heavenly crystals came from the immemorial 9 heavens. Then their value would be even higher. Because there were only 2 heavens left in the immemorial 9 heavens, the other 7 heavens were already destroyed. Back then, He Fan must have spent a lot of effort to gather these heavenly crystals. After all, it was getting harder and harder for Gu immortals to obtain these heavenly crystals. The only source was the fragment worlds of the immemorial 7 heavens that were scattered all over the 5 regions. Chapter 1123. Fang Yuan controlled He Cheng, walking into the eagle nest step by step. 9 colored lights flickered, shining on He Cheng's face. His vision was filled with heavenly crystals, creating a grand and beautiful scene. It was a luxurious and dreamy scene. The eagle nest was not big, it was like a small room. At the center of the room, there was a huge egg. Other than that, there was nothing else. He Cheng could be seen clearly. His gaze first focused on the big egg. This egg was the size of a teenager, it was oval in shape, the eggshell was like glass, reflecting the 9 colored lights of the heavenly crystals. It was a beautiful sight. But Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this egg was lifeless, it had no life force left. After realizing this, he stopped paying attention to it, he placed his attention elsewhere. He searched inch by inch, and after spending around 6 hours, aside from heaven crystals, he found nothing. How can this be? He Fan was a time path grade expert. How could the true inheritance he left behind be an empty heavenly crystal eagle nest? Where are his time path immortal goo? And his immortal killer moves? Fang Yuan thought about it. Soon, he placed his attention back on that dead egg. I'm afraid to find He Fan's true inheritance, this dead egg is the key. Fang Yuan guessed. At this point, the memories that he obtained from He Cheng were no longer useful. Fang Yuan had already surpassed all of He tribe's Gu immortals, he had reached a level that they had never reached before. To obtain He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan had to rely on his own hard work. He Cheng moved around the dead egg, using Gu worms. He observed and researched deeply. A moment later, Fang Yuan confirmed again that this was a dead egg. It was truly a dead egg. It was not a disguise. As such, Fang Yuan's earlier guess that He Fan's true inheritance was inside the egg was overturned. Don't tell me, He Fan's true inheritance was secretly taken away by someone else? There was an immortal Gu stored here, but someone got here first. Maybe I am not the first to enter this place. Fang Yuan could not help but think. This was not impossible. The waters of this world were too deep. Fang Yuan no longer dared to underestimate anyone after his secret deal with Sixth Hair. Although he was a transmigrator, he was not the only one in this world. Those who did well. They had already become rank 9 venerables. Righteous Dao, demonic Dao, itinerant cultivators, countless elites, geniuses, heroes, and overlords had crossed the past, present, and future, shining like stars. As for Fang Yuan, he was only one star among them. Fang Yuan's conjecture wasn't just a wild guess. He also had a basis. According to the information obtained from Black City, He tribe's Gu immortals also realized that attitude Gu was crucial. They searched for attitude Gu while thinking of methods to imitate attitude Gu's aura. Deceived the activation of Heaven Crystal Eagle Nest. In He Cheng's memories, He tribe's Gu immortals did not succeed. But this did not mean that no Gu immortal had succeeded before. Perhaps some Gu immortals secretly opened the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest and took He Fan's true inheritance. No one else knew. In fact, they might not even be He tribe Gu immortals. This was an example. There were many examples in the historical records. The most well-known one was thieving heaven demon Venerable. This person had the ability to steal. In his life, he had stolen many Gu immortal true inheritances, countless forces hated him. Fang Yuan inspected it a few more times, he did not find anything. With his current methods and knowledge, if he did not find anything, there might not be any He Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan was very disappointed. He was still hoping for He Fan's true inheritance to slow down the time in his immortal aperture. Of course, he had Chu Du's help now, he did not need it for now. But what about the future? If one did not plan for the future, they would face immediate problems. Cooperating with Chu Du was very dangerous, it was like asking a tiger for its skin. Providence would also stir things up. Even if Fang Yuan did not need it now, with this as insurance, he would be able to move freely in the future. Even without He Fan's true inheritance, this heavenly crystal eagle nest is a rank 8 immortal material. It has huge value. One could say, other than the immortal goo in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, the other resources added together were not even half of the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Of course, this did not include Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley were in Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan did not interfere in the guts goo business, he let Langya sect sell them. He only took the monthly profits. But, what is this dead egg? With my knowledge, I cannot recognize it. If He Fan's true inheritance is still around, maybe this dead egg is a clue left behind by He Fan. Even though the chances were slim, Fang Yuan still wanted to investigate along this clue. He first went to Jewel Yellow Skies. This place sold some cultivation knowledge and experiences. Among them were things like Desolate Beast records, Southern Border maps, Ancient Desolate Plants records, and so on. Fang Yuan's divine sense moved around. After choosing carefully, he bought some and looked at them. Last time, he spent close to 10,000 immortal yuan stones to buy a large batch of Pill Azure incense. But this month's profits had not arrived yet, he was a little short on funds. But after looking at these, even though Fang Yuan gained some knowledge, he still could not find out the origin of this mysterious dead egg. Fang Yuan was not disappointed, he felt joy in his heart. The more mysterious this dead egg was, the greater its origin. He felt that he had a higher chance of obtaining He Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is likely to be the egg of an immemorial desolate beast. Fang Yuan read a lot of cultivation knowledge, he did not gain nothing. This way, the cultivation knowledge in Jewel Yellow Skies was useless. Because these knowledge were mostly limited to rank 6 and 7. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but rank 8 goo immortals would not sell their knowledge to Jewel Yellow Skies. They were not greedy for such a small amount of money. Most goo immortals did not want to buy it either, because at their level, they would not encounter any immemorial desolate beasts. Right now, most immemorial desolate beasts lived in immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven. Other than that, there were calamity lands and forbidden areas in the 5 regions. For example, the 10 great calamity lands of Northern Plains. Or Earth Abyss, Earth Trenches, and so on. Should I advertise in Jewel Yellow Skies and ask for the origin of this egg at a high price? Fang Yuan thought about it before rejecting this idea. It was too flashy. He Tribe's goo immortals were not completely dead yet. Wisdom Path goo immortals could deduce many things with their deductions. This was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. If those rank 8 goo immortals were attracted, it would be terrible. Fang Yuan could not afford to offend them now. Fang Yuan was not dejected even though he suffered a setback in Jewel Yellow Skies. Because he was clearly aware that there was an existence by his side, and it was very likely that she could help him resolve his doubts. This was the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. The latter was a rank 8 goo immortal, a refinement path supreme grandmaster. He was famous in history and had a great reputation. Which paths goo immortals had the widest knowledge? Wisdom path, information path, and refinement path. Wisdom path goo immortals could deduce all sorts of secrets. Information path goo immortals were good at gathering information, while refinement path goo immortals needed to know about goo materials to refine goo worms. As one of the few refinement path great experts in history, long-hair ancestors' knowledge was undeniable. Fang Yuan took the initiative to ask the land spirit of Langya for help. The process was not smooth. Fang Yuan was troubled by the land spirit of Langya for a long time. Recently, Langya's sect was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. They felt that he only cared about his own cultivation and did not contribute to the sect. Up until now, Langya's sect's plan to develop Tai Chou was obstructed by the falling star hound. There was little progress. Fang Yuan, if you get rid of the falling star hound, you can read all the books in the sect. If you want to exchange, take out 100 contribution points. The land spirit of Langya's expression was cold. He said in a low tone. Fang Yuan smiled. I am willing to exchange. 100 contribution points was almost all he had. But even so, Fang Yuan wanted to exchange. He did not intend to go to Taichou. The land spirit of Langia snorted coldly. He was about to flare up when Fang Yuan said, "Everything will be done according to the sect rules. First Supreme Elder is fair and just. Langya sect's prosperity is just around the corner." The land spirit of Langya's chest was shaking in anger, his hair was standing on end. He breathed roughly and calmed himself down. "I heard you have a deep relationship with 12th Hair. I remember this child praising you everywhere. He recently challenged the falling star hound and was heavily injured. All his desolate beasts died in battle. He is in low spirits. Aren't you going to visit him? Thank you for First Supreme Elder's concern." Fang Yuan had a heavy and sorrowful expression. It was as if he was the one who was injured, not 12th Hair. "After exchanging the books, I will immediately visit 12th Hair," Fang Yuan guaranteed. The land spirit of Langya was helpless. He could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got what he wanted. He went to 12th Hair's Cloud City on the way. He did not see 12th Hair, but a mortal Gu master. "My city lord is not willing to meet guests, please leave." Fang Yuan was rejected, but he did not leave immediately. He asked in concern. In the end, this mortal Gu master was very cold. Fang Yuan was not interested. He had to leave, helplessly. If not for the land spirit knowing everything in the blessed land, Fang Yuan would not have put on such a show. He knew clearly, how could a mere hairy man mortal Gu master treat him, a Gu immortal, like this? Evidently, the mortal Gu master had the support of a hairy man Gu immortal. This person was none other than 12th Hair, who had a lot of opinions towards Fang Yuan. "My relationship with Langya's sect has reached such a stage. 6th Hair's contribution should be part of this. Langya's sect still has great value. I need to repair my relationship with them in the future, but that is not the urgent matter now." After returning to his Cloud City, he checked the information. He was not disappointed. So this egg is the egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan's heart shook. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. After the shock, Fang Yuan was filled with joy. Chapter 1124. Upper Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan had long heard of such primordial desolate beasts, but he did not know what the sky eagle's egg looked like. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. A mature upper extreme heavenly eagle could freely travel between the immemorial 9 heavens or grotto heavens. This instinct was extremely powerful. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was an extremely thick heavenly dipper energy wall blocking it. The heavenly abode was located in the sky. If it did not show itself, it would be extremely difficult to detect it from the outside world. However, as long as the upper extreme heavenly eagle had been to a certain place, it would follow its instincts and traverse through the void to return. It was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. It could fly extremely fast. Hei Fan had to have paid a huge price to be able to find this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg, unless he had a fortuitous encounter. The only flaw of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was its lifespan. Its lifespan was only 80 years. The lifespan of a normal mortal was about 100 years. As a primordial desolate beast, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's lifespan could not be compared to a mortal's. It was truly degrading. The other primordial desolate beasts had lifespans of hundreds of thousands of years. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not compare. However, it also had a way to extend its life. Before it died of old age, it would lay an egg. This bird egg contained all of its past memories, even its accumulated space path Tao marks. When the chick hatched, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would return to its previous life and grow up again. However, it would have the memories of its previous life and the accumulation of Tao marks. If nothing unexpected happened, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would only become stronger and stronger. Of course, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was undoubtedly at its weakest when it was still in the egg stage. After understanding this, Fang Yuan made a bold guess. This egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle must have been intentionally left behind by Hei Fan. Why did he leave the egg? Clearly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had been to He Fan Paradise. It was the bridge to He Fan Grotto Heaven. He Fan's Grotto Heaven was left behind by He Tribe's Gu immortals. In He Cheng's memories, this investigation had no results. He Fan's true inheritance is most likely left in his own Grotto Heaven. This was not strange because he did not have any food path methods. Thus, leaving the immortal Gu in the immortal aperture and feeding them on their own is the safest way. And the problem of He Fan Paradise's calamity does not exist. According to He Cheng's memories, He Fan had once obtained a fragment of the immemorial Nine Heavens. If I am not wrong, He Fan must have fused this immemorial Nine Heavens fragment into his immortal aperture before he died. It is a pity, even though he has no tribulations, he does not have lifespan Gu. The lifespan extension technique he used had also reached its limit. Therefore, it can only be that he died. But why are the heavenly eagle eggs in the nest dead? Fong Yuan was faced with another difficult problem. There are two possible answers. The first was that the heavenly eagle's egg had died of natural causes. He Fan had left behind the egg. In order to prevent the egg from hatching, he had used the heavenly crystal eagle nest to carry out some sort of arrangement. However, even after a long time had passed, no one came to inherit and open the heaven crystal eagle nest. In this way, the bird egg would truly die after a long time. There was a second possibility. The reason why this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg was completely lifeless was because of He Fan. This egg was not truly dead, it needed a special method to be unsealed.
If it was the first possibility, then Fong Yuan would not be able to gain much. He would only get a heavenly crystal eagle nest and a dead immemorial desolate bird egg. However, the value of these two items was still very high. From Fong Yuan's perspective, he hoped for the second possibility. But if it was the second possibility, then where was the special method to unseal the egg? Let's say it is the second possibility. Then how can I unseal this dead egg and let it regain life, or even hatch? Fong Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought for a long time but had no idea. It was no wonder. Looking at it from a simple perspective, the egg was indeed completely dead. If not for that, Fong Yuan would not have been able to confirm this fact from the start. If I were He Fan and wanted to leave behind a dead egg for my descendants to inherit my inheritance, I would definitely leave behind a method to resolve this matter. Fong Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He found that he had subconsciously neglected a method. That was the refinement path methods that He Fan had modified and passed down. I used these methods to open the heavenly crystal eagle nest. What if I use these methods on this heavenly eagle's dead egg? Fong Yuan had a bold idea. But he did not act immediately. Because this was a pure guess, there was no evidence to back it up. Fong Yuan was very vigilant. He started to use wisdom path methods to analyze these refinement path methods and make deductions. He soon found something strange. What was strange about it? Some refinement path killer moves were modified by He Fan out of the blue. The original refinement path killer moves were even better and superior than his modified ones. He Fan modified them like this. He was purposely trying to curry favor. What was he trying to do? Fong Yuan thought of a segment in He Cheng's memories regarding He Fan's life. As a rank 8 Gu immortal, He Fan liked to guide his juniors in his later years. He often taught them, when learning, they had to think for themselves. They could not blindly worship others or copy the experiences and results of their predecessors. Only by thinking for themselves and applying what they had learned would they be able to walk further on their own Gu immortal path. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan looked at these refinement path killer moves again. He had a new feeling. He tried to pick out the killer moves that He Fan failed in modifying them. He made another shocking discovery. So these refinement path killer moves were not failed modifications, they were combined to form a brand new killer move. He Fan intentionally added parts to these refinement path killer moves. If looked at individually, they are all failures. But when all of these are combined, these added parts can be combined to form a unified whole. What made Fong Yuan even more surprised was that this new killer move was a blood path method. It was a blood path method.
The great rank 8 time path He Fan was actually researching blood path as well. This was not strange. Ever since Blood Sea Ancestor appeared, the power of blood path was known by everyone. While the various superpowers were doing their best to prevent the development of the blood path, they were also secretly researching it. This phenomenon existed even in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, not to mention Northern Plains, which was a land of war. What about the Northern Plains Gu immortals who worshipped battle strength towards blood path? Fong Yuan was much more confident than refinement path. He was a blood path grandmaster. Blood path was his old profession. After some research, Fong Yuan found out, this He Fan intentionally hid the killer move blood refinement that he left behind to deal with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's dead egg. But this blood refinement killer move, it was not comprehensive. With Fong Yuan's knowledge and blood path attainment, he could see that this blood path killer move was incomplete in many areas. It was only an incomplete lower half. He could see this. Fong Yuan was not disappointed, his eyes were shining brightly. He Fan should have grasped the complete blood refinement killer move. He first used the first half to deal with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's dead egg. Then he left the second half for his descendants. But he did not leave it for his descendants. Instead, he used an ingenious method to hide this blood path killer move. He did this to test his descendants. He hoped that an outstanding Gu immortal who could think for himself would inherit his inheritance. Secondly, it was because blood path could not be exposed. The true inheritance left behind by the great He Fan. It was actually a blood path method. It would cause a lot of commotion if it got out. This was something He Fan did not want to see. Fong Yuan was astute. He was able to deduce He Fan's thoughts from back then. At once, he understood most of it. After understanding this, Fong Yuan was even more certain that this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's dead egg was not dead. He Fan had used a special method to deal with it. Next, it would be easy. Fong Yuan was no longer an immortal zombie, he could use his own blood. It was a piece of cake. However, when he was about to use blood refinement, he suddenly stopped. So close. I almost did not expect He Fan to have this intention. Fong Yuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Why did He Fan use blood path methods? For his descendants? Speaking of which, wasn't it strange? Everyone knew that He Fan was a time path great expert. At his level, he could comprehend things by analogy. Time path methods could definitely be left behind as well. But he chose blood path alone and gave up on time path, which he was most proficient in. What was the reason? There was probably only one answer to this question: blood path methods could provide something that time path methods could not. What else could it be? As a blood path grandmaster, Fong Yuan's first thought was bloodline verification. He Fan's inheritance was left behind for He tribe's descendants. The inheritances left behind by Gu immortals of super tribes were usually kept to themselves. The most important condition was the descendants of the tribe. Very few clan Gu immortals left behind inheritances that could be inherited by others. Attitude Gu and the refinement path methods passed down for generations were only one or two preventive methods. Blood refinement methods and bloodline verification were the third preventive method. If it is not a He tribe descendant, if the blood flowing in his body is not a He tribe member, then refining this bird egg with blood might result in a backlash. Furthermore, if he hatched the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he would be viewed as an enemy by this immemorial desolate beast. As Fong Yuan thought of this, more cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Especially in the latter situation, if he really provoked an immemorial desolate beast, an enemy with rank 8 battle strength was not a joke. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was extremely fast. Fong Yuan could not shake it off. His defenses were weak, he would die for sure. It seems that I can only start with the bloodline before refining the bird egg. Fong Yuan wisely stopped. Several days later. At a certain corner of the sovereign immortal aperture, He Cheng's hair was disheveled, his expression was haggard. Fong Yuan controlled a strength path immortal zombie to fly over. He Cheng's body shook intensely like he was electrocuted, his face was filled with fear as he shouted, "You, what do you want to do to me?" In the past, Fong Yuan's soul searched him, that was fine. But recently, Fong Yuan used all sorts of methods to torture him, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He Cheng was captured by Fong Yuan and ended up in this state, he had already accepted his fate. Whatever Gu Immortal's integrity was gone. But even if he bit his tongue to commit suicide, he could not do it. Fong Yuan felt that He Cheng still had value, even if He tribe was destroyed, He Lulan was still around. Thus, He Cheng was in a situation where he could not die. "Don't worry, this might be the last time, I am confident." Fong Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie as he smiled. Chapter 11:25. He Cheng's face twisted as he screamed miserably. Fortunately, his cultivation level was high now. His blood path and transformation path were both grandmasters. Thus, something that ordinary Gu immortals could not do, he did it in less than half a month. Counting the time, almost a month had passed. The fourth earthly calamity. There was still a little more than a month left. Now that everything was ready, Fong Yuan seized the time and immediately began to work on the bird egg. As he expected, under the effect of the blood path killer move, the lifeless bird egg immediately regained some vitality. As more and more blood flowed in, the life force became more exuberant, and it became more intimate with Fong Yuan. After a full 8 days and 8 nights, the eggshell broke open from the inside and a little bird came out. This little bird was just born. However, his body was not small. When he stood on the ground, he was at the height of a normal teenager. Little Eagle looked at the strength path immortal zombie that looked like Fong Yuan with a passionate expression. His sharp eagle eyes were filled with childish admiration. It was like a baby meeting its biological parents. Come to me." Fong Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and tried to speak. Little Eagle immediately jumped in front of the immortal zombie obediently and raised its head to look at him. Its eagle eyes were extremely black and pure, and it did not have any sense of defense. The immortal zombie stretched out his hand. He patted the little eagle's head. On the head of the little eagle, there was only a thin layer of yellow feathers, very sparse. Fong Yuan could touch its skin and flesh. It was warm and felt very good. As Fong Yuan stroked it, the little hawk obediently lowered its head and did not resist at all. Not only that, but the eagle's eyes also closed slightly, and its beak opened and closed, making cute chirping sounds, as if it was acting coquettishly to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had already seen through many things, he praised in his heart, He Fan's methods are truly impressive, he actually erased this upper extreme heavenly eagle's memories and only kept its space path Dao marks. However, if I had my previous life's memories, this upper extreme heavenly eagle, a primordial desolate beast, would indeed not be easy to control. And this blood path killer move can actually enslave immemorial desolate beasts. No, it was not accurate to call it enslavement. The true effect is to make the primordial desolate beast extremely close to you. It is equivalent to the most reliable blood relative. If that's the case, it shouldn't be difficult for it to carry me to He Fan paradise. As this thought lingered in his mind, the eaglet let out a few more cries. The cries were slightly urgent, and its body was also shaking. "Are you hungry?" Fong Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and retracted his palm. He then pointed at the heavenly crystal eagle nest, "Then let's go and eat." The food of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was heaven crystal. Once the young eagle obtained permission, it let out a long and happy cry before it hopped over. With a light peck, it managed to peck off a small piece of heaven crystal. The little eagle held a small piece of heavenly crystal in its beak, but did not swallow it. Instead, it turned to look at the strength path immortal zombie that looked like Fong Yuan. The Strength Path immortal zombie smiled at the eagle and said warmly, "Quickly eat." The young eagle understood. It suddenly raised its head and swallowed the small piece of heaven crystal in its mouth. Then, it continued to peck. The indestructible heavenly crystal, under its tender beak, was as fragile as tofu. Fong Yuan, who was observing from the side, could not help but feel some shock. Don't look down on this little bird, this was a true immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. That means, from now on, I will have immemorial level battle power. No, it is still too young, its battle power cannot be so high. It seems to understand my words, it seems like this was left behind by He Fan. Since I can erase the memories of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, adding in some human language is not impossible. However, there is a huge flaw. I have to disguise my bloodline to make the upper extreme heavenly eagle feel close to me. If it is my true self, then I will not be able to do it. I might even attract the attack of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. After all, this immemorial desolate beast is arrogant and very aggressive. Fong Yuan considered all aspects. In the next few days, the Strength Path immortal zombie that Fong Yuan controlled accompanied the young eagle and watched it eat. The young eagle did not just eat, after eating for a while, it would jump to the Strength Path immortal zombie's side. It snuggled up to him and slept. It had complete trust in the Strength Path immortal zombie, it did not guard against it. After a few days, the Heaven Crystal Eagle nest was mostly eaten by the young eagle. This terrifying speed of eating caused Fong Yuan to feel a headache. In order to obtain immemorial level battle power, it was unavoidable to pay some immemorial immortal materials. However, the price of feeding them was a little too high. The young eagle grew very quickly. It was originally the height of a youngster, but after a few days, it was already as tall as Fong Yuan. It stood on the ground and raised its head. Its body was muscular, its feathers were plump, its eyes were sharp and its claws were pitch black. With one swipe, the Heaven Crystal Eagle nest was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The time was ripe, Fong Yuan did not want to wait any longer. He recalled the Strength Path immortal zombie and all the immortal goo and mortal goo on the immortal zombie. He used familiar face on his true body. Right now, familiar face. It had already surpassed the original version, adding in blood acid immortal goo and all sorts of mortal goo. This way, Fong Yuan could even disguise his bloodline. Fong Yuan left Langyat Blessed Land. He chose an uninhabited area and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The young eagle saw Fong Yuan's true body and did not suspect anything. It immediately went over and pecked Fong Yuan's palm. It even lowered its head and used its feather to rub against Fong Yuan's shoulder. It was very intimate. Fong Yuan laughed, instructing the young eagle, "Quickly bring me to He Fan Grotto Heaven, help me inherit He Fan's true inheritance." The young eagle was slightly stunned, a certain part of its memories came alive, it screeched loudly and flew into the sky. Fong Yuan saw the opportunity and jumped onto the young eagle's back. The young eagle screeched again, it carried Fong Yuan and flew towards the southeast direction. The surrounding air currents were rumbling, the wind was howling. Fong Yuan activated his goo worms, he sat on the eagle's back without moving. He was very satisfied with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed, it was not inferior to Sword Escape immortal goo. Most importantly, this upper extreme heavenly eagle was still a young eagle, it was far from adulthood, its body had not matured yet. A true adult upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge, it was several times the size of a giant whale. Fong Yuan also estimated, its current battle strength had not reached rank 8. Right now, it was at most rank 6. Even though it had a lot of space path Dao marks, it did not have any wild goo. The most important factor that influenced desolate beasts and desolate plants was their bodies. This was different from humans, the human body was not worth looking forward to, desolate beasts had strong offense, defense, and recovery abilities. Not to mention immemorial desolate beasts. This was the first time Fong Yuan had encountered the upper extreme heavenly eagle, He had thought that it would have rank 8 battle strength at birth. That was wrong. Even though he was slightly disappointed, it would definitely have rank 8 battle strength in the future. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was in charge of traveling. Fang Yuan sat on its back, feeding it heavenly crystals every once in a while. At other times, Fang Yuan was not idle, he was analyzing He Fan. From He Cheng's memories, he already held He Fan in high esteem. In history, this time path great expert who brought He tribe to its peak was not simple. Fang Yuan recalled the process of him deciphering He Fan's true inheritance. It was like a battle between him and He Fan. This battle was not ordinary, it was a completely new experience. He Fan left behind refinement path killer moves, heavenly crystal eagle nest, upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg, hidden blood path killer moves, and so on. These made Fang Yuan deeply understand this time path great expert's vigilance, deep scheming, and proud nature. Gu immortals who could cultivate to rank 8 were not simple characters. He Fan was a top expert among rank 8s. He Fan's true inheritance was not easy to inherit. He tribe's Gu immortals had tried for so many generations, but they had not succeeded. Of course, the loss of attitude Gu was part of the reason. But it was undeniable that if it were anyone else, they would have failed. Only someone like Fang Yuan, who had deep foresight, combined with suitable fortuitous encounters, could explore step by step and advance step by step. Finally, he walked on the path to He Fan Grotto Heaven. Will I be able to inherit the true inheritance in He Fan Grotto Heaven? I have a feeling that He Fan's test is not over yet. But the more tests there are, the more it proves that the true inheritance is extraordinary. It is not a bad thing. Chapter 11:26. A day and a half later, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fang Yuan and flew to the sky above a nameless place. The upper extreme heavenly eagle slowed down and started to circle in the sky. After flying for a while, it seemed to have confirmed its location. It pecked at a certain place in the sky. Immediately, Fang Yuan heard a clear ringing sound. Space was torn apart as his vision changed. In the blink of an eye, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried him and disappeared from northern plains, entering He Fan Grotto Heaven. The power of the upper extreme heavenly eagle can indeed penetrate the void and enter the Grotto Heaven. It is already so powerful at a young age. When it matures, it will be a great help. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly in admiration as he looked around. This Grotto Heaven was vast and boundless. Below Fang Yuan was a dense primitive forest. Greenery spread everywhere, birds and beasts flew, it was full of life. Musical trees. The leaves of the trees were like rainbow-colored feathers. Countless birds of all kinds perched on the branches, chirping and singing loudly. Anger birds. One of the birds was fat, it caused the thick branches to tremble, air currents lingered around it, its cries were especially bright. Tea stream. Between the trees, a stream flowed quietly. The stream water was clear and light green, it gave off steam, the water plants inside were all tea leaves. Fang Yuan casually looked around and found many cultivation resources in the forest. He looked at the sky. This Grotto Heaven's sky was azure in color. It seems that He Fan obtained an immemorial azure heaven fragment back then. After fusing it into his immortal aperture, it formed an everlasting azure heaven. Fang Yuan confirmed that this should be He Fan Grotto Heaven. Because from He Cheng's memories, he knew that He Fan had once cultivated and sold musical trees. He was famous in jewel yellow skies. The forest in front of them was almost entirely made up of musical trees. The scale was so large that it was shocking. Just as Fang Yuan was observing his surroundings, the entire world suddenly resounded with the sound of a bell. The bell sounds were melodious. 10 times in a row. Next, a brass bell appeared out of nowhere in front of Fang Yuan. Tian Ling. There really is a heavenly spirit. Fang Yuan's heart trembled slightly, and he became nervous. He was not really of He tribe bloodline. Although he had successfully deceived the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he still had to deceive the heavenly spirit in order to successfully obtain the true inheritance. In the northeast direction of Heifan Grotto Heaven stood a tall mountain. The locals called it Wangum Mountain and revered it. There was a cave of 3 immortals on the mountain. In the cave, the 3 Gu immortals were in a secret discussion. "Gentlemen, how can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Since we want to escape this cage, we need to deal with the risks involved." Gu immortal Feng Jun had an excited expression. The other 2 Gu immortals looked at each other with hesitation. One of them, Gu immortal Jingtua, looked at Feng Jun. "This is a huge matter. If we are not careful, we will die. How can we not be careful?" The other Gu immortal, Zhou Min, was a female. "Brother Feng Jun, please don't be impatient." It was extremely difficult to deal with the heavenly spirit, but he could take his time to think about it. There was no rush. "Don't worry, since the 3 of us are sworn brothers, we will advance and retreat together." Feng Jun raised his head and sighed. "The heavenly spirit is not scary, we have already gained its trust. Furthermore, I created this blood light spirit suppression killer move, I have confidence in it. It has a high chance of success." Jingtua looked at Feng Jun. "Brother, I am not scolding you, but why are you so anxious? You said earlier that blood light spirit suppression was created by you just now. This immortal killer move is just a newly created one. It is not perfect yet. Even if it is perfect, we need to practice it continuously. Why are you so anxious?" "That's right, brother." Zhou Min also said, "To deal with the heavenly spirit, we are not enough. We might as well convince that old immortal Qin Chi in the west, he has 3 Gu immortals under him." Feng Jun snorted coldly. He said with disdain, "Old man Qin Chi is useless. He is already on his deathbed, but he is still so conservative. He is not worthy of our cooperation." Feng Jun shook his head. Zhou Min frowned. "Even if brother looks down on old immortal Qin Chi, he has the highest cultivation level. Even if we cannot work together with him to deal with the heavenly spirit, we need to make him watch from the sidelines and not oppose us." Third sister's words are reasonable. Jingtua also chimed in. Feng Jun's expression was grim. He hesitated for a while before saying, "To speak the truth, you know that I cultivate luck path. These last few days, I have been having a bad feeling, like something bad is about to happen. I have an indescribable feeling that if we do not resist now, we might not have a chance anymore." Feng Jun was the only one saying this. There was no evidence at all, it was like nonsense. But the other 2 immortals had solemn expressions. Zhou Min said, "Brother, you have passed Immortal Succession Mountain, you cultivate the luck path, true inheritance of Immortal Succession Mountain, even though your cultivation level is not rank 7, because you are the first inheritor, your Dao marks are not inferior to rank 7 luck path Gu immortals. I heard that once the number of luck path Dao marks reaches a certain level, the Gu immortal will undergo a mystical transformation." At the side, Jingtua added, "That's right. If you are a refinement path Gu immortal, your Gu refinement ability will increase greatly, you will be able to sense minute details when refining Gu. If you are a fire path Gu immortal, you will have an indescribable sense towards fire path immortal Gu and desolate beasts. If you are a wisdom path Gu immortal, you will not need to use any Gu worms, but your deduction ability will become stronger. And luck path Gu immortals will have an instinctive sense towards their own luck or the luck around them." "That's right." Feng Jun sighed, his expression softening slightly. Since Zhou Min and Jingtua could understand him, that was good. After all, the blood light spirit suppression immortal killer move that he created could not be activated by himself, the 3 of them had to work together to succeed. Right at this time, clear bell sounds could be heard from outside. Why did someone pass Immortal Succession Mountain and obtain the true inheritance? Jingtuo's eyes brightened. No matter who this person is, we need to recruit him or her to our side. Zhou Min immediately said. "Listen, this bell has rung 5 times already." Feng Jun's attention was also diverted. Amazing! This person had actually made it this far. Back then, He was almost as good as second brother, Jingtua praised. But very quickly, the three immortals' expressions changed. It's already the seventh time, Zhou Min whispered. How is this possible? Not only did he surpass me, he even surpassed that old fart Qin Qi. Feng Jun found this hard to believe. He had personally experienced it, so he understood how difficult it was to ascend Immortal Succession Mountain. Then, the bell rang for the 10th time, and the sound lingered in the world for a long time. The three immortals were like statues. He stood motionless on the spot. After a while, Zhou Min came back to her senses. Her delicate and beautiful face was full of shock. Did I hear that right? The bell rang 10 times in a row. Feng Jun had a dark expression. According to the stone tablet on Immortal Succession Mountain, the bell rang 10 times. It means that our clan has a Gu immortal who obtained old ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. They are already here. Could it be that I've been having a bad feeling lately? Is it because of this person? After so many years, I thought that no one would be able to inherit the number one true inheritance of the Immortal Succession Mountain. To think that. Jingtua shook his head. He had a complex expression. He looked at the two immortals beside him. Their expressions were also changing. Jingtua let out a breath of air. He barely calmed himself down. Let's go. According to the rules, since the true inheritor has appeared, the heavenly spirit will welcome him immediately. We need to follow him. We need to pay our respects. Pay our respects? For what? Feng Jun's body shook. He raised his voice. Who cares who he is? Why should we pay our respects to him? We have He tribe's bloodline. We are descendants of He tribe. Do we have to bow down to the main tribe just because our ancestor committed a crime? Zhou Min immediately consoled him. Second brother, you are right, I agree. Even though this happened suddenly, it is not to the point of no return yet. According to the stone tablet's rules, even though the main tribe's inheritor has appeared, he has already exceeded the time limit. To inherit He Fan's true inheritance, we need to pass the test. Whether we want to make things difficult for him or suppress the heavenly spirit, we need to calm down now. We need to calm down. Feng Jun was reminded by this. He immediately became clear-headed. Third sister is right. We still have a chance. Let's go. We need to go now. We cannot expose any flaws. I really want to see just what kind of divine being this inheritor is. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Humph. The brass bell floated in front of Feng Yuan. After 10 rings, there was no sound. Feng Yuan probed, are you this heavenly spirit? My surname is He Cheng. I was the one who opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest and hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I am here to inherit ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. But the brass bell was silent. It floated in front of Feng Yuan, not moving. As expected, after devouring the immemorial azure heaven fragment, even if there is a heavenly spirit, it has become ignorant. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He understood in his heart. He had obtained this information from the transactions with Shadow Sect. Devouring the immemorial 9 heavens fragment would make the grotto heaven free from calamities and tribulations, but if the Gu immortal died and formed a heavenly spirit, the heavenly spirit would lose its authority and become ignorant. In the end, it was because of providence. The creation of providence originated from the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Ordinary grotto heavens were small worlds that were different from the outside world. But if they devoured the immemorial 9 heavens fragment, providence would come in. Their personal authority would be greatly weakened by providence. Shadow Sect had done a lot of research on this. Back then, a member of Shadow Sect, one of the main split souls, 7-star child, had tried to devour a fragment of immemorial blue heaven to research a method to deal with providence. Unfortunately, he was schemed against by providence. The immortal zombie 7-star child fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, unable to extricate himself. This dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable was later split into many parts because of the destruction of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. They fell into various places in Central Continent along with countless small worlds of Grotto Heaven fragments. In a nameless valley, Fong Yuan was invited by Crane Gate to investigate. Coincidentally, in this small world of the Grotto Heaven fragment, Fong Yuan explored the dream realm contained within and obtained crucial guidance. This allowed Fong Yuan to snatch away the greatest achievement of Shadow Sect's 100,000 years of planning on Etian Mountain. From this, it could be seen that any Grotto Heaven that devoured a fragment of the immemorial Nine Heavens would be investigated by Providence. It was not safe for Fong Yuan. The truly safe place was a blessed land like Langyup Blessed Land. It was completely private and not subject to Providence's investigation. Long-Hair Ancestor was famous in the past. It was not difficult for him to obtain a fragment of the immemorial Nine Heavens. But from start to finish, he did not let his Grotto Heaven devour a single fragment of the immemorial Nine Heavens. Thus, this Grotto Heaven is not as valuable as He Fan's true inheritance to me. After I inherit He Fan's true inheritance, I will give this Grotto Heaven to Chu Du. I will fulfill that agreement and give him 30% of the profits. Fong Yuan was planning when suddenly, several figures appeared in the sky. Their immortal auras were not concealed as they flew towards him. What's going on? There are Gu immortals in this He Fan Grotto Heaven? Fong Yuan was surprised. P.S. Chapter 1127. Far away, four Gu immortals arrived together. Fong Yuan had a solemn expression. He looked at them without blinking. The truth was, this scene was out of his expectations. Why are there Gu immortals? Fong Yuan looked at the heavenly spirit and asked. But this He Fan Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was ignorant, it did not react. Fong Yuan's heart was shrouded in darkness. In just a while, the four Gu immortals got close, but they did not show any hostility. Fong Yuan did not move, he was on full alert. Sinner Immortal Chen Chi greets my tribe superior immortal. The leader was an old Gu immortal. He wore an ancient crown, he wore a green-gray robe, his hair was white. After seeing Fong Yuan, he bowed with a solemn expression. Sinner Immortal? Fong Yuan had a thought, he quickly returned the greeting. I am not worthy of the title, Superior Immortal. My name is Heiqing City. I was fortunate enough to obtain He Fan's true inheritance and enter the Grotto Heaven. To think that I would be able to meet all of you here. Fong Yuan had turned into Heiqing this time. This was something he had carefully considered. After all, with jewel-yellow skies, even if He Fan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the world, it could know about He tribe's movements. Even though Heiqing went missing and lost He tribe's immortal Gu house, this did not stop him from inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. And most importantly, Fong Yuan had all of Heiqing's memories, his disguise was perfect, there were no loopholes. Chen Qi raised his head, looking at Fong Yuan with a look of praise. Heiqing was publicly recognized as a handsome man in Northern Plains, he had an elegant demeanor, many women fell in love with him. Right now, even though Fong Yuan was in disguise, his aura was even more extraordinary than Heiqing's. Together with his appearance, he looked even more otherworldly and elegant, anyone who saw him would fall in love with him. Among the four Gu immortals, two were women. Seeing Fong Yuan's appearance, their heartbeats quickened. The other was a young man. He had an ordinary appearance. Chen Qi bowed again. Superior Immortal Heiqing has a dazzling demeanor. We He tribe sinners have waited for so many years, you have finally arrived. The heavens have opened their eyes. You flatter me, fellow immortal. May I ask, what does fellow immortal mean by calling yourself a sinner? Fong Yuan frowned and asked directly. Chen Qi was about to answer when a voice came from afar. It's natural that you don't know. Our ancestors are the sinners of He tribe. The granddaughter of Patriarch He Fan, He Fengyue. Carrying attitude Gu, he roamed the northern icy plains. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious Gu immortal, and several of my He tribe's Gu immortals were her guards at that time, but they failed to look after her, causing He Fengyue to go missing and even losing attitude Gu. Old ancestor He Fan doted on his granddaughter the most, He Fengyue. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find her. My ancestors could not make up for their mistakes and could only plead guilty and be imprisoned in this He Fan grotto heaven by old ancestor He Fan. I am of the bloodline. Thus, they settled down here and multiplied. So that's how it is. Fong Yuan finally understood and carefully looked over. Another 3 Gu immortals had arrived. 2 men and 1 woman. They were Jing Tua, Feng Jun, and Zhou Min. Feng Jun and Zhou Min had rank 6 aura. Fong Yuan's gaze swept past them. Jing Tua was flying at the front, he was the leader of the 3 immortals. He was also the one who answered Fong Yuan earlier. He did not conceal his rank 7 cultivation level. He had an ordinary appearance and a hunched back. When he flew over, he left behind a faint trail of blood. He actually cultivated blood path. This made Fong Yuan feel very surprised. A blood path Gu immortal actually appeared here openly, but the other Gu immortals were indifferent. They seemed to be used to it. Don't tell me this person doesn't primarily cultivate blood path, but a secondary path? Even if it is a secondary path, it cannot be seen. Fong Yuan was a little puzzled. If it was in the 5 regions, such a blood path demonic immortal would be hated by everyone. But now, it seemed that this person was doing quite well. Not only was he not suppressed, he even had 2 subordinates. These 2 subordinates were really daring, they were not afraid of this leader attacking them to increase their battle strength. The 3 immortals flew closer. They greeted Fong Yuan one by one, they were very respectful. But Fong Yuan could see that one of the Gu immortals, Feng Jun, did not mean what he said. He seemed to have a bad impression of him. He sneaked a few glances at him, he had an unfriendly gaze. Actually, the others were the same. Be it Chen Qi or the other Gu immortals, they had a solemn and cautious attitude towards Fong Yuan. They showed good intentions while concealing ill intentions. Their attitude was quite strange. After the 3 immortals got to know Fong Yuan, they greeted Chen Qi and the other 3 Gu immortals. They spoke plainly, they did not gather together, they floated in the sky, separating into 2 groups. Fong Yuan saw all of this, he was chatting happily on the surface, but he remembered it in his heart. How many friends are there in this He Fan grotto heaven? Fong Yuan thought about it, he asked directly. Not many. Other than the 7 of us here, there are 2 others. Chen Qi immediately replied, I believe they will arrive soon. Superior immortals descend, the heavenly spirit welcomes them, 10 chimes resounded in the world. They have all been to Immortal Succession Mountain before, they know what it means. Immortal Succession Mountain. Fong Yuan remembered this name, he did not ask about it. As expected, like he said, 2 more Gu immortals appeared. They were both men, they came to greet Fong Yuan. Like the other Gu immortals, they had strange expressions. The Gu immortals gathered. At this time, the heavenly spirit moved. Its body shook, it let out a loud chime as it floated forward. The heavenly spirit wants to lead us to Immortal Succession Mountain, please follow us. Chen Qi saw this and quickly said. Fong Yuan nodded, he was vigilant as he followed the brass bell heavenly spirit. In this situation, he was alone, the other party had 9 Gu immortals, 2 rank 7s and 7 rank 6s. If they suddenly attacked Fong Yuan from all directions, the result would be unpredictable. However, even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, since it could welcome Fong Yuan, it meant that it was carrying out He Fan's will, it was not completely unreliable. Earlier, Fong Yuan had already seen through it, these people were not on the same side, they had their own factions. The next 2 were even more uncoordinated, they seemed to be lone cultivators. Precisely so, Fong Yuan chose to travel with these Gu immortals, he observed them and did not make a move. The heavenly spirit did not fly quickly. Fong Yuan did not use the upper extreme heavenly eagle, it flew beside him. In this situation, he did not dare to keep the upper extreme heavenly eagle in his immortal aperture. If something happened, even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle could not kill the enemy, it could attract their attention. Along the way, Fong Yuan conversed with the other Gu immortals. Initially, These people were very wary of Fang Yuan, they were fearful of him and naturally kept a distance from him. But what was Fang Yuan's experience? In his previous life, he had been through many hardships, he had incredible interpersonal skills. Soon, Fang Yuan became familiar with them. Gradually, the sound of laughter could be heard from the group. "Sister, look at this He Cheng," as expected of a superior immortal from the main tribe. "Such elegance, no wonder it is him. I'm afraid only someone like him is worthy of old ancestor He Fan's true inheritance." In the group, a female Gu immortal with 2 buns of hair, she was pretty and lively, she secretly transmitted as she stared at Fang Yuan's back. It was one of the female immortals of Chen Qi's 4 immortals. The female Gu immortal who was called Sister was rather elegant and dignified. After hearing her companion's words, she transmitted and teased, "Hee, sister, I think you are in love." "That's right, such a person is a dragon among men. He seems to be young, he has high cultivation level, he is also elegant and refined, he quotes classics when he speaks, he is very persuasive, he even knows how to joke around, it is very interesting to talk to him. Sigh, I wonder if there are many people like him in the outside world? What is the outside world like in northern plains?" Fang Yuan's ears trembled slightly, he heard the contents of these transmissions without missing a single word. This pair of Gu immortals who looked like sisters were using an ancient method to communicate, it was already obsolete in northern plains. Because of this, Fang Yuan could easily eavesdrop on their conversation. Even though this was a grotto heaven and mortal Gu were prohibited, Fang Yuan was not mistreated, this made Fang Yuan feel slightly assured. Actually, not just these 2 female Gu immortals, the other Gu immortals were also communicating, it was just that they were not as frequent as these 2. The other Gu immortals were basically discussing and guessing Fang Yuan's background and battle strength. The latter was the main point. To think that this person has rank 7 cultivation level. On our side, only old immortal Chen Qi and brother Jing Tua have the same cultivation level as him. Even though he does not have any immortal Gu aura on him, the eagle flying around him is not ordinary. This eagle is somewhat strange, it seems to be a desolate beast, but its aura is not ordinary. Our grotto heavens have desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts, but their auras cannot compare to this eagle. After some discussion, someone could not restrain himself and asked, "Upper Immortal, I see that this eagle is extraordinary, it is a divine steed, but none of us know about it, may I ask what its origin is?" Fang Yuan took a look and saw that the person who asked was the Gu immortal called Feng Jun. Fang Yuan's mind moved as he smiled calmly, He, good eyesight, you can see that my beloved eagle is extraordinary. This is the upper extreme heavenly eagle, I wonder if you have heard of it? If it is raised, it will become an immemorial desolate beast. But right now, it can barely be used as a means of transportation, it cannot compare to the other ancient desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beast. At once, the immortals gasped in shock. Countless heated, surprised, and shocked gazes gathered on the upper extreme heavenly eagle, continuously assessing it. Fang Yuan's casual words were like a bomb exploding in the immortals' hearts. These Gu immortals' expressions changed, they could not conceal the shock in their hearts. Next, when they conversed with Fang Yuan, their tone was unavoidably more respectful and restrained. Fang Yuan was not overbearing, he had a smile on his face like before. But this smile, in the eyes of the other Gu immortals, felt very different from before. Upper extreme heavenly eagle, immemorial desolate beast. Chapter 1128. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is actually an immemorial desolate beast. No wonder it gave me such a strong feeling. If we want to deal with this person, we need to deal with this eagle first. Did you forget what he said earlier? Other than this eagle, he has a few other ancient desolate beasts. Is he an enslavement path Gu immortal? If he is an enslavement path Gu immortal, he will be much easier to deal with. After all, this path is most afraid of beheading the leader. Even if he has become an immortal, we are still Gu immortals. Not necessarily. Don't be anxious, we will see the results on Immortal Succession Mountain. Even when the immortals flew to Immortal Succession Mountain, there were still Gu immortals talking about the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This was not strange. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength when they reached adulthood. This was a huge shock to the immortals. Fong Yuan listened to their words, but on the surface he was still talking cheerfully. No one could see any flaws in his act. Unknowingly, the immortals' guesses towards him had already been distorted. Fong Yuan was happy to see this. The more wrong their guesses were, the greater his advantage. If they really treated him as an enslavement path Gu immortal, they would have to experience the power of strength path Gu immortals and transformation path Gu immortals. On the contrary, during the conversation, Fong Yuan kept probing them. He gathered a lot of valuable information. These Gu immortals seem to have been isolated from the world for too long. They are not skilled in fighting. Not only are they verbally, they are not as crafty as the outside world. I can easily find out a lot of information. And they are not shrewd enough. Their methods are also limited to the past. They are very old. All in all, there are 2 groups of Gu immortals here. One is led by old immortal Chen Qi. The 4 Gu immortals are related by blood. The other is the 3 golden orchid immortals, Jing Tua, Feng Jun, and Zhou Min. They are actually led by a blood path immortal. As for the remaining 2, they are as I expected. They have been acting alone, living in seclusion. Fong Yuan snickered coldly in his mind. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Heifan Grotto Heaven naturally had many conflicts. But it was clear that this world was very shallow. The level of disputes was very low. Gu immortals were not skilled in fighting. Compared to Northern Plains, they paled in comparison. And most importantly, these Gu immortals had limited knowledge. Fong Yuan had already figured it out. These Gu immortals could not communicate with jewel yellow skies. They did not even know of the existence of jewel yellow skies. However, considering that they were descendants of criminals, it was understandable why old ancestor Heifan forbade them from coming into contact with jewel yellow skies. After all, if he could communicate with jewel yellow skies, it would be completely different. Not to mention the ever-changing methods, they could exchange information. Even if there was no trade, they could gain experience. It was also an excellent opportunity for growth. The Immortal Succession Mountain stood alone and was not a famous mountain or great river. It was divided into 10 levels, small at the top and large at the bottom. There were obvious traces of artificial carvings. The foot of the mountain was surrounded by dense forests. The vast amount of resources it contained made Fong Yuan have a whole new level of respect for it. Although Heifan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the rest of the world, there were no calamities or tribulations. Without communicating with jewel yellow skies, the resources accumulated inside were simply too rich. The immortals followed the brass heavenly spirit. They landed in the only stone pavilion at the peak of the mountain. The stone pavilion was ancient and had a simple structure. Even though it was only a pavilion, it had a grand aura. The 8 pillars that supported the stone pavilion were extremely thick. There was only one stone tablet in the pavilion. It was the most eye-catching. The stone tablet was huge like an elephant. It almost occupied the entire pavilion. There were words carved on it. The brass bell heavenly spirit entered the stone pavilion and hung on the beam of the pavilion. There was a hook there. It stopped moving. Old Immortal Chen Qi said, "Lord Immortal, you must have many questions in your heart. Take a look at this stone tablet, it should be able to answer your questions." Fong Yuan had already stopped and inspected it. After a long while, he understood everything. Back then, Heifan's beloved granddaughter, Hei Fengyu, disappeared mysteriously. Attitude Gu was missing. Heifan lost his beloved granddaughter, but he was powerless. His lifespan was near its end. He could only place his immortal aperture and absorb the immemorial azure heaven fragment, losing his freedom. Several Hei tribe Gu immortals were not careful enough. They were imprisoned in Heifan Grotto Heaven by old ancestor Heifan. Not only did he restrict their freedom, he even forced them to hand over their immortal apertures and fuse them into Heifan Grotto Heaven. This way, Heifan Grotto Heaven became even larger. Before He Fan annexed the immemorial Azure Heaven fragment, he had already left behind the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He made arrangements and left behind his true inheritance. He was still concerned about his beloved granddaughter. He wanted descendants to investigate her whereabouts. Thus, he added a crucial point to his final method, that was the aura of attitude goo. He thought, even if he did not show up, with He tribe's strength back then, they would be able to find He Feng Yu and retrieve attitude goo. But the truth was, he was too optimistic. Or rather, his kinship made him unwilling to accept the cruel truth. He felt that He Feng Yu was more likely to be alive. Because of this mistake, He Fan's true inheritance was not inherited. Until now, an outsider, Feng Yuan, took over and opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest. This was old ancestor He Fan's mistake. But He Fan was still a rank 8 grade expert. Before he died, he realized his mistake. He thought, if no one in his tribe could inherit his true inheritance, what would he do? If that happened, He tribe would either be destroyed or fall, with no descendants to nurture. He Fan had thought, if that was the case, he might as well start anew and let these people in the grotto heaven inherit his true inheritance and make it flourish. Because they had pure He tribe bloodline. Thus, after He Fan created the heavenly crystal eagle nest, before he died, he set a new rule for his true inheritance. He set a time limit. Hundreds of years later, if no one in his tribe succeeded in inheriting his true inheritance, he could guide the descendants in the grotto heaven to explore Immortal Succession Mountain and obtain their own immortal opportunities. The inscriptions on the stone tablet stated, "Old ancestor, He Fan, left behind his own true inheritance at the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain." He also set up all sorts of small inheritances before his lifespan ran out and he died. The rest of He tribe's sinful immortals cried out in pain. They felt that they had let him down. They were willing to die together with him. But before they died, they imitated He Fan, leaving behind stone pavilions and stone tablets on Immortal Succession Mountain. They contained their own true inheritances. He tribe, which was left in northern plains, had been searching for attitude goo, but there was no progress. Time passed. Old ancestor He Fan's time limit had already passed. Thus, He Fan Grotto Heaven opened up Immortal Succession Mountain, allowing mortals to explore it. Thus, goo immortals started to appear in He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, even though these mortals could compete for He Fan's true inheritance, it was too difficult to explore Immortal Succession Mountain. Even though there were many mortals. After obtaining the true inheritance, a portion of them became goo immortals. But there had never been a mortal who climbed to the peak and obtained the first true inheritance. According to the stone tablet, as long as the mortal who obtained the first true inheritance became a goo immortal, they would become the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. They would have the authority to pardon the sins of the sinners in He Fan Grotto Heaven. They would regain their freedom and return to He tribe. Before that, no matter how many generations passed, they could not use He as their surname. They could only use other surnames to remind themselves of their sinner status. After reading all of the inscriptions, Feng Yuan finally came to a realization, the lump in his heart disappearing. No wonder these goo immortals have complex expressions towards me. They have strange emotions. They have good intentions. And evil intentions. Feng Yuan put himself in their shoes. If he was in their shoes, he would probably have complex emotions as well. According to He Fan's rules, it was already past the time limit. Thus, be it He tribe or this sinner descendant, they had the qualifications to compete for the first true inheritance. These goo immortals had been working hard. They wanted to nurture descendants to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, to open the grotto heaven and regain their freedom. As for these goo immortals, they had already inherited other inheritances. They did not have the qualifications to compete for He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, the goo immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven did not have many conflicts. They were rather peaceful. Originally, they did not have any hopes for the main tribe's inheritor. After all, so many years had passed, they did not even see him. But now, Feng Yuan's sudden appearance broke their old thinking. According to the stone tablet's rules, they had to welcome Feng Yuan, but they felt conflicted and rejected it internally. From their point of view, He Fan's true inheritance was already in the bag for them. As long as they continued to nurture descendants, one of them would be able to reach the peak and inherit He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, they did not want to see Fang Yuan appear, but they had to follow the rules. Even though the Heavenly Spirit was ignorant, He Fan had considered this before he died. Even though the Heavenly Spirit was not reliable, it firmly carried out He Fan's dying wish. And He Fan had a method to restrict it. Becoming a Gu immortal was bound to face calamities and tribulations. Whenever they could not survive the calamities and tribulations, these Gu immortals would come to Immortal Succession Mountain and ask for help from the Heavenly Spirit. The Heavenly Spirit would then use the true inheritance Immortal Gu on the first stone tablet to delay their calamities and tribulations. Even though they obtained temporary stability, they were restricted by the Heavenly Spirit. The Heavenly Spirit only needed to use a method from the true inheritance to activate the delayed calamities and tribulations on the Gu immortals, killing them. Many Gu immortals barely survived the calamities and tribulations, but they did not know about jewel yellow skies. Even though He Fan Grotto Heaven had abundant resources, there was a limit to the variety. It could not satisfy a Gu immortal's cultivation needs. Thus, the calamities and tribulations became stronger, the Gu immortals could not resist them. Eventually, they had no choice but to ask for help from the Heavenly Spirit. They fell into He Fan's trap and were restricted by the Heavenly Spirit. Old Ancestor He Fan, a great expert who had died many years ago, still had huge control over this He Fan Grotto Heaven. Old Ancestor He Fan was indeed the person who led He tribe to become an overlord. Even after death, he made this He Fan Grotto Heaven impregnable. These Gu immortals are in awe of him. But the writing on this stone tablet is very similar to the spring and autumn period. Ha! I don't believe that these Gu immortals who were punished back then were willing to die with old Ancestor He Fan. Evidently, they had no choice but to do so. Old Ancestor He Fan is truly ruthless and decisive. He deserves praise. If we let them live, He Fan Grotto Heaven would have been destroyed from the inside already. All sorts of thoughts flashed past in his mind. Fang Yuan stopped looking at the stone tablet. He raised his head and looked at the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. He asked, "Then how can I inherit this true inheritance?" Chapter 11:29. The Stone Pavilion's tablet said, "Be it the main tribe member who is brought here by the Heavenly Spirit, or the sinner mortals who came to the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain, if they want to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, they need to pass the final test." But the contents of the final test were not mentioned on the stone tablet. It only asked the successor to seek guidance from the Heavenly Spirit. Even though the Heavenly Spirit was ignorant, it remembered He Fan's instructions. Thus, Fang Yuan took the initiative to ask. Soon, the immortals heard the brass bell Heavenly Spirit shake as it let out a melodious bell ring. As the bell rang, the inscription on the stone tablet changed again. At the end of the original content, a new line of words appeared. The immortals looked at it and gasped. This says that He Fan Grotto Heaven is one of the contents of the true inheritance. Whoever inherits the true inheritance will be the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, the final test is actually this? No wonder old Ancestor He Fan set the rule that if an inheritor of the true inheritance appears, we have to greet him together. Old Ancestor is magnanimous and considerate. Even though we are sinners, Old Ancestor has not forgotten about us. He is still thinking about us descendants. The immortals discussed. They were filled with admiration towards Old Ancestor He Fan. Some of them even had red eyes. They almost cried. Fang Yuan looked at this new line of words as he frowned deeply. His expression turned grim. This line of words clearly told him what the final test was. As long as I pass the final test, I will obtain He Fan's true inheritance. But what is this? The final test is to gain the recognition of more than half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. And it has to be done within 3 years of the Grotto Heaven's time. Fang Yuan shook his head internally. Old Ancestor He Fan's final test was out of his expectations. Evidently, he was biased towards the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. As an outsider, it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to gain the support of these people. But Fang Yuan soon reacted. He understood old ancestor He Fan's intention. Old ancestor He Fan set this rule. It was to encourage the latecomers to recruit these Gu immortals of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After all, Gu immortals were hard to nurture, taking them in would greatly benefit He tribe. Therefore, this was not only a test of the successor's personal ability, but also a test of the successor's communication skills and leadership ability to unite others. He Fan relied on his true inheritance to choose He tribe's leader. He was not just a Gu immortal expert. You old bastard! He's clearly dead, yet he's still considering so much. How meddlesome! Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he raised his head and sighed, saying emotionally, Ancestor He Fan, you wholeheartedly thought for He tribe. As a descendant, am filled with admiration for you. Yes, yes. The immortals said to Fang Yuan. It was very resonant. Originally, these Gu immortals were very unsettled. After all, Fang Yuan inherited He Fan's true inheritance. They did not know what would happen to the descendants of the sinners. But now, old ancestor He Fan's arrangement was for their sake. Fang Yuan slowly retracted his emotional expression. He turned around and stood in front of the stone tablet, facing the Grotto Heaven's immortals. He asked, then I wonder how I can obtain everyone's support. As Fang Yuan expected. His question was met with silence. That was then, and this was now. In the past, the immortals were wary of Fang Yuan, but now, Fang Yuan needed to obtain the recognition of more than half of the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven. The situation was reversed. It was completely different now. The immortals looked at each other. They did not speak for a while. But their gazes towards Fang Yuan had changed. In the past, they were careful, trying to hide their kindness and malice. But now, their gazes were distant. They put on airs and were considering things. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He stood on the spot, waiting for their reply. After a while of silence, as the oldest Gu immortal, Chen Qi, he could not take it anymore. He coughed. Today's matter happened too quickly. We were caught unprepared. Sigh, maybe it is because of my old age. Thinking about these problems makes me feel dizzy. I cannot accept it immediately. Lord Immortal, you must be tired after such a long journey, right? Why don't you rest first and recuperate before coming up with a plan? This old fox. Fang Yuan snickered in his mind. But old immortal Chen Qi's words received strong support from the other Gu immortals. They voiced out their agreement continuously. The two groups that were originally very different now seemed to have merged into one. They were going to deal with the outsider, Fang Yuan. But, so what if I agree to it first? Fang Yuan had expected such a reaction. He did not have a worried expression as he nodded reluctantly. Chen Qi's words make sense. Chen Qi showed the smile of a victor, but he quickly retracted it. Even though I am staying in a simple room, I have prepared some tea. Lord Immortal, why don't you come with me? It will be my honor to have you here. Chen Qi invited passionately, but he did not reply to Fang Yuan's earlier words. Fang Yuan smiled forcefully. He nodded, thank you. Saying it was a simple room was old immortal Chen Qi's humble words. Not only was his residence not crude, but it was also very luxurious. A group of palaces was situated at the peak of a mountain. This mountain seemed to be man-made. The top was flat. There were many palaces with golden bricks and green tiles. They were richly decorated. Chen Qi and his Gu immortals were living here. Not just that, there were a large number of Gu masters and even mortals. These are my descendants. Lord Immortal, please don't laugh at me. Now that I am old, I like to play with my grandchildren and enjoy the joy of family. Chen Qi introduced to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. This means that Chen Qi is a sentimental person. Chen Qi looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. Who would not welcome a sentimental person? He. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. Seeing that Chen Qi and Fang Yuan were chatting happily, the other three Gu immortals also relaxed. Like this, Fong Yuan settled down here temporarily. The strange thing was, after the first day, Chen Qi did not show up again. He did not meet with Fong Yuan either. Fong Yuan, however, was not anxious, he remained calm. 4 days later, in the group of palaces, Fong Yuan and Chenle were walking in a long corridor. Chenle was one of the female immortals. She had 2 buns of hair, she was lively and pretty. In terms of blood relations, she was old immortal Chen Qi's great-granddaughter. Young Master He Cheng, look at that lotus flower, its color is Luer's favorite. Chenle pointed at the lotus pond as she smiled. This corridor was unique, it passed through the entire lotus pond, stretching from east to west. The lotus pond was filled with lotus flowers of all colors, they were fragrant, it was a beautiful sight. These last few days, even though old immortal Chen Qi did not see Fong Yuan, Chenle accompanied Fong Yuan to admire the beautiful scenery of this palace. This lotus flower is yellow and cute, it is not seductive or flashy, it suits Luer. Fong Yuan smiled. Chenle lowered her head, she had a shy expression as she said softly, "Young master, what are you saying?" Luer. Luer is just looking at this lotus flower and feels happy. I also feel happy when I look at Luer. Fong Yuan smiled as he stretched out his hands, grabbing Luer's hands. Chenli's body shook, she wanted to struggle subconsciously, but Fong Yuan's hands were gripping tightly. Chenli's face was red, even with her Gu immortal cultivation level, her mind was in chaos. She struggled for a while before calling out, young master, you." Fong Yuan took a huge step forward, his body was almost touching Chenle. Chenle hurriedly retreated, but due to his haste, he lost his balance and fell backwards. Fong Yuan took the chance and pulled her into his arms. "Be careful, don't fall." Gentle words entered Chenli's ears. By the time Chenle reacted, she was already in Fong Yuan's arms. Chenle raised her head, she saw that Fong Yuan had a smile on his face, there was a trace of ridicule in his gaze. Chenle was extremely angry, she punched Fong Yuan's chest. "Young master, you are so bad, you bullied Luer." Saying so, she struggled out of Fong Yuan's embrace. Fong Yuan gasped as he took a step back, there was a look of pain on his face. Chenle quickly stopped, she walked over with a concerned expression, "Young master, what's wrong?" Fong Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. "To speak the truth, before coming here, I had gone through a tough battle. It is not easy to inherit He Fan's true inheritance. At least, many of the Gu immortals in the clan are not willing to see that happen." "So you are injured? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chenle stomped her feet, all of her anger and embarrassment were thrown to the back of her mind. She looked at Fong Yuan's chest. "Does it still hurt?" "It is a small injury, it is not a big deal. It is just that my cultivation level is higher and my Dao marks are deeper, injuries are more troublesome." Fong Yuan smiled, he suddenly changed the topic. "However, your ancestors' Gu refinement injuries should be similar to mine, right? Otherwise, why have I not seen him for the last few days?" Chenli's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, she responded to Fong Yuan with a few random noises. Old immortal Chen Qi could not meet Fong Yuan for no reason, his excuse was that he failed the Gu refinement and suffered a backlash, his injuries were severe, he could not meet anyone. Of course, at this crucial moment, why would he suddenly refine Gu and get injured? Both sides knew the reason, they just did not say it out loud. On that night, Chen clan's 4 Gu immortals held a secret discussion. Chenle reported, "Ancestor, young Master He Cheng suddenly asked about your condition today." "Oh? He can't wait anymore?" Chen Qi smiled. "Thankfully, I concealed it back then, he did not suspect anything. But as time goes on," Chenle said worriedly. The other 3 Gu immortals looked at each other, they smiled. Chenle was loved and cared for by the elders, she was still very innocent, she did not know that Fong Yuan already knew about it. And he suddenly asked about old immortal Chen Qi's condition, it was a subtle reminder. The male Gu immortal Chen Liji thought about it, he said, We need to have a good talk with this He Cheng. There are 2 updates today, there will be a second update later, friends. Chapter 1130. Old Immortal Chen Qi shook his head slowly and remained as still as a mountain. What's the harm in giving him a cold shoulder? There's no time for that. N is an element of, Chen Lizzie said worriedly, he's a sensible person. I'm afraid that if we delay for too long, we'll anger him. If we force him away and force him to Xing Tuo's side, it will be terrible. Little Ji, don't worry. Chen Qi smiled as he analyzed, the final test of the true inheritance requires at least half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven to support He Cheng for him to succeed. Now in He Fan Grotto Heaven, not including He Cheng, there were 9 of them. On our side, there were 4 people, almost half of them. This is a huge capital. As long as he obtains our support, he will have won half the battle. As long as he won the recognition of 1 more person, he would be able to succeed. It's impossible for him not to consider that. Even if he gives up on us and goes to another Gu immortal, he will run into a wall. Now, the situation was different. After all, he was a newcomer. If he wanted to gain support, he had to give up some benefits. He had to give something in order to get it. Moreover, as for the 3 immortal cave, He, Xing Tuo and the others are very ambitious. Chen Lizzie didn't say anything. Chen Wanyun said, Ancestor, to tell you the truth, Wanyun has always had an idea. If He Cheng didn't get more than half of the support, wouldn't it be a failure? He Fan's true inheritance will remain on the immortal succession mountain. One day, our descendants will ascend to the peak and seize it, right? We have protected He Fan's true inheritance for generations. Even old ancestor He Fan admitted that we have the right to compete. Are we really going to give it to outsiders? He Cheng isn't an outsider, he's one of us. Chen Lu retorted. Lu, don't forget that we're from the same family. To enjoy prosperity and freedom in the outside world. Our bloodline has been imprisoned here for generations. Chen Wanyun said sternly. Chen Li's face turned bitter and he did not say anything else. Chen Qi slowly shook his head, Yun Er's words. Actually, I've already considered it. This method won't work. Firstly, it is extremely difficult for mortals to enter the immortal succession mountain. Even if we nurture him wholeheartedly, how long will it take for the lucky one to appear and inherit the true inheritance? A few decades? Or hundreds of years? No one can say for sure. Secondly, although He Cheng is only 1 person, don't forget. Behind him was He tribe's main branch and a large number of He tribe Gu immortals. If he failed, it would only be his personal failure. He tribe's Gu immortals were bound to charge forward. At that time, how are we supposed to stop the others? Are we going to keep our own family outside? Could he block it? Other than the 4 of us, are Xing Tuo and the others reliable? These Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven did not know about Jewel Yellow Skies. After so many years and generations, they could not communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. So regarding He tribe's current situation, he knew nothing at all. Fong Yuan lied without any preparation, he easily deceived the Fortune clan Gu immortals. Chen Qi's question caused the expressions of the other 3 immortals to change. Chen Lu agreed, that's right. Today, young Master He Cheng even told me that he could compete with He tribe's Gu immortals and emerge victorious. It was not easy. Even now, he is still injured. Chen Qi nodded. He analyzed, He Cheng was able to emerge victorious, he is not an ordinary person. He has rank 7 cultivation level to begin with. He also has the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he has great prospects. If we help him succeed, we will be able to help him in times of need. When we return to our tribe, with his help, we will be able to gain a foothold. How good would that be? However, if he wants us to help him succeed, we can't do it for no reason. He needs to pay a price. If he does not pay a price, he will not cherish it. He will not be grateful to us. Ancestor is truly considerate. Chen Liji said. It is never wrong to listen to Ancestor. Chenla smiled. Chen Qi sighed faintly, looking at the three Gu immortals. He said emotionally, I am old, I do not have much lifespan left. I only hope that you juniors will have better days in the future. When my soul returns to the door of life and death, I will be at ease. Ancestor, don't say that, you will definitely live for a very long time. Chen Li's eyes were red. Chen Li Ji was more pragmatic. Ancestor, don't forget that lifespan Gu exists in this world. To obtain our support, that He Qing needs to give us something, lifespan Gu is definitely a must. A bright light flashed in Chen Qi's eyes. He looked at Chen Lo. Regardless of lifespan Gu, we need to let our Lu'er get what she wants, to be together with her lover. Chen Li's face was red from embarrassment. She stood up and stomped her feet. Ancestor, you are making fun of me. Ha ha ha. In the secret room, laughter could be heard. At the same time, Fang Yuan was standing in his courtyard, looking at the night sky. This He Fan Grotto heaven had clear day and night. Day was long, night was short. This was a phenomenon that only Grotto heavens had, blessed lands did not have it. He Fan Grotto heaven's night sky did not have a single star. And it was not completely black. If one looked closely, it should be a deep jade color. Cool winds blew. Fang Yuan looked at the sky with his arms behind his back. He was summarizing all sorts of information in his mind. These last days, he and Chenle had been playing around. They obtained a lot of precious information from this young girl. They had a clearer and more comprehensive understanding of He Fan Grotto Heaven and the other Gu immortals. Not just that, he even had a deeper understanding of He Fan's true inheritance test. It is about time. In 2 more days, the time will be ripe. Fang Yuan thought. A cold light flashed in his eyes. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon, the bright sunlight made the palace look even brighter and more majestic. Warm winds blew, birds chirped and flowers bloomed. It was a pleasant scene. In front of Chen Qi's door, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. I came to visit, I hope you do not mind. He could not wait any longer. But his patience is not bad. Chen Qi was not surprised. The entire palace was a huge mortal Gu house. Fang Yuan's every move was under his control. The door opened on its own. Chen Qi was lying on the bed. He sat up as he said weakly, esteemed guest, forgive me for not being able to welcome you. Fang Yuan walked in, standing in front of the bed with a worried expression. It seems that you are heavily injured. You are a rule path Gu immortal. I thought about it for a long time and thought of a method. It can lessen your injuries. Chen Qi was not injured at all. Thank you for your concern, but my injuries cannot be healed by ordinary methods. Fang Yuan smiled. Friend Chen, you might not know. This is an immortal killer move, my tribe's signature method. Even though the core immortal Gu are still in the tribe, I know the contents of the killer move. I will teach you this killer move. You can change the core. It might help your injuries. How can I do that? Chen Qi quickly refused. Fang Yuan said warmly, I feel like old friends with you. I have been chatting with you all these days. I will teach you the killer move. It is a form of return. What are you saying? This is too much. Chen Qi continued to refuse. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He said in a worried tone, it is just an immortal killer move. How can I express my feelings with it? Sigh. To speak the truth, this final test of He Fan's true inheritance is truly difficult for me. Please enlighten me, fellow immortal Chen. Chen Qi heard this and his eyes shined. He understood Fang Yuan's hidden meaning. He was here to exchange benefits and ask for his support. Chen Qi sat up subconsciously, saying, in my humble opinion, this is the same as Gu refinement. When refining Gu, the heat is needed. Sometimes, the heat needs to be fierce. Sometimes, the heat needs to be slow. It is in accordance with the urgency of the matter. I am ashamed. I am very interested in refinement path. I spoke nonsense. Please do not blame me. It wasn't nonsense, but a bunch of bullshit. You are a rule path Gu immortal, why are you interested in refinement path? But Fong Yuan knew the meaning behind these words. He smiled, my clan has countless refinement path books, they are as vast as the sea. As long as I obtain the true inheritance and free everyone. When you return to the clan, you can read all of these books. Furthermore, I have many personal refinement path methods and Gu recipes. After I succeed, I can give them to you, what's wrong with that? Chen Qi nodded, showing a satisfied expression. But he continued, I am interested in refinement path, I am not interested in it. But my grandnephew Chen Li Ji is an enslavement path Gu immortal. He is extremely envious of the upper extreme heavenly eagle beside exalted immortal. Fong Yuan's expression sank, there is only one upper extreme heavenly eagle, we cannot give it to you. But our clan raises a large number of Iron Crown eagles, they are famous in northern plains. I can guarantee that as long as we return, we will give each of you one. Joy flashed past Chen Qi's face as he sighed, back then, old ancestor He Fan suppressed Chao clan because of their eagle rearing method. To think that after so many years, they have developed to such a scale. But now that our ancestor has been punished, I am very worried about what kind of state we will be in when we return to the clan. No need to worry, I can guarantee that when you return to the clan and strengthen He tribe, you will be welcomed with open arms. Fong Yuan paused before saying, and the matter of you being punished is a matter that happened many generations ago. When I obtain the true inheritance, I will pardon all of you. You have been guarding He Fan Grotto Heaven for generations, you have already committed more crimes than crimes. Adding on the merit of helping me obtain the true inheritance, after I return to the clan, I will definitely uphold justice for all of you. Chen Qi smiled, Lord Immortal is a dragon among men, you are a true genius, your words carry enormous weight. With your words, I am relieved of half of my worries. Thank you for your trust. Actually, we are all of He tribe's bloodline, we are one family. But, as for the others outside, it will depend on their performance. Fong Yuan had a hidden meaning. The hidden meaning was, first come first serve, whoever supported him first would get more benefits when they returned to the clan. Chen Qi nodded, he was a sly old fox, of course he understood the meaning behind Fong Yuan's words. He smiled, Lord Immortal's words are like pearls of wisdom, they are extremely exquisite. Especially this family, they are described very well. Saying so, he sized up Fong Yuan, seeing that Fong Yuan had a smile on his face, he felt more confident, he asked, what does Lord Immortal think of little Lo? Fong Yuan's smile faded, he answered, bright eyes and white teeth, innocent and lively, I like her. To be honest, Lu Er is secretly in love with Lord Immortal. Sigh, what a pity. Lord Immortal is such a talented person, she is not someone she can match up to. Sigh, as an elder, I do not dare to have such an extravagant hope. I only hope that Lu Er, this poor child, can forget Lord Immortal and find her own happiness in the future. Chen Qi sighed. Fong Yuan's smile disappeared, he frowned and thought for a while before saying seriously, to be honest, I also like Chen Lo, I am willing to marry her. If he really liked her, he would be overjoyed and say it out loud. He would not think about it for a while and show a serious expression. But Chen Qi pretended not to see it, he did not think of it either. Fong Yuan sneered internally, he understood this person even more clearly. This Chen Qi said that he was thinking for his juniors, but if he really wanted to, why would he do this? He was directly sacrificing Chen Le for his own benefits. Chen Qi laughed heartily, Fong Yuan's reply was forced but he was very satisfied with it. He took an inch and took a mile, he stopped laughing as he sighed deeply, sigh, it is a pity that I do not have much lifespan left, I am afraid I will not be able to see Lord Immortal and Lu Er's wedding. Fong Yuan immediately understood, this old thing wanted lifespan Gu. His expression turned grim, there was no smile on his face, he said dryly, what are you talking about, in my opinion, you are old but strong, your appetite is huge. Old Immortal Chen Qi smiled as he looked at Fong Yuan, he said with an unyielding tone, Lord Immortal, I have embarrassed myself. I am actually very greedy. Not only do I want to see Lord Immortal and Luer's wedding, I also want to see their children. Speaking of which, they are my juniors. Fong Yuan started to pace around. He frowned deeply as he said directly, lifespan goo are hard to find, they are extremely precious, I cannot take them out. This is a gift from heaven, it is not easy to obtain. Old Immortal Chen-Chi nodded, he seemed to have expected Fong Yuan's reply. He continued, but Lord Immortal, don't worry. I will let you know that this Hei Fan Grotto Heaven also produced lifespan goo, they have all been taken away. The heavenly spirit is confused, but old ancestor Hei Fan has arrangements. If I am not wrong, Hei Fan's true inheritance definitely has many lifespan goo. I only need 300 lifespan goo. 300 lifespan? Fong Yuan stared at Chen-Chi angrily. Chen-Chi was still smiling. Fong Yuan flew into a rage, 300 is too much, I do not even have lifespan goo. I will only give you 100. 150. Chen-Chi bargained, he finally stopped pretending. Fong Yuan paced around a few more times, he gritted his teeth, forget it, I will give you 150. Deal. Chen-Chi clapped, he laughed loudly, he did not even care about his face. But speaking of which, if he could gain 100 years of lifespan, so what if he lost some face? Chen-Chi looked at Fong Yuan, his smile becoming wider, I heard from Luer that Lord Immortal has countless immortal goo, I wonder if you can show them to me? Fong Yuan was stunned, he became furious, he gritted his teeth at Chen-Chi, this old thing had such a huge appetite. He said he wanted to take a look, but he wanted Fong Yuan to give up an immortal goo in exchange for his support. Chen-Chi saw that Fong Yuan was furious, his heart jumped, but he thought about how rare this opportunity was, there would not be another one like this. Would he still have a chance after returning to the main tribe? Thus, he quickly said, this is my final request, as long as it is fulfilled, the four of us will definitely support Lord Immortal. Fong Yuan started pacing around again. He paced around fiercely, as if he had an irreconcilable grudge with the floor tiles under his feet. Chen-Chi observed his expression, seeing that Fong Yuan's anger was fading and he was in deep thought, he gradually relaxed. He was secretly happy, this matter is done. As expected, after a while, Fong Yuan stopped walking, he stood in front of his bed and took out an immortal goo. Rank 7 immortal goo. Chen-Chi gasped, he was surprised and joyful. This is a sword path immortal goo, it is not suitable for me, otherwise, I would not have given it to you. Fong Yuan said hatefully. What is the name of this goo? Chen-Chi's eyes shined, he looked at Fong Yuan handing this goo to him. Wait, let's change it to this immortal goo. Fong Yuan changed his mind, he retracted his hand and took out a goo from his immortal aperture with his other hand. Chen-Chi's gaze subconsciously moved to Fong Yuan's other hand. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The Sword Path Immortal Goo activated. Sword Path Killer Move, Dark Assassination. Chen-Chi was stunned. The wound between his brows gradually widened. Soon after, blood spurted out from the front of his forehead and the back of his head. Die. P.S. Chapter 1131. The moment Chen-Chi died, the entire palace shook. These palaces were all mortal goo houses, they were controlled by old immortal Chen-Chi. However, Fong Yuan was already prepared. With a thought, he activated the well-prepared arrangements. In an instant, the palace calmed down. There was not a single tremor. This was one of the preparations that Fong Yuan had made in the past few days. Mortal goo houses were nothing to goo immortals. Unless it was an immortal goo house, but how could these Hei Fan Grotto Heaven goo immortals have the latter? Hei Fan was so ruthless, he killed the Hei tribe goo immortals who were guilty before he died. The inheritances that were left behind were naturally deleted, there was no information about the immortal goo house left behind. And with just these goo immortals in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, the possibility of creating an immortal goo house was too small. Moreover, although this palace complex was large in scale, its layout was too old. It was not difficult for Fang Yuan to crack it. Old immortal Chen Qi making him stay for many days was his biggest mistake. These Gu immortals in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven have been at peace for too long, without fighting, they are pushing for progress, they have no vigilance at all. Fang Yuan looked at old immortal Chen Qi's corpse as he snickered in disdain. Chen Qi died with a remaining grievance. He still had a dazed expression on his face. Clearly, Fang Yuan had killed him too quickly. He had not even had the time to panic. After confirming that Chen Qi was dead, Fang Yuan kept him in the sovereign immortal aperture. Then, he activated familiar face and transformed into old immortal Chen Qi. He swaggered open the door and walked out. Greetings, old ancestor. Greetings, old ancestor. Along the way, Fang Yuan met many Gu masters and mortals, men and women, young and old. When he saw Fang Yuan, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed, giving his most respectful greetings. Every time, Fang Yuan would activate his Gu worms and use a formless force to help these people up, while also greeting them. This made Chen Qi's descendants even more grateful. They did not know that the real Chen Qi had already been killed by Fang Yuan. The person they were worshipping was the murderer. They didn't doubt it at all because this was how old immortal Chen Qi usually did things. These days, Fang Yuan. By playing along with Chen Lu, he managed to obtain a lot of information. Chen Qi's actions were naturally one of them. Otherwise, he could only disguise himself by relying on familiar face. However, he could not disguise old immortal Chen Qi's actions. Fang Yuan swaggered along the way. Soon, they arrived in front of a palace. Old ancestor, why are you here? Chen Lizzie heard the commotion and immediately walked out of the palace to welcome him. He looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously. Of course, he wasn't doubting the true identity of the person in front of him, but the old ancestor had clearly used the excuse of being bedridden to postpone the meeting with He Cheng. Why was he acting so brazenly today? Going against the previous decision? Little Ji, that He Cheng just came here secretly to negotiate with me. Come, let's go in. I have something to discuss with you. Fang Yuan patted Chen Lizzie's shoulder like an elder. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked towards the palace behind him. The entire palace complex was a mortal Gu house. But the residences of the other 3 Gu immortals. But it belonged to each of them. Old immortal Chen Qi could not interfere in this. After all, he could not openly monitor the lives of juniors, right? Chen Lizzie heard Fang Yuan's words and was moved, his suspicions vanished. He quickly took a few steps forward and led the way. Old ancestor, please have a seat. He bowed slightly and led Fang Yuan to a seat. Old ancestor, please have some tea. Soon, he brewed high-quality tea. He served it with both hands and was extremely respectful. After the tea was served, Chen Lizzie sat down. Fang Yuan drank some tea. Seeing that Chen Lizzie was sitting far away from him, he said, Little Ji, bring the chair over and sit beside me. Chen Lizzie was overwhelmed by this favor. He replied happily, Yes, old ancestor. I will stand beside you and respectfully listen to your instructions. How could he do that? There was a difference between a person standing and a person sitting. When standing, their muscles were tense, they could advance or retreat. When sitting, their entire body was relaxed, even their mental state would be affected, they would lower their guard. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Chen Lizzie, he had to make ample preparations. Thus, Fang Yuan pretended to be unhappy, bring the chair over and sit. What are you talking about? I have already discussed with that He Cheng, we will deal with Jing Tuo's group next. There are many things I need to tell you. Yun Er and Lu Er are women. At the crucial moment, little Ji, you need to take on more responsibilities. Chen Lizzie's heart surged with emotions, he felt a sense of appreciation. Yes. He quickly brought the chair over and sat in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the door of the hall was open, he said, Close this door and disperse the outsiders, it is better to keep this a secret. Chen Lizzie did not doubt him, he did as he was told. He Cheng could not endure it in the end, he came to visit me. This time, I talked with He Cheng, he gave me a lot of benefits, he is very sincere. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. Chen Lizzie listened attentively. He had long wanted to ask what price He Cheng paid, but since old ancestor did not mention it, he did not dare to ask. Now that Fang Yuan satisfied his curiosity, he told him more about the price. Chen Lizzie listened attentively, his eyes shined brightly. He Cheng actually gave old ancestor a rank 7 immortal gu. Chen Lizzie gasped, he was overjoyed. Would old ancestor lie to you? Watch. Fang Yuan chuckled, taking out flying sword immortal gu. Good gu, good gu. Chen Lizzie praised. Little Ji. Fang Yuan dragged his voice. Chen Lizzie quickly raised his head, how could he ignore an elder's question? Right at this moment, a sword light flashed. Chen Lizzie was slightly stunned, there was a light just now. Next, he subconsciously looked at Fang Yuan's hand, the flying sword immortal gu in his hand had vanished. Where did this gu go? A huge question mark popped up in Chen Lizzie's mind. Then, he felt as if all the strength in his body was suddenly sucked away. A warm liquid flowed down from his forehead in large streams. Suddenly, the world spun. He fell to the ground, kneeling on the ground with one hand, he tried to grab onto Fang Yuan's robe with the other, but he did not succeed. Plop! He fell to the ground, without any signs of life. On Fang Yuan's face. His benevolent smile slowly vanished, his expression turned cold and eerie. Using the same method, Fang Yuan suppressed this palace as well. If it did not tremble, no one would be able to see through it. Next, he kept Chen Lizzie's corpse in his immortal aperture, he pushed open the palace door and left. Only 2 female gu immortals were left. Chen Wanyun's threat was higher, Fang Yuan's next target was her. Sister, I've finally mastered the middle concealment technique, Chen Lu said to Chen Wanyun with a smile. Is that so? Chen Wanyun heard this and was overjoyed, she looked at Chen Lu and said happily, my Lu heir, you finally know how to work hard. Let me guess, who is it that made Lu start to cultivate so diligently? Chen Wanyun pretended to think for a while before continuing, I think that person's surname should be He. His name only has one word. Before she finished, Chen Lu interrupted, sister, don't mess around, don't mess around. He is working hard to begin with, all right. Is that so? Chen Wanyun smiled as she looked at Chen Li's shy expression, thinking, Lu Er is young and inexperienced, we cared for her as she grew up. But she knows He Cheng is outstanding, so she wants to improve. I wanted to remind her, but it seems I was overthinking. Chen Lu could not resist this gaze. She took a step back, vanishing from Chen Wanyun's sight. Sister, if I use middle concealment, can you feel it? Hee hee. Do you know where I am now? Chen Li's voice resounded in Chen Wanyun's ears. You lass, watch how I deal with you after I find you. Chen Wanyun pretended to be fierce, she was about to use an investigative killer move. At this moment, she sensed movement outside the hall, she asked curiously, why is old ancestor here? Lu Er, stop playing around, come with me to greet him. Chen Lu was about to stop her immortal killer move when she suddenly had a change of heart. She thought of the previous time when they were plotting, old immortal Chen Qi had teased her, she pouted, forget it. I will eavesdrop from the side, let's see if old ancestor can find me. If he can't find me, I'll suddenly appear and give him a fright. Hee hee hee. You, be careful of being too mischievous, you won't be able to get married. Chen Wanyun shook her head helplessly, she got up and walked out of the hall to greet old immortal Chen Qi. Fang Yuan had familiar face, Chen Wanyun and Chen Lu could not see through his disguise. But Fang Yuan did not have an outstanding investigative killer move, he could not see through Chen Li's concealment. In fact, even if he had this killer move, he could not use it openly. Once he used it, the immortal aura would leak out, it could not be concealed, it would attract suspicion. Only an immortal method like dark assassination could conceal the immortal Gu's aura completely. It could be used to launch a sneak attack and catch the enemy off guard. Chen Wanyan led Fang Yuan to the main seat. She wanted to call Chenlu out. How could she peep at an elder like this? But her thoughts changed. She thought, old ancestor has always doted on Lu'er. Now that he has negotiated with young master He Cheng and obtained a lot of benefits, he is in a good mood. Lu'er is in hiding. Even if old ancestor finds out, he will not blame Lu'er. Thinking of this, Chen Wanyan pretended not to know. She served tea. Fang Yuan drank a mouthful. He did the same thing again. He got Chen Wanyan to sit near him. Chenlu watched from the side. She smiled secretly. She felt that it was quite exciting. Next, she eavesdropped on Fang Yuan and Chen Wanyan's conversation, gradually getting engrossed. Hearing that her clan had obtained a lot, she was happy, but she could not help but worry for Fang Yuan. Young Master He Cheng invested so much, will there be a negative impact on him? Next, Fang Yuan took out Flying Sword Immortal Gu. This rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu was given to me by He Cheng. Together with the price I offered earlier, Yun Er, I intend to send you to 3 Immortal Cave. I will use this as a bargaining chip to convince the 3 immortals to support He Cheng. Are you willing? Chen Wanyan quickly stood up. Whatever old ancestor says, Yun Er will do. Fang Yuan chuckled. Chen Li's gaze was also focused on Flying Sword Immortal Gu. This was the first time she had seen a rank 7 Immortal Gu. She could not suppress her curiosity. She wanted to jump out and give the old ancestor a surprise. But at the next moment, a change occurred. Dark assassination moved again. How could Chen Wanyan expect that the old ancestor she respected would try to kill her? Without any defense, this gentle female immortal followed in the footsteps of Chen Qi and Chen Liji. She immediately killed Chen Wanyan. Fang Yuan put away the flying sword and stuffed the corpse into his immortal aperture, sweeping away all the blood before leaving. Chenlu was still concealed. She covered her mouth with both hands. Her eyes were wide open, her pupils shrunk to pin size. Her nose was wide open, she was gasping for breath. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and silent tears rolled down her fair and smooth cheeks in large streams. Unbelievable! Extreme terror! How can this be? How can this be? What did I just see? What just happened? Was this an illusion? It must be an illusion. How can this be? He, ha ha ha, old ancestor killed Sister Yunair? How can this be? But the truth was right in front of her. Seeing was believing. Cold and cruel, she was not allowed to have any doubts. Plop. She knelt on the ground and sat down weakly. Her shoulders moved as she sobbed softly. Her beautiful face was filled with shock, fear, bewilderment, and helplessness. She was still covering her mouth with her hand, as if it could protect her. Chapter 1132. Why did old ancestor suddenly kill Chen Wanyan? Chenlu did not understand. She could not understand at all. She sobbed softly as her body shook, her heart jumped. She thought of Chen Lizzie. Would the old ancestor look for Chen Lizzie and also want to kill him? This was a simple deduction. No matter what, she had to find Chen Lizzie and tell him about this. At the crucial moment, Chenlu did not think of He Cheng. She thought of her closest clan Gu immortals. Chenlu woke up. She stopped sobbing and stood up, activating her immortal killer move to conceal herself as she ran towards Chen Lizzie's palace. Fang Yuan did not go to Chen Lizzie's residence like Chenlu expected. He did not find Chenlu. He had already killed Chen Lizzie, thus, his final action was to go to Chen Li's residence. He would find her and kill her. A moment later, Chenlu arrived at Chen Lizzie's residence. Why is there no one here? Chenlu searched the entire palace but did not find Chen Lizzie. Of course, she saw many mortals and Gu masters. But Chenlu did not alert them. Even if she told them this shocking news, they would not believe it. Looking at the empty palace, Chen Li's heart was filled with endless confusion and panic. Old ancestor Chen Qi killed Chen Wanyun. Chen Lizzi was nowhere to be seen, he was likely dead. Chen Lu could not help but cry again. What should I do? Oh no, oh no. Young Master He Cheng. Chen Lu finally thought of Fong Yuan, her body shuddered. She felt. At this moment, she could only rely on He Cheng. She immediately turned around. She ran towards He Cheng's residence. Almost at the same time, Fong Yuan arrived at Chen Li's palace. There was no one here. Strange. Where would she go at this time? Fong Yuan's heart sank. There was a new change in the situation. Fong Yuan subconsciously looked at the sky. This He Fan Grotto heaven's sky was clear and clear, there were no clouds. Fong Yuan smiled at the sky, he quickly returned to his residence. Where else could Chen Li go? It had to be those few places. Gua mortals and mortals did not have many common topics. Returning to his residence, Fong Yuan turned into Black Cheng and waited for Chen Li. At this moment, a brilliant light suddenly soared into the sky. It shot out explosively, rushing into the sky and burning in all directions. It was dazzling and dazzling. Could this be what Chen Li mentioned before, the brilliant light warning and the immortals defending together? Fong Yuan frowned. Over the past few days, he had been asking Chen Li for all sorts of information. One of them said that when the Gu immortal first appeared in He Fan Grotto Heaven, he was bullied by desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The Gu immortals of the previous generations. Let's join hands to fight against the enemy. Usually, they lived in different parts of the heavenly abode. If either side was attacked and the situation was critical, they could send out a warning. Inviting Gu immortals from all over to help, paying the corresponding compensation afterwards. As the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven get stronger and stronger. This light hadn't appeared for almost 100 years. This time, it was likely that Chen Li would make a move. Hee. I've underestimated this woman. This move is a good one. Fong Yuan smiled. He was cunning. Immediately, he deduced many things. He killed 3 people in a row, only Chen Li was left. And the method of the brilliant light warning could only be known by Gu immortals. Chen Li was definitely the one who used it. Why did Chen Li avoid them and activate it? Evidently, she found out that a few others had met with misfortune. It did not matter where she was hiding or what method she used. Since she did not find him, it meant that she was already suspicious of him. Next, the group of immortals would come. How would Fong Yuan deal with them? It turned out that at the previous moment, Chen Li was about to find He Cheng when a thought flashed in his mind. Even if he found young Master He Cheng, what if he could not defeat old ancestor? Chen Li did not know He Cheng's strength, but deep in his heart, he felt that old immortal Chen Qi was more profound and unfathomable. This was because of old immortal Chen Qi's reputation. I need to find a way to satisfy both sides. Chen Li thus thought of the brilliant light warning. The warning light shot into the sky. Chen Li's heart calmed down a little. I wonder if old ancestor will come to find me after seeing this light. Thinking of this, Chen Li started to feel afraid again. She gritted her teeth, deciding to find Fong Yuan first. From start to finish, she did not suspect that Fong Yuan was the culprit. The moment the brilliant light warning shot into the sky, the other Gu immortals reacted. What is going on? At this crucial moment, old man Chen Qi actually sent a warning and invited us to join him. In front of 3 immortal cave, Feng Jun looked at the soaring light and frowned. Zhou Min also had a suspicious expression. This is a little strange. Old immortal Chen Qi has 4 Gu immortals, he is the strongest. In He Fan Grotto Heaven, what other ancient desolate beasts are there that are worth Chen Qi inviting us to help? You feel that this is related to that He Cheng? Zheng Tua asked. Most likely. Feng Jun nodded. This brilliant light warning has not appeared for close to 100 years, it happened at this time, it is very strange. Furthermore, that He Cheng has already stayed at Old Man Chen Chi's place for 5 to 6 days. They might have already reached some kind of agreement and colluded together. With old immortal Chen Chi's mood, as long as He Cheng is willing to give us benefits, it is not surprising that he would support us. Jing Tuo thought about it. Regardless of whether it is an ancient desolate beast attack or if Chen Chi and the rest are trying to harm us, we should go and investigate. That's right. Our blood light soul suppression has already reached a critical juncture. If we stall for a few more days, we can suppress the heavenly spirit and obtain the true inheritance. The urgent matter now is to stall for time. But we need to be careful and see what the other party is planning. If we continue to feign civility, in a few days, this He Fan Grotto heaven will be ours. Feng Jun laughed coldly. Immediately, the 3 immortals moved out, flying towards old immortal Chen Chi's palace. At the same time, the other 2 Gu immortals also moved out. He Fan Grotto heaven was not small. But the Gu immortals' residences were not far from each other. Furthermore, the 3 immortals did not care about immortal essence. They activated their immortal killer moves to travel. A moment later, they were already halfway there. At this time, a rapidly flying figure appeared in the 3 immortals' vision. It's that Chen Lo. Zhou Min recognized the person first. Chen Lo was bathed in blood, he had a panicked expression, he was fleeing for his life. The 3 immortals looked at each other. Was there really an ancient desolate beast attack? Chen Lo, wait, we are here. What happened over there? Jing Tuo called out. Chen Lo saw these 3 Gu immortals and was overjoyed, so it is seniors. It is great to see you. That He Cheng is extremely vicious. After failing to negotiate with my ancestor, he schemed and killed my sister Wan Yun. I activated the warning light and escaped. He Cheng chased after me. Thankfully, I had the immortal killer move Little Concealment. I managed to escape with my life. What? The 3 immortals heard this and were shaken. This He Cheng is so daring. He actually attacked old immortal Chen Chi directly, he is so vicious. I am afraid he is going to harm us. Strange, he wants to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Without our support, how can he obtain it? A life for a life, it is only right. We need to take down this He Cheng. For safety's sake. Let's gather with the other Gu immortals first. Chen Lo, don't worry, we are a family. We will definitely seek justice for your family. Justice? Chen Lo suddenly smiled as he attacked. Under the 3 immortals' shocked gazes, the sword light was like a flash as it landed on Jing Tuo's body. Jing Tuo was caught off guard. Even though he had a mortal killer move to protect himself, Dark Assassination was an immortal killer move that used a rank 7 flying sword immortal Gu as the core. It was extremely sharp, it directly cut him in half. In an instant, Jing Tuo died. Brother! Zhou Min screamed. Feng Jun shouted as he clapped with both palms. Intense winds blew as Feng Yuan was pushed far away. Brother! Zhou Min cried out as she watched Jing Tuo's corpse fall to the ground, blood and organs splattered in the air. Feng Jun hugged Zhou Min and dragged her away as they quickly retreated. Chen Lo, are you crazy? You dared to kill my brother Jing Tuo, I will fight you to the death. Zhou Min screamed, her face was bloodshot. I will kill you. Kill me? Chen Lo stopped in his tracks and sneered. He looked at Zhou Min with disdain and said, You? Zhou Min was furious, she struggled intensely as she tried to break free from Feng Jun's grasp. Second brother, what are you doing? Let me go, this bitch killed brother. She killed brother. I will cut off her head and offer it to my brother. Calm down, third sister. Don't fall for the enemy's provocation. How can she be Chen Lo? Don't you understand Chen Lo? That was a sword path immortal killer move earlier. She is not Chen Lo. Feng Jun also screamed, his gaze towards Chen Lo was filled with hatred, it was like fire was spewing out of his eyes. It seems that there are still people who understand. Chenla smiled lightly, her original appearance suddenly changed to He Cheng's. You are indeed He Cheng. Feng Jun's body shook. Scoundrel! Zhou Min scolded. Look at them, they do not seem to know that I am the culprit. Strange, did Chenla not use an information path Gu Worm to inform them? Feng Yuan had some doubts. He did not know that from start to finish, Chenla had never suspected him. After lighting up the warning light, Chenla hurried over to his residence. But Feng Yuan had already returned. He waited for Chenla for a while. After seeing the warning light, he felt that he had been exposed. In that case, he might as well beat them at their own game. He would take the initiative to split up and weaken the immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. Since 3 of Qin Chi's people were dead, the biggest group was 3 Immortal Grotto Heaven's 3 immortals. Thus, Feng Yuan turned into Chen Li's appearance and flew towards 3 Immortal Grotto Heaven. After encountering the 3 immortals, he used dark assassination to kill the most threatening blood path Gu immortal, Jing Tua. And when Chenla went to Feng Yuan's residence, she did not see Feng Yuan. She felt dejected and even more worried. But she did not know that she was a fool. She managed to escape a calamity. I didn't have much hope for this assassination, but I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The Gu immortals in this He Fan Grotto Heaven cannot compare to those in Northern Plains. It seems that they have been living in peace for too long, their alertness is too low. Forget it, let's kill these 2 first. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. Feng Yuan thought of many things, but it only lasted for a moment in the outside world. The corners of his mouth curled up a little as he charged straight at Feng Jun and Zhou Ming. Kill! Chapter 1133. He actually charged over. Feng Jun's pupils shrunk. He was intimidated by Feng Yuan's aura. Feng Yuan charged forward with an indomitable will. Even though he was alone, his aura was shocking. It was as if he was surrounded by wind and lightning. Killing intent surged. It was like a terrifying claw that tore apart the battle of life and death. The Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven would spar with each other, but how could they have the experience of fighting against Gu immortals? Retreat! At once, Feng Jun could only think of this one word. Instead, Zhou Min, who he was hugging, was spewing fire from her eyes. She shouted excitedly, "Good! Scoundrel, come and die!" She was already beyond furious, and her mind was filled with the desire to take revenge for her brother. She wanted to tear this vile murderer, Feng Yuan, into 1,000 pieces, pull out his tendons, and break his bones. Feng Jun pulled Zhou Min as they retreated, but Zhou Min had already activated her immortal killer move. Her eyes widened, and a dazzling platinum radiance shot out from her eyes. The light gave off an extremely sharp feeling, as if it was formed from a sword. Zhou Min was a light path Gu immortal. She was nurtured by a previous generation of Gu immortals. She had sight immortal Gu. She was currently using her strongest offensive killer move, Farsighted Weapon Light. So it's this move. Feng Yuan saw Zhou Min's stance and understood in his heart. His charging speed did not decrease but instead increased. In his mind, the scene from a few days ago appeared. "Young Master He Cheng, why are you sighing?" Chenlo asked, "Is the scenery not to your liking?" "Thank you for your concern, Lady Luer. The scenery is beautiful, it is so pleasant that one would not want to leave. But I have the heavy responsibility of inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. I am a little worried, let me recall. It seems that Jing Tua and the rest are not easy to talk to." Feng Yuan purposely frowned. Chenlo also frowned slightly. Indeed, Ancestor had also said that those 3 Gu immortals had great ambitions and aspirations. They are different from us. Birds of a feather flock together, those 3 are likely ambitious people. Even if I have your support, I am still lacking. But to inherit the true inheritance, I am still lacking. Do you think these 3 immortals will use the excuse of sparring to cause trouble for me? deliberately obstructing our plan? Fang Yuan asked. Chenla smiled. It's fine. Actually, after understanding more, the three immortals were not particularly scary. For example, Gu Immortal Zhou Min, she had the move Farsight Weapon Light, it was very powerful. As soon as he made his move, his eyes shot out boundless platinum radiance that could cut through anything. But in fact, there was a mystery in this move. The longer the distance, the more powerful it was. If the distance was very close to Zhou Min, the power of this move would be greatly reduced. If I am close to Zhou Min, even mortal killer moves can block Farsighted Weapon Light. A warm and sunny smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Oh? There's actually such an interesting move. It's truly an eye-opener for me. Good Luther, tell me, what other interesting things are there? Chenla glanced at Fang Yuan, only to see that on Fang Yuan's extremely handsome face, a pair of eyes were staring at her. The affection it emitted was so strong that it was like a warm summer breeze, intoxicating. Chen Li's face was flushed red. She quickly turned around, not daring to look at Fang Yuan. Her face was completely red, she looked far away. She stammered, young master, since you want to hear, I will tell you. Inside Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. Some of these Gu immortal inheritances came from old ancestor Hei Fan's arrangements. For example, Blood Path was the result of Hei Fan's research. Some were the inheritances of sinful Gu immortals. For example, Zhou Min's Light Path inheritance, Old Immortal Chen Qi's Rule Path inheritance. These orthodox Gu immortal inheritances were very comprehensive. The contents of the inheritances were large numbers of mortal Gu, a few immortal Gu, all sorts of immortal Gu recipes, mortal Gu recipes, cultivation experiences, knowledge of the outside world, and so on. Among these contents, some sensitive contents like jewel yellow skies were deleted by Hei Fan. However, the contents of the other legacies were basically preserved. Hei tribe's Gu immortals were familiar with each other. For example, the mystery of Farsighted Weapon Light, outsiders might not know about it, but how could Hei tribe's Gu immortals not know about it? Thus, these records were kept in the various inheritances. In the following days, mortals would ascend Immortal Succession Mountain and inherit them. Gu immortals would appear and die. During this process, because of various reasons, be it benefits or conflicts, they would spar with each other. The methods of Gu immortals were passed down from generation to generation, everyone knew about it, it was no longer a secret. Fang Yuan's preparations over these last days were not just the assassination plan, he had also collected a lot of information. Farsighted Weapon Light. Speaking of which, this immortal killer move was quite troublesome. After all, under normal circumstances, when Gu immortals see an unknown attack method, they would retreat and observe it cautiously. Basically, no one would recklessly charge forward without knowing the situation and put themselves in danger. With Fang Yuan's vigilant nature, he would make the same choice. Unless the difference between the two sides was too huge. But that was exactly what Zhou Min wanted. By the time Fang Yuan probed this Farsighted Weapon Light, who knew how much time, effort, and immortal essence he would have to spend, he might even get injured. In a battle between Gu immortals, information could give them an advantage. Thus, under normal circumstances in the Gu immortal world, Gu immortals would keep their immortal Gu a secret. Immortal killer moves were rarely used in public, they were practiced in secret. Gu immortals' immortal apertures were rarely entered by outsiders. Because the environment of the immortal aperture could show a Gu immortal's Dao marks and many other secrets. The resources in the immortal aperture were often the food of immortal Gu, one could deduce what kind of immortal Gu were controlled by the Gu immortal. Fang Yuan resisted Farsighted Weapon Light as he charged forward with great bravery. Of course, he was not a reckless person. His robe was stained with blood at some point in time. These blood stains were not eye-catching, they were formed from an immortal killer move. Blood Path Immortal Killer Move, Blood-Stained Conqueror's Robe. Before the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan could not manage his immortal aperture, he was targeted by Langya's sect, his days were tough. But he did not waste any time, he used this chance to deduce this immortal killer move to make up for his shortcomings. Feng Yuan actually had a lot of shortcomings. But after thinking about it, he felt that his greatest shortcoming was in terms of defense. During the second earthly calamity, he could already see the weakness. If not for Dang Hun Mountain's defense, Feng Yuan was likely to die. Compared to investigative, information path, and other aspects, Feng Yuan was more conservative. He decided to resolve his weakness in defense first. Be it wisdom path or blood path, they were both grandmaster attainment level. With his deep blood path foundation in his previous life, it was not hard for Feng Yuan to create blood-stained conqueror's robe. At this moment, with blood asset immortal goo as the core, blood-stained conqueror's robe made its debut in the intense battle. The effect was superb. Feng Yuan charged against far-sighted weapon light, his body did not move, he was not injured at all. His immortal essence expenditure was also decreasing. Just like Chen Lu said, the closer I am, the weaker far-sighted weapon light, thus, blood-stained conqueror's robe's immortal essence expenditure is decreasing. Feng Yuan's choice was so decisive and wise, in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between him and Zhou Min. They were less than 100 steps away. Die, 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 die. Zhou Min shouted non-stop. The platinum light shooting out of her eyes became brighter and sharper. She was already controlled by her anger, she had nothing to worry about. Feng Jun, who was calm, had goosebumps all over his body. Feng Yuan's advance. It made him feel an incomparably intense crisis of death. The fear made him subconsciously use his most familiar defensive method. Immortal killer move, luck flow movement. Strong winds blew, and Feng Yuan was immediately pushed far away by a mysterious force. Chen Li's words. Feng Yuan could still hear them, speaking of which, Gu immortal Feng Jun is also very powerful. He was the only mortal among the 3 immortals who had roamed Immortal Succession Mountain. After becoming a Gu immortal, such immortals are often more powerful than people like me who are supported by seniors. They are much more powerful. Furthermore, Feng Jun cultivates. This is the famous luck path. Luck path. A path with very few Gu immortals. Luck path was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, even though it was famous and widely known, but there were not many true luck path Gu immortals. As the source of luck path, Giant Sun Immortal left behind 3 true inheritances: self-luck, all living being luck, and heaven and earth luck. The self-luck true inheritance was left in Langya Blessed Land, it was the reward for long-hair ancestor. Among them, luck immortal Gu ended up in Feng Yuan's hands. All living being luck true inheritance was placed in 88-point Jinyang Tower by Giant Sun Immortal. A portion of it was inherited by the winner of the Imperial Court contest. Feng Yuan had once obtained Connect Luck Immortal Gu, it was part of all living being luck true inheritance. Feng Jun's true inheritance also came from 88-point Jinyang Tower. In the past, He tribe's Gu masters entered 88-point Jinyang Tower, they were fortunate enough to inherit a portion of the true inheritance, they obtained Chi Luck Immortal Gu. After that, they became Gu Immortals and inherited it for many generations. The final generation of Gu Immortals was punished for losing Attitude Immortal Gu after He Feng Yu went missing, this true inheritance was left in Immortal Succession Mountain. Feng Jun inherited this true inheritance and obtained Chi Luck Immortal Gu. The move that he was most familiar with was Luck Luck move. This move was very special. When the target attacks, it can be used to push the target away. When the enemy retreats, it can be used to pull the enemy back. Once this move is used, it can create a huge gust of wind, but this was only the appearance, the key was that formless force. Feng Yuan could not sense this formless force, he was hit again and pushed far away. At once, the distance was pulled apart again. It was as if everything he did earlier was useless. But Feng Yuan's lips curled up, he thought, Luck Luck move, this is the second time. According to Chen Lu, this move could not be used frequently. In a day, it could only be used about 100 times. Even if it was 100 times, it might seem like a lot, but it was not. Activating Luck was not as simple as it looked on the surface. First was Immortal Essence. Feng Jun was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He did not have a deep foundation. Activating this killer move would expend Immortal Essence. How long could Feng Jun last? Secondly, Immortal Killer moves could not be activated every time. As long as Feng Jun failed once, not only would he be injured by the backlash, he would not be able to resist Feng Yuan's charge. Feng Yuan would get close and kill him. Thus, it looked like Feng Yuan could not do anything to Zhou Min and Feng Jun, but he had the absolute advantage. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were walking on the edge of a cliff. If they were careless, they would lose everything and die. Die, die! Zhou Min was still shouting. She stared at Feng Yuan with white light shining in her eyes. Chapter 1134. Both sides did not fight for long, but Feng Jun already wanted to retreat. Feng Yuan first assassinated the strongest rank 7 Blood Path Gu Immortal, Jing Tua, and then charged forward twice. Using the most accurate battle tactic, he immediately gained the absolute advantage. Feng Jun was not a fool. Even if he lacked battle experience, he knew he was in danger. It was a wise decision for him to retreat. In a battle between Gu Immortals, it was a battle of wits and strength. Third sister has lost control of her emotions. Hei Cheng is a rank 7 Gu Immortal. The two of us rank 6s are not his match. We should gather with the other Gu Immortals and surround and kill him with old Immortal Chen Qi as the leader. Feng Jun thought of this and immediately retreated. He activated an Immortal Killer move. An auspicious cloud appeared around him, carrying him and Zhou Min as they escaped towards the left. What are you doing? Second brother, let me kill him, let me kill him. Zhou Min screamed as she struggled in Feng Jun's arms. Feng Jun smiled bitterly. He tightened his grip on Zhou Min as he said, "Don't move, I am pulling away to create an opportunity for your farsight weapon light." Zhou Min heard this and her body shook. She exclaimed excitedly, "Good idea." She concentrated as she stared at Feng Yuan. As the distance increased, farsight weapon light became stronger. Feng Yuan's defensive pressure rose rapidly. Feng Yuan looked at the auspicious cloud below the two immortals as he smiled nonchalantly. He did not chase them. He suddenly flew down and landed on the ground, picking up Jing Tuo's corpse that was split into two and placing it into the sovereign immortal aperture. Evil thief! Put down my brother's corpse! Zhou Min screamed. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Feng Yuan's actions were truly despicable. Not only did he kill Jing Tua, he did not even spare his corpse. How could he let it go? The Dao marks of this rank 7 Blood Path Gu Immortal would be a huge boost to Feng Yuan's foundation. Let's see. Together with Jing Tuo's words, Feng Yuan had already killed 4 Gu Immortals. Annexing immortal apertures was troublesome. The conditions were harsh, but the Dao mark gains were huge. Ordinary Gu Immortals have their own Dao marks restricting each other. Only by killing someone of the same sect could one absorb the Dao marks. Otherwise, the losses would often outweigh the gains. However, my sovereign immortal physique is different. Dao marks do not affect each other. How wonderful! After killing any Gu Immortal, they could absorb their Dao marks and increase their foundation. From the looks of it, this is undoubtedly a good way to increase my strength. At this moment, Feng Yuan had a new understanding. This sovereign immortal body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Spectral's soul wanted to use this to revive. If he really succeeded and his main body was reborn, the consequences would be unimaginable. Firstly, Spectral's soul had devoured countless souls in the door of life and death. He had immeasurable cultivation experience. Secondly, the realms of his various sects were basically at the Great Grandmaster level. Finally, he had the help of the remaining forces of the Shadow sect. Once he had this new starting point, he would probably have to imitate his previous life. Killing in all directions. When he killed Gu Immortals, he could annex their immortal apertures. It could also absorb Tao marks. The speed of his growth was simply unimaginable. It would definitely surpass anyone's imagination. Unlike Fang Yuan, who only had Grandmaster attainment level in 4 paths, it was difficult to annex immortal apertures, he could only absorb Tao marks most often. Fang Yuan stuffed Jing Tuo's corpse into his immortal aperture. This scene caused Zhou Min's eyes to almost split open, and she was enraged. Feng Jun did not speak, he felt grief and indignation in his heart, but he was more relieved. It seems that He Cheng does not have a powerful movement method. Maybe he is using the upper extreme heavenly eagle as his mode of transportation. But this immemorial desolate beast has not matured yet. It only has rank 6 battle strength. He did not release it because he was worried that the upper extreme heavenly eagle would be killed by Farsight weapon light. Feng Jun's heart relaxed a little. But at the next moment, his mouth opened wide, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Feng Yuan had activated sword escape, his body was like a sword as he flew into the sky. His speed was so fast that Feng Jun and Zhou Min were speechless. How can he be so fast? Zhou Min was shocked and furious. So this is his true speed. Feng Jun's heart was about to jump out of his throat, his movement method was simply useless. In a few breaths of time, Feng Yuan got closer again. The cold killing intent almost froze Feng Jun's soul. Immortal killer move, past movement. At the crucial moment, he had to use his life-saving method again. With a huge force, the previous scene happened again, Feng Yuan was pushed back again. Third time, hee. Feng Yuan noted in his heart, he did not feel defeated even though he had failed 3 times. Zhou Min woke up. She was shocked by Feng Yuan's speed earlier, her forehead was covered in cold sweat, her anger was replaced by fear. Let's go. This person is too strong, let's regroup with the others first. Zhou Min called out. Feng Jun heard this and felt relieved. With Zhou Min's help, the two's speed increased again as they escaped rapidly. Feng Yuan chased after them, attacking again and again. But each time, Feng Jun's past movement killer move destroyed him. After chasing for a while, 2 Gu immortals appeared ahead. They were those 2 lone Gu immortals who usually lived alone, one was called Jiang Ji, the other was called Gaomi. Persevere, we are coming. The 2 immortals were also flying, quickly meeting up with Zhou Min and Feng Jun. Feng Yuan observed their expressions, seeing that they were not surprised, he knew that Feng Jun and Zhou Min had used some information path method to inform these 2 Gu immortals while escaping. He Cheng, you are so daring, you dare to harm us in He Fan Grotto Heaven. You will die today. Feng Jun and Zhou Min stopped escaping, they turned around to face Feng Yuan. Young Master He Cheng, you killed Sister Wanyan. Did Ancestor also get poisoned by you? A shrill voice suddenly resounded. It was Chen Lu. After activating the bright light warning method, Chen Lu went to find Feng Yuan, but by then, Feng Yuan had already left to receive Jing Tua and the other 2 immortals. Chen Lu could not find Feng Yuan, she was at a loss, not knowing what to do. She did not dare to deactivate the immortal killer move, she hid in the palace for a while until she received Feng Jun's report. The letter stated that Feng Yuan disguised as Chen Lu and used a sword path killer move. After killing Gu immortal Jing Tua, no matter how stupid Chen Lu was, she understood what was going on. She quickly ran to Chen Qi's residence, but how could she find her ancestor? Even though Feng Jun had been escaping, he had already contacted the other Gu immortals, Chen Lu also decided to respond. Thus, at this moment, she appeared on the battlefield. Oh, it's you. Feng Yuan looked at Chen Lu and smiled cruelly, you finally became smarter. That's right, be it Chen Qi, Chen Li Ji, Chen Wanyan, or Jing Tua, they all died at my hands. You only have 2 rank 7s here, even they died. All of you. Why don't you surrender? As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Chun-Li's expression turned pale, her body shook intensely. Fong Yuan admitted it himself, it was a huge psychological blow to her. Why? Why did you do this? Chun-Li screamed as tears flowed down her face, how did we mistreat you? Why did you do this? Don't be affected by him, Chun-Li, let's get into formation. Zhou Min, who had already woken up, reminded loudly. With Fong Yuan as the center. Within a radius of 100 miles, a huge green jade ball of light suddenly appeared. This was a huge battle formation. With Feng Jun, Zhou Min, Chen Lu, and the other immortals as the formation cores, it was an ancient battle formation. Hey City! Even if you are a rank 7 Gu immortal, you will die today. That's right. Ever since we finished practicing this battle formation, we have already killed more than 10 desolate beasts and 8 ancient desolate beasts. You cannot escape. I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive, as a sacrifice to the souls of our friends that you killed. Hey Fan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals cheered, their morale soared. Fong Yuan had a light smile on his face. His calm expression did not change. He said slowly, the battle formation of the Green City? He, it is just a portion of the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. Do you think I do not know? The immortals' expressions changed, they had a bad feeling. Chun-Li's expression turned even paler, at once, she felt deep regret and hatred. It was simply unbearable. Because she was the one who told Fong Yuan about this Green City battle formation. The generations of Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven had to practice this formation. This was the Green City battle formation, it was used to kill desolate beasts or immemorial desolate beasts, it was extremely powerful. I have rank 7 cultivation level after all, while you are only rank 6. Thus, I expected you to use this move. After forming the formation, you will not be able to escape, right? Once this formation is broken, you will suffer backlash, even if you do not die, you will be heavily injured, right? Fong Yuan said plainly. His tone was calm, his voice was not loud, but it resounded clearly in the immortals' ears. The morale of the immortals that had just been raised was reduced by these words. Before the battle started, these Gu immortals' hearts were already wavering. Now, I will show you my true strength. Fong Yuan growled, his whole body, with a loud bang, burst out with surging Gu worm aura. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. In an instant, countless Fong Yuans appeared out of nowhere in the entire battle formation space. They were all strength path phantoms. And Fong Yuan's true body also turned into one of them, concealing itself well. The decisive battle began at this moment. The moment it started, the battle reached its climax. Feng Jun, Zhou Min, and the other Gu immortals used their methods, all sorts of immortal killer moves were used, attacking the Myriad Self army. Fong Yuan's strength path phantoms naturally did not have strong defense. But the more they destroyed, the more strength path phantoms would be created. Before the battle, Fong Yuan had already made ample preparations. Even if he did not use Myriad Self-Immortal Killer move, he had hundreds of thousands of self-phantoms stored in his immortal aperture. He did not lack money. Fong Yuan had a lot of green grape immortal essence. Feng Jun and the rest soon found that they were in a dilemma. Without immortal killer moves, the myriad self-phantoms were hard to defend against when they attacked the battle formation. But if they used immortal killer moves, even though they destroyed countless phantoms, because Fong Yuan replenished them in time, the effect was not good, they also expended a lot of immortal essence. This was a battle of immortal essence expenditure, Fong Yuan had the upper hand. Don't forget the advantage of strength path, immortal essence expenditure was low. Enslavement path's advantage was war of attrition. Myriad Self was the combination of these two paths, it combined the specialties of the two paths. Fong Yuan waited patiently in the Myriad Self army, observing carefully. All sorts of information was collected by him, he memorized them. The battle lasted for several hours, Heifan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals were showing signs of fatigue. Not just mental fatigue, but also the intense expenditure of immortal essence, they could not hold on for much longer. Seeing a flaw, Fang Yuan's true body suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha, Qianlu, I have to thank you. Without your information, how could I have killed Qin Wanyun and the rest? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Qianlu felt like she was struck by lightning, the regret in her heart was indescribable. Taking advantage of this chance, Fang Yuan attacked ruthlessly. Flying Sword Immortal Gu. A ray of light easily pierced Qin Li's defenses, killing her. Of course, one had to pick on the weak ones. Fang Yuan did not attack, but he killed another immortal. Qianlu died on the spot. Green City's battle formation became unstable, it started to shake. The other Gu immortals quickly exerted their strength, stabilizing it with much difficulty. Next, it is your turn. It is your turn now. Fang Yuan snickered sinisterly but did not attack, he returned to the myriad self-army. The remaining 4 Gu immortals had pale expressions, they felt a chill in their hearts. They were the ones who surrounded Fang Yuan, but at this moment, these 4 did not feel any joy. The outcome was set. From the start, Fang Yuan used the most appropriate battle tactic. He had a huge advantage. He was already familiar with these Gu immortals' methods. But his methods were unfamiliar to the other party. Originally, the other party had an advantage. For example, Qin Li's concealment method, Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan schemed against him. Qianlu joined the battle and created Green City's battle formation, he gave up on his greatest advantage. In the end, Heifan Grotto Heaven had been peaceful for too long. Even though these Gu immortals did not lack immortal Gu or resources, they lacked battle experience. Even though they sparred with each other normally. But the experience of life and death battles could not be replaced by sparring. Half a day later, Fang Yuan killed 2 Gu immortals. He broke Green City's battle formation. Feng Jun and Zhou Min escaped in defeat again. The 2 immortals were scared out of their wits by Fang Yuan, they did not dare to fight anymore, they escaped towards Immortal Succession Mountain. Along the way, Fang Yuan killed Zhou Min. Feng Jun dragged his heavily injured body to the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain. Heavenly Spirit, save me! He screamed. This situation was quite ironic. Not long ago, he was still planning to suppress the Heavenly Spirit, but now, he had to rely on it to ask for help. It will not save you. In the stone pavilion, Fang Yuan's figure appeared. His tone was still calm, there were no injuries on his body, he was still elegant and suave. It was as if the battle earlier had not happened. Feng Jun saw Fang Yuan and shuddered, he quickly looked at the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit was unmoved. Feng Jun had an ashen expression. Why? He muttered. Why? At the next moment, he shouted, as if he was questioning the Heavenly Spirit. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit was still unmoved. Because you are all descendants of the sinful immortals. Before old ancestor Heifan died, when he left behind his true inheritance, he considered this. Thus, he set up this final test. Only by obtaining the support of more than half of the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven can one inherit the true inheritance. What if you descendants of the sinful immortals hate He tribe and do not want He tribe to inherit the true inheritance, you try to destroy it. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, touching the surface of the stone tablet. Then I will have to kill you first. After I kill all of you and am the only one left, I will be satisfied with the best test of Heifan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan said calmly, he even had a slight smile on his face. Feng Jun plopped down and sat on the ground, his face was filled with despair. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The jade-green color that he hated in the past, at the final moments of his life, he was not tired of looking at it. But at the next moment, he heard Fang Yuan say, "Now, I will give you a chance. As long as you submit to me and serve me wholeheartedly, I will spare your life." What? Feng Jun's body shook, he showed an expression of disbelief. Fong Yuan repeated himself, saying, "You are a smart person, you are not emotional, unlike Zhou Min or Qinluo. I admire this. Hand over the immortal goo and the contents of the luck path true inheritance, and I will spare your life, I will give you a chance to live." Feng Jun blinked, he was moved. "You are not lying to me." He raised his head and looked at Fong Yuan, deep anticipation could be seen in his eyes. "Why would I lie to you? To me, killing you is a trivial matter. But don't think of bargaining with me." Fong Yuan's expression sank. "You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. Either you die, or you hand over everything, surrender, and form an alliance agreement with me." "I surrender." At the first breath of time, Feng Jun said directly. "These are all the goo worms I have." At the second breath of time, Feng Jun handed over everything. Fong Yuan nodded, he stretched out his hand and kept them. With Feng Jun's cooperation, they were all suppressed. "Please form an alliance agreement." Feng Jun breathed in deeply, he was already mentally prepared for the harsh alliance agreement. Whoosh! A bloody hole appeared on his forehead. His face was filled with shock as he stared at Fong Yuan, before falling to the ground. Chapter 1135. Fong Yuan stored Feng Jun's corpse. Together with the Gu immortal corpses from before, Fong Yuan had collected a total of 9. There were also Gu immortal souls, 9 of them. Such a harvest is truly rare. If it were outside Gu immortals, even if they died, they would self-detonate. Among the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven, only Feng Jun could barely make it. This person is a smart person who knows when to yield, but after I gained the upper hand, the situation became under my control, he could not make a comeback. He begged for mercy because he had no other choice. It is a pity that he ran into me. Fong Yuan stopped sighing internally. The outcome was decided. It was time to reap the rewards. He turned around and walked into the stone pavilion, looking at the brass bell heavenly spirit that was hanging on the beam. "Right now, I am the only Gu immortal in Heifan Grotto Heaven, I support myself to inherit this Heifan true inheritance." The brass bell heavenly spirit was silent for a while before it shook and let out a loud chime. Next, the stone tablet in the stone pavilion started to shine with pure white light. The white light was not glaring, it was very gentle. As the light shone, the stone tablet became more transparent, turning into a wall of light. Inside the wall of light, there were several blurry figures. On the surface of the wall of light, there were several lines of words. Fong Yuan looked at it. These words were, "The blurry figures inside the stone tablet are the contents of the true inheritance. The inheritor only needs to reach in and take it." The final line was Heifan's instruction to the descendant of Hei tribe, "Inherit the inheritance, I hope that you can expand your clan and not tarnish the name of Hei tribe." Fong Yuan could not help but sigh after reading it. Old ancestor Heifan had put in a lot of effort to create this true inheritance, he had considered many aspects. It was a pity that death was like an extinguished lamp, even such a legendary person could not predict what would happen after his death. The once powerful Hei tribe was already destroyed, and Heifan's true inheritance. But now, it was taken away by an outsider like Fong Yuan. The world changed, the world changed. Rise and fall, glory and disgrace, the past and the future changed. Fong Yuan sorted out his emotions, he started to follow the description on the wall of light. He started to move. He slowly extended his left hand towards the wall of light. The white light grew brighter and shone on his left arm, turning Fong Yuan's left arm transparent. From the outside, Fong Yuan could clearly see his own flesh and bones. There was also the bright red blood flowing in his veins. A small resistance came from the front. When Fong Yuan's left hand touched the light wall, it felt like he had touched a thin layer of ice. At the same time, he noticed that when the white light shone on his blood reacted. The rate of blood flow increased slightly, and its color suddenly changed from bright red to crimson, but it quickly returned to normal. Then, the wall of light in front of his left hand suddenly became soft, as if it had turned into liquid on Fang Yuan's left hand. He was able to smoothly reach into the stone tablet, as if he was dipping into water. Fang Yuan felt a chill in his heart and thought, that was close. This wall of light was also a test. It had just tested my blood. Thankfully, I had made ample preparations. I put in blood asset immortal goo and others into familiar face and modified this killer move, making my blood change into a disguise. Otherwise, all my efforts would have been in vain. This Hei Fan is really hard to deal with. Fang Yuan calmed himself down and started to look at the wall of light in front of him. He could see it clearly from the outside. There were 4 shadows in the wall of light, randomly distributed. The largest shadow was round like a ball, the size of a basin. It occupied the center of the wall of light. At the top right corner, there was a shadow with sharp edges, like a rock. On the left side of the wall of light, there was also a shadow, like tangled threads. There was another dot at the very bottom. The shadow was the smallest, about the size of a finger. Fang Yuan had worked hard for so long, he finally obtained the famous Hei Fan True Inheritance, but it did not seem to contain much information. Because of his position, Fang Yuan's left hand was on the left side of the wall of light. Thus, he directly grabbed the shadow closest to him. He grabbed this shadow that seemed to be tangled threads. The shadow had a rough texture, it gave Fang Yuan the feeling that it was the branches of an old tree. Next, Fang Yuan pulled out his hand and pulled this mysterious shadow out. Once it was out of the wall of light, aura leaked out. Evidently, these were goo worms. These goo worms were tangled together, they looked very similar, like ginseng roots or old tree roots. They were not immortal goo. They were just mortal goo. But even so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly, his breathing became rough. Since ancient times, mortals and immortals were different. Immortal goo were unique, they were unique. Mortal goo could not compare to immortal goo, but there was one exception. That was lifespan goo. That's right, Fang Yuan pulled out lifespan goo. This was within his expectations, but it was also unexpected. Earlier, when old immortal Chen Qi asked Fang Yuan for benefits, he mentioned lifespan goo. Thus, Fang Yuan had a mental estimate. But he did not expect there to be so many lifespan goo here. There seems to be a lot of lifespan goo. Fang Yuan started to refine the lifespan goo. Mortal goo could be refined with primeval essence. Even though these lifespan goo were not his, Fang Yuan had passed the test. He was recognized as the true inheritance inheritor. Under the illumination of the white light, Fang Yuan quickly refined these lifespan goo. He concluded, these lifespan goo add up to 720 years of lifespan. Huge gains. Old immortal Chen Qi had estimated that there would be 300 years of lifespan goo, but now that Fang Yuan saw it, he realized that old immortal Chen Qi had underestimated it. The number of lifespan goo in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven was more than twice as much. These lifespan goo are very valuable. I can keep them for myself, who would complain about having a long lifespan? But I have more than 80 years of lifespan left, I have more than enough lifespan. Even if I do not use these lifespan goo, I can trade them. Transactions between goo immortals used immortal yuan stone as the basic currency, lifespan goo's value far exceeded immortal yuan stone. No goo immortal did not need lifespan goo. In many high-end transactions, immortal yuan stone was no longer useful, goo immortals only recognized lifespan goo. Lifespan goo was an absolute hard currency. While he was thinking, the lifespan goo had already been completely refined and belonged to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stored the lifespan goo in his hands into the sovereign immortal aperture, storing them properly. He did not intend to use these lifespan goo for now. Actually, the establishment of Hei Fan Grotto Heaven was a huge success. It had been a long time. He accumulated so many lifespan goo, thinking about it, it is not strange at all. My sovereign immortal aperture, when can it produce lifespan goo? Fong Yuan was a little fascinated. However, he also knew that he was still far from reaching this goal. Although he was making a lot of money every day and making a lot of profit every month, that was all from his previous accumulation. Managing the immortal aperture. It was still in the basic construction stage. Only when he had enough resources to feed all of his immortal goo for a long period of time would the basic construction be complete. Fong Yuan suddenly thought of Langyup Blessed Land. Compared to Langyup Blessed Land, Heifan Grotto Heaven's existence is not worth mentioning. Long-Hair Ancestor was a legendary character of the medieval antiquity era 300,000 years ago. The lifespan goo in Heifan Grotto Heaven are over 700 years old. How many lifespan goo can Langyup Blessed Land have? Thinking of this, Fong Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Langyup Blessed Land definitely has a lot of lifespan goo. No wonder the land spirit of Langyup could take out some of them. They are used to feed wisdom goo. Fong Yuan suddenly understood Celestial Court. In the 500 years of his previous life, Celestial Court attacked Langyup Blessed Land. Even if they had to sacrifice Feng Jioga, they did not hesitate. Lifespan goo was probably the main reason. Think about it, the old immortals in the heavenly court were all people with short lifespans. They could only linger on with their last breaths through hibernation. One could imagine how attractive these lifespan goo were to them. Fong Yuan's gaze. He turned towards the wall of light, stopping at the center. The shadow here was the largest. It is at the center. Does this mean that this is the most precious treasure in Heifan's true inheritance? Fong Yuan's heart pounded. He stretched his left hand towards the center of the wall of light. Soon, he touched that shadow. It felt cold, but the surface of the shadow was not smooth, it was uneven, like a sesame seed. Fong Yuan tried to take it. It was very heavy. According to a normal person's strength, he could not lift it. Fong Yuan activated his strength path mortal goo. After increasing his strength, he took it out with one hand. After seeing this shadow's true appearance, Fong Yuan's face showed a slightly surprised expression. This was not a single entity, more accurately speaking, this was the combination of countless individuals. This was an ant ball. The black ant ball was the size of a basin, it was very heavy. Countless black ants were huddled together, they were dense and compact. These ants were not ordinary ants, they were all mortal goo. The first one was a mortal goo, so be it. Because it was a lifespan goo, in the eyes of many goo immortals, it was more valuable than immortal goo. But this was a mortal goo. Fong Yuan was perplexed, he also found it strange. Because even with his eyesight, he could not recognize what goo worm this was. Regardless of that, Fong Yuan felt that this was the content of Heifan's true inheritance. Even if it was a mortal goo, it would not be too bad. Thus, he started to refine it. Mortal goo could be refined with primeval essence. Fong Yuan was a goo immortal, he had unlimited primeval essence. Layers of black ants were refined by him, turning into his own. Under Fong Yuan's will, the ants scattered, the center of the ant ball was revealed. Fong Yuan's expression changed, his gaze became sharp. Because he sensed the aura of an immortal goo. There was something good hidden in the center of the ant ball. There was an immortal goo. The ordinary ant mortal goo were finally refined by Fong Yuan, they were all scattered on the ground. There was only one goo worm left in Fong Yuan's left hand. Immortal goo. This goo was several times larger than the other black ant mortal goo. It was also in the shape of an ant, but its antennae were short, its chest was small, and its abdomen was huge, giving off a chubby feeling. Is this the ant queen of the ant group? Fong Yuan guessed. This immortal goo had a strong aura, it was a rank 7 immortal goo. It was just that Fong Yuan did not know what it was. He could not recognize it either. Chapter 1136. When refining immortal goo, primeval essence was not enough, immortal essence was needed. At this time, Fong Yuan raised his head and looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit. He thought about it and directly used his green grape immortal essence to refine this goo on the spot. The brass bell heavenly spirit had no reaction. Fong Yuan could not tell what it was thinking from the surface. After all, it was a bell, it was not a human, it was a beast. The refinement process was very smooth. This rank 7 immortal goo that looked like an ant queen did not resist, it cooperated instead. But it was still rank 7, Fong Yuan expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. Right now, my green grape immortal essence reserves are low again. Fong Yuan reminded himself. This time, he had used up a lot of green grape immortal essence to inherit He Fan's true inheritance. It was mainly due to the expenditure in battle. Even though he had the immortal killer move myriad self, the other immortal goo like sword escape and flying sword were all rank 7. Sword path immortal killer moves also used rank 7 immortal goo as the cores. Even though the battle was not intense, his green grape immortal essence expenditure was not small. It seems that I need to quickly increase my immortal essence reserves when I return. Otherwise, I will have no confidence. After a while, Fong Yuan successfully refined this rank 7 immortal goo, keeping it in his immortal aperture. There were only 2 shadows left in the light wall. The shadow at the bottom was too small, so Fong Yuan left it at the end. He stretched his hand into the light wall, taking out the shadow at the top right corner. This shadow was like a rock, but when Fong Yuan touched it for the first time, he was stimulated. This shadow was very cold. Fong Yuan took it out, it was indeed a block of ice. On the upper half of the ice layer, a goo worm was sealed. Naturally, Fong Yuan's attention was attracted to it. Even though it was sealed in ice, there was no aura. But Fong Yuan's eyes brightened, he recognized this immortal goo, Year goo. It looked like a ladybug, it was thumb-sized and was black in color. But there were golden markings on its back. The golden markings were very dazzling, shining with light. The markings depicted a wild beast opening its mouth and roaring, its sharp teeth left a deep impression. As for what wild beast it was. But it wasn't clear. Year goo. Fong Yuan sighed. This was a very famous time path immortal goo. Fong Yuan had a deep impression of him. Because it was unique. By expending immortal materials, goo immortals could continuously parallel refine a year goo. Tempering and reverse tempering were the mainstream of the refinement path. Parallel tempering was relatively rare. A goo worm that could be refined horizontally. It was also relatively rare. Year goo was one of them. Mortal year goo were all below 10 years. There were 1 year goo, 2 year goo, 5 year goo and so on. When year goo reached rank 6, it would become an immortal goo, unique in the world. Rank 6 year goo had at least 10 years. 10-year immortal level year goo could be refined with other immortal materials, the refined year goo could become 20-year goo, 38-year goo, and so on. The highest was a 99-year goo. A 100-year goo was rank 7, to refine a 10-year goo into a 100-year goo, it was not parallel refinement, but an upgrade refinement. The difficulty and failure rate of leveling up was tens of times, maybe even hundreds of times more than leveling up. 1000-year goo was rank 8, according to this theory, 10,000-year goo was rank 9. However, there had never been a 10,000-year goo in history. But rank 8,000-year goo had existed before. The usage of year goo. It was very special. It would reduce the number of years according to the goo immortal's usage and quantity. For example, 50-year goo, after being used once. The higher the rank of the year goo, the more year beasts would be attracted to them. In fact, immortal level year goo could also attract year beasts. Even if they were placed in the immortal aperture, it would not be useful. Because ordinary immortal apertures had tributaries of the river of time. When year beasts smell the year goo, they would enter the tributary from the river and appear in the goo immortal's immortal aperture. Immortal level year goo were already very attractive to year beasts. Year's flow like water, which could produce year goo limitlessly, was hundreds or even thousands of times more attractive to year beasts than immortal level year goo. Precisely because of this, when He Fan set up the true inheritance, he sealed year goo and year's flow like water immortal goo, not exposing any aura. At this point, Fang Yuan understood all the goo worms. The main point was the following content: you're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.